Goldman Sachs certainly are a big problem. And we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about. We've got something really cool going on, everybody. We love our little subdomains. So we.bernie2016.tv. We.bernie2016.tv will take you to a form. It's just a Google form, and we're not collecting this information for any kind of commercial use. We are not a commercial entity, in case YouTube wants to question us about that. The whole goal here is that we're going to put these up on screen. You can give us your name. If not, it's got a 500-character limit just to kind of tell us why you endorse Bernie. And we want to get screenshots of those and send them out. And the reason I want to do this is, we'll talk about this tomorrow in the newsroom, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. We are going to talk about an article in Salon that Celeste put in earlier that basically says even if we elect Bernie, we are apparently not capable of doing the rest of the job. It says Bernie's plan is doomed from the get-go because apparently the 99 are not capable of electing all the other officials, getting rid of all the other corrupt people. And what he's really saying is that the government is so corrupt, there's so many other people we're going to have to elect, that it's just not going to work. He's just another guy who says we can't do what we know we can do. So we're talking about that. Right now, so the endorsements, back to the endorsements, the reason we're doing the endorsements is so we can show. We're going to screen grab, we're going to push. I want to send thousands of these out to let mainstream media know that we are fully capable of doing what they say we can, and that we endorse Bernie fully, not just for the election, but for the long haul, to replace every single corrupt individual within our government with somebody who gives a shit about the people and is a Bernie crap. Tried and true. That's our goal. So we got that hashtag going. We endorse Bernie. We got that form going. We also put another link in the description. Media.bernie2016.tv. That'll take you to our kind of ragtag collection of media links, the videos that we play, the ads we play, what we choose from. And you guys give us so much stuff. We get a lot of stuff submitted to us. I haven't even put half the stuff in there, but just so you guys can look at it, hear songs, because we're always being asked, where did that song come from? Anyway, that's what we're doing. And right now, so what's happening in the background is Celeste and Janine and Lou, and I don't know what Eddie's doing except hanging around. Are you phone banking, Eddie? Are you going to do some phone banking? Are you going to talk, or are you just going to smile? You're muted, I think. Can't hear you, man.
Eddie's just joining us in the background for now. He's got some stuff he's multitasking on, so...
All right, we'll leave him there. Eddie, I gotta tell you, everybody, Eddie, I pick on him a lot, but it's just because he reminds me of me at 15. He's got a lot of courage. He's interested in what's going on in his world. He's here. He's a teenager that chooses to be here. He can't even vote, and he's here, helping us, giving a shit about his country. I love that. Eddie is awesome. So I give him a lot of shit, but it's just because I love him to death. I'm so glad he spends time with us. So glad he's hosting shows. That's a big responsibility to have and to command. So thanks for being here, Eddie. I want Janine now. Hey, Janine. How you doing? You talking to Dan?
Hey. No, yeah.
We can see your awesome microphone in the shot.
Yeah.
It's a good microphone. So I'm putting you on cam. Are you ready to tell us your stories of your testimony of collecting signatures?
I will be in about 2 seconds.
All right, no problem.
You wanna
I will show people the overlays.
Back?
Yeah,
awesome.
I want you back. Okay, here we go, guys. We'll take a look at some of the overlays. Here's why Deborah Yost endorses Bernie. I endorse Bernie because he is the only one addressing the actual situation in this country today. He embodies the best of America. I agree very much, Deborah. I had one here. This was mine. I started this off. Just want to show everybody. I endorse Bernie because he is the only politician I have ever heard in 46 years of life speak the truth. He ignites passion in me to change this nation. And he calls out our corrupt government. He is the only candidate I will vote for. Together, we will rebuild this nation for all of us. That's why I endorse Bernie. Looks like we have another one down here. From Rom, SLI1. I'm a student of economics, and my understanding of it has made it clear to me that we can't afford status quo economics for politics anymore. It's killing people and ruining lives simply for the profit of a select few. Could not agree more. It's well said. So we're gonna keep putting those up. That's we.bernie2016.tv, and I will screen grab those when I can. I'll probably show these later in another live event. We're not gonna. Ding ding ding. Huh? Is that Lou? Lou, do we have a Lou?
Ding, ding, ding. We have 1 and 2 in Iowa. I'd like to say shout out to Mary. I would also like to say shout out to a guy named, I slaughtered it, but he did say his first name was pronounced Leaf. Both Iowa supporters. Thank you very much, folks. And anybody that's out there pledging, that's $1 and $2. Back at you.
Nice.
That's right. Oh, but audio was a little loud. Apologies, guys. That is right. I forgot about that. We have some people out there that have been cool enough to pledge for, here's the deal, guys. So Lou just made 2 calls, and both of those callers are Bernie supporters, and that's awesome. That's what we hope to get. And we have a bet out there, $1 for every call we get that is a Bernie supporter. And I don't know who the gentleman's name was. Maybe you do, Janine. He said he would do $10 for every.
I think that was Friends of Bernie Sanders.
Friends of Bernie Sanders, $10 for a call. All right. So we are going to raise some money for Bernie Sanders. I know that I already pledged to do that, mainly because I'm not doing a lot of the phone banking. I figured the best way for me to make up for it in my to not feel so guilty about it was to donate money. So that is what I'm going to do. Janine, are you ready now?
I am ready.
Awesomeness. All right. So
what do you want again? No.
Look, this
Sorry.
is Gina and I haven't even really had a chance to talk in, I don't know, 4 or 5 days. She has been doing just crazy. She sent me a chat in Skype days ago and said, for the next 2 weeks, I've got to do this. I was like, do it, because what you're doing is way more important than this. So tell us, Janine, what you been doing?
Well, as of January 21st, we've been trying to get signatures to get Bernie on the ballot here in Rhode Island. I know some of the viewers out there may have been working with their local states to get him on the ballot there. But basically what we need to do is just go around and collect 1,000 signatures from registered voters. So it's been fun. It's been a lot of time outside in the cold, but worth every minute doing it, and trying to get other people to help out and canvass in their area. It's been a lot of fun, and I can't complain because we got to get him on the ballot. Obviously, some of the funny things that have happened, though, a lot of people don't realize that this process even needs to take place. So most of the people, when I'm
Sorry, you guys. But we're back.
I know if there's anyone else out there in the chat room that's doing the same thing, and if Bernie's not on the ballot in your state yet, volunteer to help out, because they can use any help they can get, I'm sure.
So I got a couple questions about that.
Sure.
I'm guessing it's easier, harder to do this depending on how your state swings in the first place, right? So for you guys, how does your state swing?
Well, Rhode Island is, it's one of the true blue states up in New England, obviously. The only thing I was a little concerned about was, getting a lot of Hillary supporters, but I haven't seen a single one yet.
Really?
Yeah. Most of the people I talk to are either Bernie supporters or Trump supporters.
Okay, Trump supporters in Rhode Island?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I used to be surprised, but not so much anymore. We've done things like honk and waves and stuff like that, and you get a lot of the thumbs up and the honks. and then you get the occasional person, yelling Trump out the window. So he's got a support here.
Wow.
Yeah. And actually, a lot of the days that I've been collecting signatures, there's been somebody from the Jeb Bush campaign there as well, trying to get signatures for him. And I kind of feel, I kind of feel bad for them though.
Is Jeb still going? I thought he closed. I thought he was done.
He's still out there running. Yeah.
Do you see that Huckabee and somebody else ran to Trump? I think they're all going to flock to Trump.
I don't know what's happening.
Cruz can't be president. So I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to break their own law. Well, they do that all the time. But Cruz really can't. They're going to have to go.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I haven't seen any supporters or any people collecting signatures other than for Bernie. There was some people bust in from New York for Hillary.
Are you serious? And she's claiming that Bernie was doing that. Now, I know you're talking about busting in for another reason.
Yeah, that was
I think Bernie's doing that, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway.
Yeah, and even for Jeb Bush, the people I've talked to have been from out of state. So
interesting. Here's what you are saying, that you are not experiencing a lot. And this is you personally, obviously, but you're not experiencing a lot of Hillary people. And this is what MSM is saying is supposed to happen, particularly with women. They're saying that the women voters are going to be the ones that win this for Hillary. They're going to be, and that's.
I'm not seeing it at all. I'm seeing, and most of the people who have signed have been women. So.
I know that. I love. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to go, negative here or anything like that. But yeah, there's been a lot of people who have signed just because they don't want Hillary in. People who don't know that much about Bernie yet, but they're still learning, that definitely, have told me that they don't want her. So it's been interesting. It's been very eye-opening, and, especially in our state. I mean, and I can't speak for all the people collecting, because I know there's a lot of people out there. I'm just giving my personal experiences. So what I'm saying is just for me. But yeah, it's been really eye-opening.
Wow. Well, that's imagine, Janine, if what you just said there was being broadcast in prime time and was being watched by 11 million viewers. What kind of an impact do you think that would have on Bernie's campaign? What kind of an impact would that have on Hillary's campaign? Right?
I don't know. I'm sure they'd find a way to spin it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, of course they would. Just which they have. This is unbelievable. They actually have done this already. We broadcast Mason last night. Actually, this is interesting. We have proof. We kind of have proof recorded with our own raw footage that they were not bussed in last night, because we had Quinn Simmons there before the event started, filming this line of people. I'm sorry, this was not a bunch of bussed-in individuals. Hillary is claiming that Bernie bussed in people to Mason. He had 1,100 plus people in Mason City at an event in a building that could hold 350 in a little tiny-ass town. And they're saying they are attacking Bernie Sanders' integrity directly and claiming that he bussed these people in. That is such an insult. That is such an absolute insult to every single one of those people that got in their cars in the cold and went there. I suggest you send a message to Hillary that you were a real human being. You are one of the 1,100 plus people that was there. And it's another reason why we're doing this. We endorse Bernie, because we want to say, F you. I'm sorry. We were there. We were passionate. We were screaming for Bernie. We were not bussed in. That is the most ridiculous thing. When he fills St. Paul with 23,000 people, he didn't need to bust them in, folks. 23,000 people. 8,000 people in Birmingham. Doesn't need to be busting these people in. They go on their own volition because he has inspired the nation. You know that. We know that. Anything else you want to say, Janine? I want to run the Magnum DB 7.1.
Yeah, I'd say let's run it, and then let's get right into making some calls.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Look at that. Look at this, guys. We can show you this. Here's Lou. He's right now. He's calling. You can hear me. There's Celeste. She's watching comments. I'll be showing you guys comments. But yeah, Lou's doing it. This is how
And I'm going to hop on in a couple of minutes.
Janine's going to hop on. And right now, we're going to listen to, this guy, I'm going to give him an intro. This is Magnum DB. 55 viewers with us. Thank you so much. 124 playbacks. Nice to have you with us, guys. We are phone banking for Bernie. This is the phone bank telethon. I'd like you to join us. BernieSanders.com/phone bank is how you start that adventure. And Janine, at the beginning, had a video, and we'll talk more about that and how to do that. But that is it. Go there, log in, create an ID, do the thing, start phone banking. It's not that hard. This is how we win Iowa. Magnum DB. Since the very beginning, since we started Bernie 2016 TV, this guy has been cranking out these videos, and they're really cool. They're inspirational. They're kind of an update on where Bernie's at. And this one is called Feel the Burn 7.1. Bernie Keeps Rocking. What he does is continues to add pieces from corporate media and just makes a fool of him. Makes a fool of him because they keep saying, oh, he doesn't have a chance. And then look what happens. Well, that couldn't possibly happen. And then it happens. Well, he'll never do. And then it happens. Everywhere Bernie goes, the people are there. Mainstream media continues to doubt, continues to lie, continues to try to convince everybody else that Bernie Sanders is not going to win this. But we all know the truth. Here's Magnum DB explaining it to us all. This is For the Record, Magnum DB, Feel the Burn 7.1, Bernie Keeps Rocking.
He's a self-described democratic socialist from Vermont who got his political start as the mayor of Burlington. Long shot then, a bigger long shot now. He's an unlikely presidential candidate taking on the biggest frontrunner the Democratic Party has ever seen.
One poll shows him down 60 points. I don't know that Bernie Sanders can beat Hillary Clinton.
You know, you almost have to feel sorry for Bernie.
He may not have any chance, but it's all going to disappear by the time we get to Iowa. This Bernie mania thing could burn out.
He is ahead, George, by a long shot. They don't see Bernie Sanders as a real threat.
Bernie, stop, spitting.
He's not going to be the nominee.
Major structural problems with Bernie Sanders.
Clinton crushes him in national polls by more than 40 points.
Hillary probably will inevitably be the nominee. Even Democrats admit he may not be their best shot at the White House. He is not going to be the nominee.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders may be gaining a little bit of momentum as he seeks to challenge Hillary Clinton. His views may be gaining traction.
Look at Bernie Sanders' rise, tripling his support. The hottest thing in American politics right now is a socialist. That is a rocket ship. I don't think we've seen more enthusiasm for any candidate under 35. That's a hello. Bernie Sanders is the candidate of the summer.
Senator Bernie Sanders drew a monster crowd.
3,000 in Minneapolis, 5,000 in Burlington.
We know what Bernie Sanders wants, and a lot of the Democratic Party, let's be honest, they want it too. This morning, Clinton is feeling the burn.
Throwing scare into Hillary Clinton's camp.
Bernie momentum drawing larger crowds than every candidate running.
In a packed stadium, possibly as many as 10,000 people, it is real.
We're worried about him. Sure, it's going to be a serious force for the campaign. It was another full house for Senator Bernie Sanders.
He could win Iowa. He could win New Hampshire.
He's chipping away at Hillary Clinton's lead.
Pollsters say it's a statistical tie.
At 28,000 people in Portland. Sanders is a summer sensation. He's filling arenas.
Roughly 70,000 people lined up to see him over the past few days. Here in Iowa, Bernie Sanders was greeted like a rock star.
Whoa, looks like the crowd is really, really swelled.
These people are very excited. It's kind of like Woodstock down here.
Dropping below 50%. Clinton's lead now down to single digits.
Hillary Clinton has lost a third of her supporters.
Sanders has nearly doubled his support since May, when he trailed by more than 40 points.
He has an electable agenda.
Bernie Sanders beating Clinton in New Hampshire.
Sanders gaining 15 points. Once thought to be the longest of long shots,
with a commanding lead.
Bernie Sanders could get elected president.
Hillary Clinton is feeling the burn, checkmated by Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders on fundraising.
It was a record-breaking weekend for Bernie Sanders. More than 20,000 people turned out to see Sanders speak.
Who's going to win out? Bernie. Who do you think the Democratic nominee will be?
Sanders. What Bernie Sanders is running against is literally the power structure.
Bernie Sanders getting his first endorsement from a member of Congress, Raul Grijalva.
He just raised $26 million with an average donation of just $25.
He has gotten 1 million individual donations, and he reached that much earlier than Barack Obama did. Congressman Keith Ellison says he will support Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
No one could predict the huge crowds and the surge of popularity for Bernie Sanders, a man who's been around the block fighting for poor and working class Americans.
CNN teamed up with Facebook for tonight's Democratic presidential debate. Foreign policy, 59%. Who won the debate?
Bernie Sanders!
Economic issues, Sanders at a whopping 72%.
Bernie Sanders won this debate.
75%. Huge margin. Who do you think won the debate tonight? Bernie Sanders won the debate tonight.
He's got the support, the kind of enthusiasm that often counts on caucus night. Sanders is poised to reach another major benchmark. Yesterday, his campaign announced that it has now collected more than 2 million contributions, and Sanders has picked up his biggest labor endorsement to date from the 700,000 member Communications Workers of America, and perhaps Sanders' biggest win of the day came when the million-member progressive group Democracy for America announced that it, too, was throwing its support behind the Democratic challenger.
In our most recent poll, 62% of Democrats now say they could see themselves supporting him.
A mock election that hasn't been wrong in 40 years declares Bernie Sanders will be our next president.
Smart politicos in New Hampshire, both Democrats and Republicans, say one reason the Vermont senator has a chance to beat Hillary Clinton there is that his ads stand out on the crowded airwaves.
Bernie Sanders has incredible momentum. He got more contributions, individual donors, than anybody in American history.
Bernie Sanders is nipping at Hillary Clinton's heels in Iowa, down by just 5 points. He's leading the former Secretary of State by 14 points in New Hampshire.
Clinton is building a machine. Sanders is building a movement. Clinton has the head of the grass tops. Sanders has the heart of the grassroots.
And even more remarkable, Sanders does better against the Republicans than Clinton.
Clinton leads Donald Trump by 8 points among registered voters, but Sanders leads him by 13. In New Hampshire, Clinton is ahead of Trump by 1 point, but Sanders tops him by 19.
I am pledged, if elected President of the United States, to bring about a political revolution where millions of people begin to stand up and finally say, enough is enough. This great country and our government belong to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. Thank you very much. All right, well, I'm a little slow. I'm getting told by chat that they're up to 9. Eddie just dropped Feel the Burn 9, Sandstorm Comet. So, apologies, everybody. I will, we'll run that later. We'll run that one later. This is, it figures. Magnum DB, you crank these things out. Of course you're on 9. This is how fast Bernie is moving. This one, and I should have realized because it's unlisted, so my fault. I'm totally sorry, but this was in our media list, a link. So this is how fast it moves, guys. It's just amazing. So he appends these and appends these because Bernie is rolling, well, apparently like a sandstorm comet. So that's badass. That's wonderful. I think we're going to go to Lou here because I think Lou has something to share with us about what's going on in his house, which is really freaking sweet. This guy is doing amazing things in Nebraska. Tell us, Lou, what the hell's going on, man?
Well, to be honest, man, I got folks in my house phone banking. My wife and I decided that phone banking was definitely needed in Iowa, and me not being able to get over to Iowa as regularly as I would like, we decided to open up our home and bring folks in and let folks phone bank from here and teach them how to do it. And we have a wonderful lady here tonight, phone bank for her first time. Before Bernie Sanders came in, got her plugged in, and she's clocking away right now. Somebody else just walked in the house. and we're just going to keep doing this until 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon and call it good. Because quite frankly, the only way that this revolution is going to get taken care of is if everybody can chip in as much as they can. I mean, Bernie himself says, hey, I'm not the man. This ain't about me. This is about all of you. So that means we got to stand up and be true and back him. So, yeah, we're just knocking away over here. Got the original 2. I got another 2 on a list. I don't have names. Alex over here, she's got, I'll show you here. It's going to turn very slowly. And she's sitting there clocking away. She's got 3 clocked up herself. So that gives us a total of 7. Here in Nebraska, we're at 7.
7, guys. That is freaking awesome. $70 or $70, depending on what you're doing here, bet-wise.
And let me just say this, guys. Being honest, let me just say this. First off, I've been doing a lot of this phone banking, so seeing the call times going at 30, 35 seconds in between, that means there's a lot of people calling in, which is great. That means a lot of folks are working their butts off. The second thing, and this is being honest, even if you get 3 or 4, hey, hell, I just got yelled at about Bernie. Trump! They're always, the Trump ones are always,
interesting.
Take a break, move on. You know what I'm saying? But I'll shut up and get back to my thing. I'll leave it up to you, John.
No, that's you know, I appreciate saying that because that's what I'm scared about the most. I don't want to get those angry Trump people. That's what worries me the most. So thank you for sharing that because it's good to know that it happens. You move on, and that's awesome. So get back to work. I'm leaving you be.
I don't think you have to be afraid of the Trump people.
I know.
Most of the people we call, they're nice. You know, you'll get maybe 1 or 2 that might yell at you every once in a while, but you know, you just.
The first time I tried, because I tried to do it with a Google Hangout, which was a mistake, because I used Google phone number, and because of the delay, the first guy I got, he may have been for Bernie, but I would never know. He was really angry because I didn't say hi, which is totally my fault. I screwed up big time, right? And so, yeah, I blew it, and I got to do it. I promise I'll do it. But even if you screw up, they are just human beings. We're all human beings. We make mistakes. This is what we do. So, and you were saying that you get Trumpers. You're getting Trumpers too. Anyway, yeah. What were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, do we want to get started and kind of like if anyone out there in the chat or watching wants to do this along with us, it'd be great to hear, you know, how many people they're getting through. So, and I'm assuming with Luke, the numbers that he's giving us are the number of Bernie calls. Lots of Bernie people, so yeah, let's keep that number getting up there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my headset on the side here and start making some calls.
This Finicum guy got shot. Let me give you all the details. Yeah. And then I want to come back with some of the privileges that they had.
So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to BernieSanders.com/phone.
I think that they were doing a classic star
and then I'm going to log in.
That they don't buy enough groceries. So let's do that. That's what the government lock them down on screen here. They don't eat with them necessarily. But yeah, we do have the details on Lavoie, which we'll get to in just a second. But right after that,
for my service, I think I'm going to call
by
Iowa
Clive Bundy, who's a political leader apparently now, who says this is a total disaster to be happening in America where we have federal people killing innocent people.
And I'm going to make sure my pop-up blocker is allowing pop-ups.
So this up here, host a phone bank party? That must be what Luke's doing, huh? So if I have a login, Janine,
yep,
and I'm on this page, what would I? You know, actually, I know I have a login. Where do I go? Do I click get started if I already have a login, or do I?
Number 4 there says login, or it's on the top right. It says have a dialer account login.
I see
click
right
that
here, right here. Got it. So let's click that. See what happens. I don't know if it's actually set up on this machine. Okay, so there it is. Now I don't have that information plugged in here, so that's not really helpful. But that's what you do. You click login. You go there.
Yep.
Yes. So we will go back to the other page when I have it.
Okay, and then we take our cell phones and we call the number that pops up on screen. So as soon as I do that, if you need to contact me, just do it in the chat room, since I won't be able to hear you. So I'm taking my phone and I am calling in to the number. And here we go. I'm using a headset to make it easier for me. I'm going to enter my PIN. Now I'm connected. And as soon as I'm ready, I'm changing my status to ready. And I better make sure I have my script handy. The script is on the BernieSanders.com/phonebank page as well, on the right-hand side. If you open up whichever state it is that you're calling, there's a script that's in there. Hi, is Tara there? Hello, is Tara there? That was a hang up. So I'm going to indicate that, and I'm going to go on to the next one.
Just clicked on a link here, folks, to the dialer script. That was a link right inside the Phonebank page from BernieSanders.com/phonebank. Just a link to get to the dialer script. If I were logged in, I could.
Hi, is Corinna there? Hi, Corinna? Is this Corinna? Sure. Sure. Hi, my name is Jean, and I'm a volunteer at Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. How are you tonight? Sure. My name is Janine, and I'm a volunteer with Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. How are you? Okay, that's fine. Hope you have a great night. Thanks.
Thanks, Eddie. This is a quote here from Eddie while Janine is going through another call. We heard today that person didn't vote.
Hi, is Julie there? Okay, hope you have a great night. Thank you. That was the wrong number.
A quote from somebody. Current state of affairs, this country and abroad, I can think of no better recourse than to lend my support to an irrefutably honest politician. One whose rhetoric and actions occur at a 1-to-1 ratio. One who tirelessly strives for the welfare of his constituency. That is why I'm feeling the burn all the way to the ballot box and beyond. Bernie 2016. Thank you for that.
Hi, is David home? Thank you. Hi, David. My name is Janine, and I'm a volunteer with Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. How are you tonight? I'm not going to take up much of your time. I just have a real quick question about the Iowa caucus on February 1st. Senator Sanders is running as a Democrat, and he hopes to win the party nomination there. And I'm supporting him because he doesn't accept money from super PACs and corporate entities. And I was just wondering, can Bernie count on your support on February 1st? Okay, thanks. Hope you have a great evening. That person was undecided. Let's try another one. It's a lot of waiting. Hi, is Patricia home? Okay, have a great night. Hi, is Judy home? Hi, Judy. My name is Janine, and I'm a volunteer with Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. How are you tonight? Good. I don't want... Yeah, I'm not going to take up much of your time tonight. I just have a real quick question about the Iowa caucus coming up on February 1st. Senator Sanders is running as a Democrat, and he hopes to win the party's nomination there. And I'm supporting Bernie because he doesn't accept money from Wall Street or corporations. And I'm just curious if you are going to be caucusing for Bernie Sanders. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a great night. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, Ms. Russell.
Awesome shit.
My name is Alex Kay. I'm a volunteer.
That was a smile through the line, Janine. Beautiful stuff. How you doing, Lou? I'm actually not doing... Oh, one, so we're at a total of 8.
Well,
but we're talking through some lines, interrupting some dinner times. You know how it is. Sorry, Iowa, you got 30 groups calling you right now, give or take a few. Hey, blame the Republicans. They haven't kicked enough people off the clown car. That's not our fault. But yeah, just talking along here, starting to see a little pickup in the times of them dropping down. So, and most people are cool. I clocked in and I heard Janine and she was relaying the smile through the line. I thought that was beautiful. So that's why I wanted to pop in and say hi.
That's what they say to do. Smile and it'll come through when you're talking. And the funny thing is, like, if you guys have been listening, I've been getting a lot of wrong numbers, not home, some people who are not voting, just waiting to get through the Bernie supporters, and you just go on to the next one.
Numbers. I know a guy literally over in Iowa who's made just over 580 phone calls in one day. And that's as far as I know in the Iowa campaign offices, that is the record for this year right now. But there's a few people that are actually going to be pushing to hit 1,000 by themselves on Saturday. I think they're out their freaking mind and they're going to need way more coffee. But good luck, guys. That's feeling the burn.
The one thing I wanted to mention is there's a bunch of volunteers that are working hard. They're called monitors, and then there's like some people who are organizing the monitors. But they're the ones who kind of help connect the dialer with the people on the other end of the phone. So I just wanted to mention them. There's people, they take shifts and they sign up every night to help process those calls. So big thank you to those guys. But yeah, I mean, we're going to just keep going here, and hopefully we'll get through to some Bernie voters, and it'll be great. So I'm gonna make some more calls.
Wonderful. That's awesome. This is what it takes, folks. And I think what we're gonna do here, Janine. I think I'm gonna mute her this time. We're gonna mute Janine. We're gonna run a song here, guys, and talk a little bit about a few things. What Janine just said, keep working in the background. Yes, Celeste, what's up?
Let me jump in. So, okay,
Sure.
Celeste has been successful. She finally actually got logged in.
Yay!
Got the dialer up.
All right.
My first call connected so quickly I didn't know I was being connected, and the next thing I knew I heard someone shouting and hanging up. Then I got disconnected again. I've gotten through a second time. This one was the wrong number. So now that I've done this twice, I can continue. I just wanted to report. I've got that done.
Well, congrats. I understand. And I understand what it's like to screw up first time. That freaks you out. So, I understand. If Janine's already right back on
away.
She's amazing. She's right back on it. Just knows how to do this. It's amazing. So, yeah, thank you. So we look forward to hearing about your next call adventure. Right? She's doing it right now. This is how it goes, everybody. This is what it takes. When naysayers, when people like the folks at Salon make the statement that this isn't going to happen. When people write articles, when mainstream media says they can't do this, it's too hard. There's no way. Even Hillary says that. Hillary wants you to elect her, and she says this is too hard. You can't do what Bernie wants to do. It's too difficult, folks. This is Hillary's own words. Who wants to elect a leader that thinks something is too hard? That's impossible. You'll never get that done. We'll never clean up Wall Street all the way. We'll never get rid of corruption in our government all the way. Who come on. That's ridiculous. I want a leader that says we can do whatever we want. And there's one guy saying that. When you look at the amount of effort being put into background calls right now, you look at Janine on calls right now. You look at Celeste on calls right now. You look at Lou on calls right now. Right? This is what it is, folks. And we are just a few people. This is happening all over the country. The thing is, this is what they don't get. Hillary can raise all the money she wants, but she can't raise the people to really do what she needs done. She does not have the ground force. We have the ground force. We have all the people. We are the ants. We do the work, and we are getting that work done. We are going to check out a tune here real quick. This is Austin Plain. I have not heard this yet. Field to Burn, Hard Days. And we're going to run this real quick just to give us a break, listen to tunes. I'm going to check out what's going on in chat. If you guys have any requests for songs, I'll look for those. And I need to get caught up with the chat mod and get caught up with where we're at in here, because I know I keep showing some of the same comments, and I know there's a lot of comments that have not been shared. So I will get in there and get that adjusted while we listen to this tune. This is Austin Plain, Field Burn. Enjoy it.
Today we say loudly and clearly that this great nation belongs to all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. Everything I could say from the moment I was living, I was dying to make nothing out of something, real out of fake. It's hard days living in the world. Said the man on the corner with the sign in his hands and the other in his pocket, a feverish grin. Could you spare me $1? Whatever you can. It's hard days living in the world. You are not going to continue shutting down factories in America, sending out jobs abroad when millions of Americans are in desperate need of good-paying jobs. The mother in the market with the kids in a line, getting poorer every second, trying hard to survive. The water isn't running, the bills pile high. It's hard days living in the world. the treads of terror and an oil hack. The communistic pleasures of the union strike. The president shelters in his bed at night. It's hard days living in the world.
I believe that war should be the last resort, not the first resort.
The soldier in the desert with the shot to the heart, while his mother gets the letter saying he fought hard. It doesn't help the matter if he's honored or not. It's hard days living in the world. The choir sings a hymnal in staccato spurts. The family in the front row looking to her, and everyone's an angel for whatever it's worth. It's hard days living in the world.
Brothers and sisters, this is the nation we can create when we stand together and not let people divide us.
I know that I was given everything I could take from the moment I was living. I was dying to make nothing out of something, real out of fake. It's hard days living in the world. It's hard days living in the world. It's hard days living in the world.
Austin Plain, everybody. Austin Plain, hard days, living in the world. Most certainly is right now. And that's why we want to elect Bernie Sanders. That's why we're phone banking tonight, is to make sure that Iowa says solidly we are for Bernie Sanders. We have to win decisively. We have to, it has to be a landslide, folks. We can't leave any question of doubt whatsoever. If it's even anywhere near questionable, it will be corrupted. It will be corrupted just like the government corrupted our vote in 2000 when Al Gore should have been president of the United States. We cannot let that happen, folks. We cannot let that happen. If you can phone bank, phone bank. If you can monitor, monitor. If you can get out and caucus, caucus. Whatever you can do, you must do. If you value this nation, if you want to save the planet, if you want to live in a world and you want your kids to live in a world that you're proud of, that you're not ashamed of. I'm ashamed of my government right now. I'm angry at my government. I am ashamed at the way we treat people, at the way we have divided everyone. I'm ashamed at the corruption. I'm angry at mainstream media for failing to protect the interest of the people, which was their public trust, their job to do until Ronnie Reagan killed the fairness doctrine in his administration back in 1986-87. That pretty much spelled the end of any kind of fair, unbiased news. And then in 1996, you add the Telecommunications Act to that, and we now have the ability to lie about your political content, which gave the government sole control over what we want to say, what they want to say, the message. The message has been owned by somebody else for a long time, folks, and we are taking back that message. And Janine is doing calls, Celeste is doing calls, Eddie, and I hope I'm not getting him in trouble by saying this, but I doubt his parents are watching our channel, and if they are, your son is doing something far more important than his homework right now, but I guarantee you he will get through school, I guarantee you he will succeed in life, and he will get his homework done. Right now he's monitoring for Bernie Sanders, which is fantastic. Thank you, Eddie, for doing that. Just absolutely awesome that he is doing that right now. Lou's got a bunch of people at his house. Lou has people at his house that are phone banking. They're all working together to do this. This is happening all across the country, folks. This is how we save our democracy. I am looking at your comments. 57 of you joining us right now, 217 playbacks. Thank you for joining us. This is phone banking for Bernie Sanders. Excuse me. We have a link, we.bernie2016.tv. That's we.bernie2016.tv. That'll take you to a form. There's a Google form. We're not collecting this information for any other reason than to let you express your opinion. Why do you endorse Bernie? We're going to show those on screen. See if we have any right now that are new. No, we do not. So I didn't get a chance to read Eddie's, so I'm going to read what Eddie had to say here. I read everybody else's. This is that emo kid called Eddie, the 15-year-old wonder that is helping us get Bernie Sanders elected. I endorse Bernie freaking Sanders because for the time I've been alive, despite it being 15 years living, I have not seen anyone like him actually representing the people. Not BS just to get votes. Someone you know will make sure you can live an actual life to the fullest, to what our Constitution says. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That emo kid, Eddie. I could not agree with you more, Eddie. Thank you very much for stating like that. Quite eloquent for 15. I was not using words like that at 15. There's Janine. There's Lou. Celeste is here on the phone. This is awesome, folks. This is awesome. This is what it takes. This is boots on the ground work, boots on the phone work, but it's still work. It's what needs to get done. This is the hard stuff. This is what Hillary cannot command and organize. This is what MSM does not want anyone to realize is going down. When they talk about we cannot organize. Here, let's take a look at what we have as part of the arsenal to organize here. Let's start at the top. First, we have the Rally app. GoRally.co or just Rally app for Bernie or Rally app in your phone, iPhone, and Android. Get this application. This is how you organize your ground game. This is how you organize. Be connected with what's going on in your community. Plug in your zip code. Find out what's going on. Get connected. It used to have some of our videos until YouTube shut down Channel 4. We had an archive channel.
Last night the feds finally moved in on the...
There's so much information in there. This is an officially sanctioned app by the campaign. So use it. Load it up. What else do we have? What else do we have? How about Field the Burn? FieldTheBurn.com. This application is for caucusing. This is for taking care of the caucus. And install this application if you're in Iowa or Ohio. One of the states where caucusing needs to happen, and obviously Iowa is the one that matters right now. But that's that application. We also have obviously what we're doing tonight. BernieSanders.com/phonebank. And if you haven't gone to BernieSanders.com, it is a fantastic website. You can find events, you can create an event, you can log in, become a member. Everything you need to do is there. BernieSanders.com/phonebank is everything that Janine just went over. It's awesome. It's very easy to install and get done. What else do we have? We have Connect. This is the officially sanctioned social media site. This is basically the community for activists. You really want to get hardcore, you want to get some resources to make your own videos, create your own edits, whatever you want to do. This is where we're gathering social. This is all part of the ground game, folks. And these apps, this is what's really freaking cool. Most of these apps I'm showing you were started by grassroots volunteer teams. And then the campaign came by and said, love it, let's use it, let's put it to work. That's how this happened. Very different from the way an establishment campaign runs things. We have an arsenal of tools here. What else do we have? Here, this one is not the campaign. This is us. This is the MoveOn.org petition. Free.Bernie2016.tv. This is to help us get the attention of YouTube. Help get them to talk to us. We'd really like to understand what's going on, what it means when they say we violate Terms of Service 4 Section H, because they give us no explanation. We've sent them legal notices. We've sent them, I've tried to connect with them in every way possible. So help us out with that. Bernie Sanders has the most organized campaign ever in the history of humanity. It's insane. It's insane what's going on with that campaign and how well organized they are and what's going on with ground game. There was let's see if I can find it here. Aniko had a slide that I was loading in for the show tomorrow, actually. Here it is. There it is. This is Phoenix ground game map. Let's pull this up here, guys. You are gonna, it's gonna blow your mind. They don't even need to get started there yet. They are so far ahead of the game. Look at this, guys. They know exactly what they're doing. You don't think Bernie Sanders is going to take not only the presidency, but that the big thing they're saying is we're not going to be capable of getting everybody else in, of electing all the other people we need to elect. That's bullshit. Because all these tools that we're creating, there's a lot more on the way. There are a lot of other tools in the background that you're not aware of that are still being built. I'm not fully aware of all of them, what's going on, but I'm connected with people that are putting them together. When these all are unified, this is what's being created is a way for us to get them all elected. Who's the candidate? Plug them into our machine, the machine of the people, with our applications, with our infrastructure, and it's open, it's transparent for us, right? We can elect anybody we want because we built the structure to do that for Bernie, and then we'll just apply it to state, local, federal, all of them. So we will replace everybody. The infrastructure is being created right now, and we're working on the hardest one. If we can get Bernie in office, everybody else is easy. Replacing a state rep, easy. Replacing a senator, easy. We just got to use the structure we built. So yeah, it's here. It's here, guys. We've done it. We've got it. Let's see what's going on with. I don't have anybody working with me chat-wise, so I got to kick in here and see what's going on. Nobody's kicking back in. Everybody is so busy. Look at this. They're all on the phone. It's on the phone. Jane's on the phone. Celeste is on the phone. I think what we'll do right now is run something else. Do we have anybody more submissions? Oh, yes, we do.
I'll jump in. I heard you.
What's going on, man?
I heard you paddling. He's like, oh, man, all these people, they're all on the phone. I'll be honest.
That's okay. There's some submissions from the opinion, but I want to hear what's going on. How many you got, Lou?
We're still sitting at 9. But we're plugging away. And to be honest, I thought about it, and I was like, hold up. If there's, I haven't had a chance to actually look at the numbers on how many people are watching. I checked earlier when I was showing this wonderful lady, Alex, what's going on and what all of this is, what the engagement media broadcast, as you coined it, is. And she was like, well, 9, that's not a bunch if they're only giving $1. And I was like, yeah, but if it's times 70 people, right, that's 630. Right. So, right. That's it all fit. And the weird thing is, and you guys might have covered this because I really haven't been paying attention. I just saw on my Twitter feed that Bernie Sanders, it is official. He has broke $3 million individual donations. He had asked to do that before the Iowa caucuses, and he's now broken. It's at $3 million, and we're now shooting for 4 before we get through the first 4 in the nation. Let's go, folks. This is ours to lose. Let's go.
Hillary is going to run out of people to get donations from. She'll have to create more. Well, the super PACs can take an endless amount of money, but it doesn't matter if you don't have people to do the work, right? If you don't have people like this doing what we're doing, it doesn't matter. 3 million individual contributions is what Lou is talking about right there. 3 million individual contributions.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. Hey, how you doing, Janine?
Good. Just coming back for a minute.
Cool. Let me put you on screen. There you are. We're having fun. So, you get any?
I am getting a lot of wrong numbers tonight. Some people who aren't home. I feel really bad because I got one call. The person had died a couple months ago. So those are, yeah. But other than that, all the other people I'm talking to, even the wrong numbers and stuff, have been really nice. So I'm going to keep plugging and see if I can get some more people.
Wonderful.
How's Celeste making out? This is her first time, so.
Let's see. She looks like she's, I can't tell. I think she's on the phone, or maybe she's ready to come back.
Oh, she's ready.
All right.
No, I'm ready to report my futile attempts, but I have gotten
12 calls under my belt, none of which have been successful, except the fact that some of them have been completed. Not everyone has hung up on me. I'm happy to report that, my God, they were at least pleasant with me, and I had only 2 direct hang-ups. I had 3 wrong numbers, 2 no-one homes, and one lady who just doesn't vote. She hasn't voted for decades, doesn't have any interest in voting. She just goes about doing her own thing, and she's okay with whatever the hell goes on around her. I'm like, okay, thank you very much. I'd like to be able to convince you to come out and vote for Bernie Sanders. I don't think there's going to be anything I could say to do that, so have a great day.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those too, and that's fine. And the thing of it is, we're calling Iowa, and I'm sure like they're at the end of the list. Like if we were calling, some of the states that haven't been getting inundated like Iowa has, I'm sure we'd have a lot more calls going through to supporters. But it's just that these calls, they call them voter ID calls. So we're just taking the list and just going through them just so we know if it's a wrong number, if the person doesn't live there anymore, those type of things. So we're just kind of weeding down the list. And a lot of that weeding out has already taken place, so we're just kind of getting the end of the list there. But yeah, every little bit of information helps. Even if I talked to someone that was working for O'Malley's campaign, so I said, okay, thank you, and went out to the next person, indicated that on the little dialer system there, and went on to the next call. So
yeah, it's once you figure out how it works, and here again, it's like there was plenty of prep. I wasn't paying attention, or I didn't read enough, but it's like the dialer system, it surprised me, because it's like when you end a call and you give it the information, then that little clock starts ticking, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm waiting for this, and it's going to connect me, but you don't quite hear a phone ring, so you got to listen to these clicks to figure out if someone's on the phone with you, and that was kind of confusing too.
Yeah, once you hear the bing, that means that the person has already said hello, right? So the system, one way or another, however it works, has made the call, they've answered and said hello, and then it will bing, and then you'll hear the bing. So you should start talking as soon as you hear the bing.
I figured that out about 5 calls in, and I also spoke with someone who got divorced, and the husband no longer lives there, and it was his name that I was looking for, and I immediately apologized, and I said, I'm so sorry if I brought up any bad memories or anything. I'm a campaign volunteer, and the name just popped up, and she was very, very pleasant, and but I'm sure under these circumstances that happens a lot, and wow. Anyway.
Yeah, and all you have to do is just be pleasant and wish them a good evening, and just move on to the next call. That's all we can do.
Well, now that I've done this, I can happily report that I will have no problem continuing to do this, since I'm no longer a virgin in phone banking.
Yay!
My cherry's been popped.
I see. It was Brenda Brown in the chat room said, "Make your calls, everyone. See Celeste, Janine are making it look easy. We can all do it. Let's go." Yeah, everyone in the chat room. Go to BernieSanders.com/phonebank and sign up. It's not that bad. It's not painful. I don't like to speak on the phone too much, but even I can do it for Bernie. So if I can do it, you can do it. And if Celeste can do it, you can do it too.
Exactly.
And by the end of the night, we're going to have John make some of these calls, I tell you.
Do it,
yeah,
John.
You have to do it.
Do it.
And the problem is getting the whole thing loaded up on the machine. You got to pull it up on this machine. That's the problem. I got all my machines in use, but I
just don't have enough monitors.
I've only got 7 here. You're right. I don't. That's why I have too much light on me right now, and the room is pretty much dark, because I'm surrounded by 7 screens.
All right, Captain Kirk.
So, yeah. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking I will do in penance. I'll call it penance. What I will do is I will get the system to set up to do it. And I will go live if Janine is with me and Celeste, but you don't have to be. One of you has to be with me, and I will just do it. I will just sit there and say, all right, here we go. I will make the calls. We'll have me on the thing, and we'll just do that. All right.
Okay, I think we can manage that.
I promise it. Maybe I'll do it on the newsroom. Well, no, we probably can't do it that early in the morning. We'll do it. I promise you, I will do it once I figure out how to get it arranged to do it that way. All right.
Yeah, just a reminder, when you go to the BernieSanders.com/phone bank page, it actually lists out the hours for when to do phone banking. So if you're calling out Iowa, obviously it's going to be earlier in the night than, say, Nevada. So, yeah, just check out what times on the phone bank page. And also, I want to encourage people to go to BernieSanders.com/events, or I think it's map.BernieSanders.com, and check out locally to see if there's a phone bank party in your area, because it's a great way to meet new people, and they all have, the same interests in helping Bernie get elected. And for me, it's fun to do this with a bunch of people. You can do it by yourself at home too, but when you're with other people and you can kind of see how they're making out, and if they get a really great call, you can all kind of cheer, and when they get a really bad call, you can all kind of share each other's, in each other's misery that way. But it's fun when you're hanging out with a bunch of people, and here in Rhode Island, we've been doing them for a while now, and I have to say that the response has been great, getting the people to come out. So go to map.BernieSanders.com, put in your zip code, and find an event near you.
Look at that. I just zoomed in there, Janine, and
yep.
This is awesome. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I just zoomed in. It started me out at 20 miles out, and there were, I don't know how many events, lots of blue dots, right? I'm like, I'm almost like, I don't barely leave this house anymore, but I would go to these events. But I was able to go from 20 miles to 10-mile radius to 5-mile radius within my zip code. And they're color-coded. Bernie event, official event, campaign office, phone bank, canvassing, ballot access. I mean, it's all of the information you need. I guarantee you the other campaigns do not have this stuff. And I guarantee you this is another piece of our arsenal here, folks. This is how we organize as an army to take back our country with Bernie and to elect all of the other people. So yes, BernieSanders.com/events. Is it events plural, Janine?
Let me check that for you just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it should be events, but it takes you guys. It takes you to map.BernieSanders.com. Okay, it takes you there, and then it's this beautiful screen, and you can RSVP to the events. You can look at more information on the events. The closest one to me, there are. Within my zone right now, I'm looking at this here. We'll go over this. Look at me bouncing around like a crazy guy. Here, within my zone, there are four events. 4 events within 5 miles of me listed. There were at least 30 events within 20 miles of me. That's how many dots there were on that thing. It's just insane. Now, this is Portland, and Portland isn't even, Janine, I don't know the priority list of what state needs to come next in the, political cycle. That would be our Chad, right? And maybe but I don't think Portland ranks really high on the priority list for Bernie Sanders, right?
Well, I think it depends on when the primary is. Do you know when your primary in Oregon is? Or is it,
I have to
Oregon, right?
I need to go to Field to Burn.
Go to voteforbernie.org.
There we go. Okay, I'll go to voteforbernie.org, and I will tell you when our primary is. We'll do that after we take a break and listen to a tune. But this is what I'm saying here. Rhode Island's a little bit more on the priority list, I think, in terms of states and what's going on, right? Yes? No?
Our primary is not until April 26th. So we've done a while too. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, this is it, folks. This is the mass of the ground game. All of this stuff is already in place because we started. This thing we started back in June, and it wasn't just us. Everybody started in June. The other major campaigns, they didn't know. They didn't expect this. Well, mainstream media, and Janine, if you're going to talk, I'll cut you off.
No, I'm good. I'm looking up your primary information.
Oh, good. Thank you. If mainstream media, back in June, you saw the Magnum DB, they're like, well, some Bernie Sanders person thinks he's going to run. They're all laughing, making fun of him. And while they were laughing and making fun of him, this was being created. And these apps were being created. And the force, the political revolution that is in action right now, it's the difference. Everybody that works for Bernie, we all know that we are in the middle of the political revolution. It has started, folks. We shot fired across the bow. We are at war. But MSM, Hillary, they think we're just talking. They think this is just some bullshit. They don't even think it started yet. They think maybe it starts when Bernie's elected. No, folks. We have started going to war against the establishment. We started in June. That was when we started. Bernie has been doing this war against the establishment for 30 years. It wasn't until this year. It wasn't until this election where he said, hey, can I have your help? I would like your help. Let's take the establishment together. Let's get it out of here. So,
hey, John?
Yeah, what's up?
Help. If you want to finish your rant, go ahead.
No, I'm done with my rant. Tell me what's my primary. Tell me
what's your primary in Oregon.
Yes.
Oregon.
It's Oregon.
Oregon?
Nice.
Sounds like Oregon to me, but your primary is on May 17th, and you need to register by April 26th. And it's a closed primary, so if you have to be registered as a Democrat in order to vote in the primary.
That's easy. I already am because I voted for Obama.
Great.
And Oregon makes it really easy because they send us the ballot. I fill it out. I send it back. I'm done. Actually, when I voted for Obama, and this is I want to say this as case in point. When I voted for Obama in Oregon, I was concerned about the validity of my vote. So I took it to an office and I handed it to a human being. Made me feel better. Like, I just want to make sure this gets to a human and doesn't get lost or thrown away on the way because I was so irritated about what had happened in 2000 with Al Gore. Someday some people should actually go to justice for rigging an election and causing 10 years of oil wars instead of we could have had a green world right now. We could have, really, seriously, it's really sad. Where are we at, guys? Are you going to go back to doing calls? Who else is in here? Eddie, you look like
Eddie's here.
Are you talkable?
Yes, I've actually finished my homework.
Eddie's finished his homework, folks. Let's bring him.
I hate algebra too. I can tell you that right now.
Really? Why? I'd love to help you. It's one of my favorite subjects.
No, I love it. I like it too, but it's just like, by the middle of the school year, it just gets worse. It just gets out of nowhere. Because we're starting to do pre-cal. We're starting to transfer into pre-cal.
Pre-cal.
That's next year. That's next year. Yeah, we start doing it now. Just get used to it.
Good.
Yeah, it's not a
I'm glad you're staying on top of it. Well, I'm a math major. I just want to tell you, when you get algebra, so algebra is the last piece, right? Calculus is the beginning. If you're interested in math at all, calculus is where math gets fun.
Yeah.
Because from there on, you're applying all of this that you've learned. Algebra and below is all the formulas, all the basic stepping stones that you need to build these sweet-ass formulas to actually apply the math in the real world. And the calculus is where it starts. And here, I'll just show you this. And see it. That I got that tattoo when I finished my degree. I know I can't hold it up on the camera to get it right, but it's basically the first fundamental theorem of calculus. So it is actually the first thing you're going to learn in chapter 1. So I'll wait for you to discover that, because chapter 2 is the shortcut to chapter 1. if they're using any kind of a real calculus book when you get there. But anyway, I'm so glad that you're doing that. Can you talk about what you're doing, Roberta?
Yes, I can. Right now, I'm literally clicking excessively right now to launch calls. So far, there are 41 agents available, and there's 255,399 records remaining. So yeah, I've been clicking a lot today.
So what does that mean? That's the number of calls that need to be that are left to be made?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So out of 200, no. I guess like it updates constantly, but so far, yeah, there's 255,865. A lot.
Awesome. So you're doing this, so you're doing this for the campaign as a volunteer. How did you get set up to do this? I didn't even know this was a thing.
Well, you go to Bernie.to/dial. You register. You put your email in. You put your password in, and then in the service area, you can choose to either do, like it says, Iowa caller or Iowa monitor, or whatever state you're in.
Okay.
You can choose either or. Yeah, if you're going to be a monitor like me, you're literally going to be clicking. Yeah, excessive clicking. When you think you're done, you're not done. You're literally just clicking.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So that's another way to volunteer and help out, is what you're saying.
Yeah, since I don't have a phone, this is probably another easy way.
Okay, so this is something you can do if you don't have a phone. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Janine, are you on calls or are you listening with us? Oh, she's on call.
Nice. Oh, I don't know if I sent you this. I sent you, you know how the Clinton campaign, or I forgot which campaign said, most likely the Clintons, they said that they wanted Bernie's medical records out?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the attending physician, the Congress of the United States, the physician, Brian P. Munman, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Yeah, they have has released his medical records. They've released it, and yeah, it's true. His health is very good for his age, and he is fit for campaigning and for whatever he's doing.
Did we really need a doctor to say that? I mean, the dude does 4 events a day. We can't even keep up with his ass. It makes me tired.
Yeah.
I'm 46, and I go, Jesus, man, you're doing 4 speaking events a day. And for those, speaking events, anything like what we're doing right here, people don't realize that this takes a lot. This takes a lot of energy. You have to be on your game. You have to be up. So for him to be in front of an audience like that, to have to shake hands, to have to do all of the things that come with that, it is so emotionally, mentally, physically draining. Right? When I'm done with one of these, and you know it, all of you know it. You know it. Eddie, Janine knows it. Everybody knows. When we're done with one of these, we're all hyped up from the energy, right? And then 5 minutes later, we're like, right? So, is that Lou? Somebody popped in.
Yes, someone.
Oh,
Lou must have popped in, popped out. Yeah. So for Bernie to be able to do what he does, for him to be able to go, early morning meeting, early lunch meeting, late lunch meeting, early rally, late rally, do it again. His schedule this weekend, what is today, Thursday? His schedule tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday is absolutely insane. He is doing no less than 10 events. I don't know how many we're actually covering, but he is insane. And while he's doing these, and you're here doing this stuff, and Janine's doing this stuff, this is an all-out, this is our D-Day, folks. This is what it takes. But as far as health, if he can do this at 74, I am not concerned whatsoever about his health. Are you, Eddie? Does it worry you?
No, actually, not anymore. In the beginning of the campaign, I was just like, I don't know. Then I kept reading. About okay, there are actually presidents that were either older than him or just about the same age. So I'm really not concerned anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to jinx it though.
Did you see that?
No, I did not see it.
I didn't see who the comment was from. I don't know. I don't think there are any Hillary songs. I haven't heard any Hillary songs. Has anybody put one of those together? She's a champion of the establishment. She really loves Wall Street. Somebody should put that together and do a song for her with appropriate lyrics. Maybe go on, take the money, and run. We need to find a good tune that would work for her. we have enough Bernie people that media and people that can do this. That's a great question. Has anybody done that for Hillary? Do we see any kind of this reach? No, because they don't have the people. They don't have the people, do they?
I don't think so. To be honest,
how much longer do you got to do that?
What?
How much longer are you going to do that? Is there a set time, or do you just kind of do it and then stop?
I'm literally just clicking confirm. I think I sent you a screenshot earlier in Slack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's literally just pressing buttons. Yeah, you can show. I don't care.
No, I mean, does it have anything personal on it that people can see?
No, actually, they are phone numbers, so I don't recommend showing it.
Okay. Oh, I see. But what I'm looking at, folks, isn't saying it's a whole bunch of numbers and he's got to do this dialing and thing. I see that. That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
What an incredible system. Yet again, this dialer. Let me think about it. This dialer system is another piece of technology built with the campaign, for the campaign, for this. Just another tool in the arsenal, folks. What was your shirt?
Hey, John.
Hey, Lou. Thank you, Eddie, for telling us all about that. We're going to talk to Lou here for a second.
No problem. Hey, sorry, Eddie. Man, hey, for the record, for anybody who's watching, 15-year-old Eddie, if I'm right, if I cut off a year, bro, I'm sorry. I'd be 16.
No, it's fine.
No.
But dude is getting it done. See, this is exactly what we talk about, where this is a collaborative effort for all of the communities of America to rise up somebody who believes in consistency and belief. Tonight, we're closing off 10 yeses between two people in an hour and a half. Doesn't seem like a bunch, but when you start looking at 35, 40, 45, 50,000 people across this country all calling at the same time, start adding it up, man. I start adding it up. I mean, we are the ants that have decided that we're tired of being flooded out of our own tunnels. And now it's time to start freaking crushing it down. So thank you to anybody that's watching and everybody that's doing this. Thank you. And I will shut the hell up now.
No, that was awesome. Thank you. And thank you for chiming in. I take it you're going to go right back to work. That's what you're doing, man.
Oh, wait. I think I finally stopped it. Apparently, I think I finally pressed confirm enough where there's actually people doing, not available. And now we're back.
Yeah, all right, nice. That's great. Thank you. I'm really sorry about the lower third comments, folks. I just a lot of back and forth. I see you in there. I see you talking. Thank you for being here. Really, the comments make this. This is what it's about. And I see it's Cindy Matthews, Brahman SLI1. I believe that's what your tag is. Michael Stapleton, B-Ball, Brenda Brown, Jeanette Hoban Nielsen, Fluffy Bunny, John Spalding, Bad Wolf Time Lady. Thank you guys. Teeners Broom Broom. I love saying these names. This is awesome. This is freaking awesome. Yeah, thank you guys. We had BB Hammer. That's Barb. I think that's Barb Hammer who created our awesome MoveOn.org petition. Thank you, Barb. That's great. We're closing in on 2,000. Eddie, I won't leave you on screen if you don't want. Do you have anything else you want to tell everybody?
No. Actually, no. Maybe just a small thing. It's probably okay. Like every other day. But yeah, do what you gotta do. Even if it's just talking to people, do it. Even just even having a small rant or just a small conversation does a lot. Actually, recently, this actually happened in Bio today. We finished our review. Yeah, I'm probably gonna fail it. But yeah, so someone was like, yeah, I was really thinking about Obama. This was from before. He's about 16, I think. I don't know. I don't talk to person that much. But I overheard, I was just like, wait, what? It was I was thinking about Obama, then I went to Hillary, and then I was and this time I was thinking about, I was thinking about Cruz, and then after hearing that, I went to Hillary, and after it was then I started asking why, and yeah, there were some groans, because yeah, there's a lot of people who are just why can you stop ranting for 2 minutes? But then, so then after a small conversation, they joined the train. Yeah, they joined the burning train, and I gave them some flyers. Yeah, I normally print out flyers and probably erased all the ink in the house. Please save me. But yeah, I normally print a lot of flyers, and I try to not waste ink, but that never happens. So yeah, once I get into a rant or a talk, I normally just hand them out. Even that helps a lot, because if you're young, you may give it to your parents. You might or you might not. It goes both ways. But if you do, you're giving out to more people. If your parents know that you're doing this, and you probably know about it, it shows that it's pretty serious, and they may tell their parents. I mean, they may tell everyone else.
Oh, listen to this strategy. This is campaign strategy that Tad Devine ought to know about. That's fantastic. It's brilliant. It's perfect. There are marketing professionals that are paid six figures to come up with what Eddie just said here. But it's common sense. It's logic, right? Eddie is 15. Your sales appeal is you got a bonus there. If you show that you're active in politics and that you are for Bernie Sanders and you talk to your parents about it, this is what you can do if you can't vote. If you're a kid like Eddie, a young adult like Eddie, I should say that, because there are a lot of adults, old people that don't even think as well as Eddie, okay, or aren't as mature as Eddie is. But here's the thing. You talk to your parents about Bernie Sanders. You explain to them, because a lot of people's parents are indoctrinated. A lot of people's parents, they're just not going to look past what they see on mainstream media, okay? And they need to hear this from you. They will listen to you, especially if it's about politics. If you're trying to talk about the movie you want to see or whatever else, probably not. You want to talk to them about politics, your parents are going to go, what? What? Why are you? Hello? What's wrong with you? Why are you talking about politics? Right?
So where'd you get this from?
Right. like it's evil or something, right? Yeah. What did your parents say? What do your parents? Do your parents know you're doing all this stuff?
Oh yeah, I beat them with this.
What do they think?
They're just like, well, it's nice that you're doing it, and after like a couple months since I started, which was, I forgot what month. Yeah, it's been too long. Yeah, it's been a long time. Do you remember when I started this, Tom?
I don't, because I don't even remember. I can't remember one day to the next. It goes so fast. So
yeah. But whenever I started, I told my parents. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna be here for like 8 million years. I'm probably gonna be in my room talking for 8 million years. Get used to it. Yeah, be cool about it. I'm sorry if I'm not being outside and being social. But yeah.
But I'm saving my country. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but I never had a social life anyway. So what am I talking about? So then, after, it was casual conversations with my mom and maybe some other people. And she's like, who are you voting for? Originally, I was like, Hillary. But she was like, I don't care, whoever gets the nomination, she'll go for it, because she's a Democrat. She is not, but she's been a lifelong Democrat. She's already 35, about to be 36 in a couple days. So, she's a diehard Democrat, and she was cool with whoever's taking the nomination. But now, after months later, sorry for my stuttering, I can't talk apparently. Yeah, so after months later, and after me bombarding her with talk and trying to casually talk about it, she is finally she's finally with Bernie, 100%.
Nice.
She hasn't agreed with the pins yet, but it's gonna happen.
With the what?
She hasn't agreed with the pins yet, because I normally walk around with 8 million pins with myself. That says like Bernie. I'm sorry if I'm just showing my uniform shirt, but
no, please.
Yeah, this is one of 40.
Nice.
I normally give them out to seniors who actually plan on voting.
That's awesome, Eddie.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. She doesn't know if she'll wear the pins though, but as soon as she says it, maybe with a little more bombarding.
But you're voting for Bernie. You did the most important thing. That your mom's going to vote for Bernie, and that's what we need.
Yeah, my uncle.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, now it's trying to convince my grandmother. That's a pretty. Yeah.
Now, is she a Dem, or is that even hard?
No, she's a Dem. We're all Democratic. We're all Democrats.
Okay.
So, but she's like, I don't know, she's more for Hillary. But then after, there has been like maybe some arguments of trying to talk. Like sometimes like certain discussions become arguments based on views and stuff. Or it's just like, and then she's like, I don't know, just she said this one time, it's like, I don't know, maybe just because I'm older, she doesn't know if single payer stuff, if this will work actually for how large this country is. She doesn't know if this is all going to work. We showed her all this stuff and how it can happen, but she's right now, instead of Hillary now, she's just waiting for whoever the nominee is. So let's start. How's it been with you? I'm just curious. Has it been with anyone else?
Me?
That you know? Yeah.
Well, I'm just sitting there going, that's awesome. I mean, the fact that you're working your parents is great. I don't, my dad is already on the Bernie train. I don't have to worry about him. Although he doesn't think he's going to win because my dad pays attention to mainstream media. That's the problem. My dad, as far as my dad's concerned, Bernie has gained a little ground, and he's seeing more of him on mainstream media. My dad doesn't even know the extent to which we do this, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't watch YouTube. I bought him a smart TV that had, so that they could connect to the internet and get this, and things.
Yeah.
So, my dad's part of the age group where he knows I'm doing something for Bernie, but he thinks I'm volunteering, and that that's what I'm doing. But he doesn't know the extent because there's a divide in technology, right?
Yeah.
At a certain point in age, they just don't grasp what's going on the internet, how active it is. That this is where the people talk, right?
Yeah.
My dad and other people in older generations are so used to this closed. The internet doesn't exist. The internet isn't where people have discussion. That's you get your information from a one-way broadcast on the news, and then you discuss things with your friends offline. And maybe you have an email. They've adopted to email, but email is slow, right? That email path is slow. They don't understand the instant world of social media, right?
Yeah.
They don't understand it. They don't understand interconnected. So that's how it's going for me. Is that I haven't really done any testimony for Bernie other than what I do here. This is my testimony. That's what I'm doing. Thank you for the monitoring, Eddie.
Thank you. It's fine. Thanks again for having me here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're badass. You gonna get back to it? You getting tired? We're gonna run.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like if you still want me to, I'm just the clicking is.
We're good. No, see, everybody else. Look, Janine is on the phone. Celeste, I don't know if she's on the phone, monitoring comments. She's having a good time there. And Lou is off. But remember, Lou has got people in his house actually doing this, folks. Right now, we are going to cut to. We're going to read. That's what we're going to do. That's what I was going to do. Before we run the latest Magnum DB, we are going to look at some new why we endorse Bernie. So here's one right here. This is Duke Erg. And this is great because Duke is from, I'm going to get your country wrong. I don't remember. Denmark. I want to say Denmark. I'm pretty sure. I apologize if I got it wrong. I talked to so many people. He's awesome. He's been trained on comment mod. But here's his comment. And remember, Duke can't vote. This is from another country, folks. This is why he's for Bernie. Because he's important not just to the USA, but for the whole world, as it seems to slip down into a right-wing panic mode that seems to be going since 9/11. I couldn't agree more. Bernie is the man to bring back common sense on the world stage and be a ray of hope for not just Americans, but even Europeans like myself. That is outstanding. I'm going to grab that screenshot right here and drop that in. We will have that pushed out on the web because that's what this is for, folks. We want to document what you have to say about why you endorse Bernie Sanders. Mainstream media isn't really interested in what you have to say. We are. This is what we do. So, thank you. Thank you, Duke. Thank you for being here because you help us out in the back end. You help us out on comments. There's so many people from around the world that are helping out this channel. They're helping out Bernie Sanders in their own ways on the internet. Can't appreciate you more. Thank you so much. Bad Wolf Time Lady. I endorse Bernie fucking Sanders because all I've ever wanted out of life is to go to college and get a career instead of working McJobs until the day I die of exhaustion. Viva la revolution. No sleep till Iowa. Bernie Insomnia. Bernie Somnia. I love that. That is fantastic. Screenshot that. Thank you for that submission, Bad Wolf Time Lady. Appreciate you letting mainstream media and everybody know how you feel about Bernie, why you endorse Bernie. I have one more here. Oh, yikes, too much. It didn't, wow. It ran over a little bit. I will come back after I fix that. We're going to go to this next one here. Jenny Tallwarts. Because he is the only logical, rational choice, and everybody else is a dumpster.
That's awesome.
Nice. That is well put. Short, to the point.
Yeah.
Short and to the point. Here we go. Patty Johnson. I have admired Bernie for almost 30 years. I remember him talking about a living wage on the Washington Journal in the early 90s. Here we are in 2016 still fighting for that living wage. Now we have the opportunity to change course and elect a leader who will fight side by side with us to ensure that every citizen has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you, Patty Johnson. I could not agree more. Cindy Matthews, that was yours that ran over. I'm going to have to figure out what to do with it and get it to there, and then we will show it on screen. But you work with us in comment mods, so you know you can say what you want just about any damn time.
Yes.
Janine, you're back with us.
I am.
What's going down?
I've gotten a couple of really great calls, couple of Bernie supporters, which is great. And I just talked to a young gentleman who wasn't sure what he was going to do just yet. He's still, looking at the candidates and so forth. And it's just great to talk to him and just say, well, if there's anything I can answer, feel free to ask away. But, pointing him to some of the resources, BernieSanders.com, obviously, great website. FeelTheBurn.org as another one. And, hopefully, just letting him know the information's out there, that he can go and check it out for himself and make a decision so he knows more for when he goes to caucus.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So that's another piece, is just being able to provide information to people if they're already for Bernie. Look, here's how you can get connected better. Here's how you can all of these things exist. This is great. And you said something that's really important. I want to clarify. There are two different locations that sound similar, but they are different, okay? This is feeltheburn.org is a website with information. Fieldtheburn.com is what I'm showing on the lower third here, folks, and that is an application. There are two different things. One is a canvassing app, and one is a website with all sorts of information on it. So that's just a slight difference. What else, Janine? Do you have something else you want to share with us?
No, I was wondering how everyone else was making out with their calls, too. I didn't know what number we were up to.
I think 9. I don't know if anybody, I haven't heard anybody else give me a number. Do you have any so far?
Me?
Yeah. How many?
I have 2 so far.
Okay, so that brings us up to 11, folks. We're at 11. I'm just going to be the counter since I didn't build a form. So we have 11. All right. And then Eddie is monitoring, and he was describing that process and showing me how that goes.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, we didn't show that screen because there's a bunch of phone numbers on it, but he was telling me about how that works. So that was pretty cool. And the fact that he is doing something, and I don't know if you caught this, Ginny, but he's doing something that's really super important that he can do and other teenagers can do that cannot vote right now. And that is convince your parents, right?
Yeah, I mean, how many young people out there have parents that, may not even know about Bernie, or are, maybe they're registered Republicans, but are having a hard time and don't really know what Bernie's all about. So,
yeah,
that's great. I think it's awesome. Congratulations, Eddie, for...
Thank you.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It took was persuasion, excessive persuasion actually, and many trips to Dunkin' Donuts for coffee.
Well, I have to say, my dad shared a meme on my Facebook timeline in support of Bernie. So
wow.
I was like, yeah, all right, maybe he's starting to feel the burn.
Actually, I don't think I ever said how I came into this. I was actually reading random memes one day. This was a couple months ago, around June or July. And what happened was, all I see was just, I don't know if you remember Shark Boy and Lava Girl, something like that. I think it was. I forget what the actual movie was called. I think it was Shark Boy and Lava Girl. And basically, Bernie was Lava Girl, showing, throwing lava to Mr. Electric, aka Donald Trump. Yeah, and the meme was, feel the burn. That's how it all started. I posted it not knowing what was going on. And that's how it all started.
One of these days we should talk about how we all learned about Bernie.
Yeah.
And got involved. That'd be interesting to hear the different stories.
Instagram's pretty cool.
That's cool, though.
That is really cool that you saw a meme. So, again, you didn't hear about him from mainstream media, did you?
No. Maybe once. Maybe once was He was like, he's a socialist. God damn it! It was like, oh, okay.
And when do you think this was? I mean, I know, I knew about him in June, the end of May, beginning of June. Janine's probably known about him a lot longer because she's up there in that neck of the woods. Eddie, when do you think this was for you? Was it 2-3 months? I forgot.
No, definitely not 2-3 months. This was probably around like the middle of summer.
Oh, okay, middle of summer. Yeah, it's been a while. I can't remember how long you've been here, man. Honestly, I can't. I have no.
I think it was October. I think it was whenever the first debate was, or second. I don't know.
It was somewhere in the beginning of October. Maybe the second one. Yeah, maybe the second one. We lost panel.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome. That's awesome. So, yeah, we really need to talk about that. Janine's had the advantage because she's known about Bernie, but I have to say this. If I had known that Bernie Sanders existed 10 years ago, I would have gone apeshit crazy. Like, we have an honest one. One. We only have one. I don't know how you guys put up with that. Up there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in this area, in New England, have known about Bernie for a long time because A, he really says what he means and means what he says. B, because he's one of the only independent senators in the Senate, and I think there's 2 now, but and he might be the junior one because he was actually in the House first, but because of his personality too. I mean, everyone watching knows Bernie's, he's this light that shines bright, and once you start watching him, you can't kind of take your eyes off, and even on things like Facebook and stuff, a lot of people around here would share the memes, like I'm talking years ago, because they always made sense, and it was always like, yeah, I like this meme, I'm going to share this, and so when he came out and said he was running, I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that had to be like a lot of people, unbelievable, inconceivable, right?
Little Princess Bride there.
Oh gosh, that will be the meme when he wins, right? And that's already gone around. I don't think you know what that means because they keep saying it's impossible. Which is a great segue to Magnum DB's Feel the Burn 9. I am so embarrassed. I'm so freaking embarrassed. I'm like, hey, look, guys, here's 7.1. We're so up to date. I didn't know he had this one out. This came out on January 11th, and apparently we're on 9. We're on 9 because Bernie Sanders moves fast, folks, and the burn is moving fast. We are all feeling it, and this is a revolution. This is not a normal election. This is what it takes to take back your democracy from the establishment. Here is the update. Let's find out just how impossible it still is for Bernie Sanders to become president of the United States.
He's a self-described democratic socialist from Vermont. Got his political start as the mayor of Burlington. Long shot then, a bigger long shot now. He's an unlikely presidential candidate taking on the biggest frontrunner the Democratic Party has ever seen. One poll shows him down 60 points. I don't know that Bernie Sanders can beat Hillary Clinton.
You almost have to feel sorry for Bernie.
He may not have any chance, but it's all going to disappear by the time we get to Iowa. This Bernie Mania thing could burn out.
She is ahead, George, in it by a long shot. They don't see Bernie Sanders as a real threat.
Bernie, stop, spitting.
He's not going to be the nominee.
Major structural problems with Bernie Sanders.
Clinton crushes him in national polls by more than 40 points.
Hillary probably will never be the nominee. Even Democrats admit he may not be their best shot at the White House. He's not going to be the nominee.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders may be gaining a little bit of momentum as he seeks to challenge Hillary Clinton. His views may be gaining traction.
Look at Bernie Sanders' rise, tripling his support. The hottest thing in American politics right now is a socialist. That is a rocket ship. I don't think we've seen more enthusiasm for any candidate tendered from 35.
Senator Bernie Sanders drew a monster crowd.
3,000 in Minneapolis, 5,000 in Burlington.
We know what Bernie Sanders wants, and a lot of Democratic Party, let's be honest, they want it too. This morning, Clinton
is feeling the burn.
Throwing the scare into Hillary Clinton's camp.
Bernie Minton drawing larger crowds than every candidate running.
Possibly as many as 10,000 people. It is real.
We're worried about him, sure. It was another full house for Senator Bernie Sanders.
He could win Iowa. He could win New Hampshire.
He's chipping away at
A statistical tie.
at 28,000 people in Portland. Sanders is a summer sensation. Roughly 70,000 people lined up. Here in Iowa, Bernie Sanders was greeted like a rock star.
The crowd is really swelled. These people are very excited. It's kind of like Woodstock.
Clinton dropping below 50%. Clinton's lead now down to single digits.
Hillary Clinton has lost a third of her supporters.
Sanders has nearly doubled its support.
He has an electable agenda.
Bernie Sanders beating Clinton in New Hampshire.
Sanders gaining 15 points. Once thought to be the longest of long shots with a commanding lead.
Bernie Sanders could get elected president.
Hillary Clinton is feeling the burn. Checkmated by Democratic Social Senator Bernie Sanders on fundraising.
It was a record-breaking weekend for Bernie Sanders.
Who's going to win the Iowa caucus? Bernie. Who do you think the Democratic nominee will be? Sanders.
But Bernie Sanders is running against his literally the power structure.
Bernie Sanders getting his first endorsement from a member of Congress, Raul Grijalva.
He just raised $26 million.
He has gotten a million individual donations, and he reached back much earlier than Barack Obama did. Congressman Keith Ellison says he will support Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
No one could predict the huge crowds and the surge of popularity for Bernie Sanders, a man who's been around the block fighting for poor and working class Americans. Who won the debate? Bernie Sanders. Foreign policy, 59%.
Bernie Sanders won this debate.
Economic issues, Sanders had a whopping 72%. Bernie Sanders won the debate tonight with 75%. Huge margin.
He's got the support, the kind of enthusiasm that often counts on caucus night. Sanders is poised to reach another major benchmark. It has now collected more than 2 million contributions, and Sanders has picked up his biggest labor endorsement to date from the 700,000-member Communications Workers of America and the million-member progressive group Democracy for America announced that it too is throwing its support behind the Democratic challenger.
62% of Democrats now say they can see themselves supporting him.
A mock election that hasn't been long in 40 years declares, yes, Bernie Sanders will be our next president.
He got more contributions, individual donors, than anybody in American history. Bernie Sanders is nipping at Hillary Clinton's heels. Sanders has the heart of refugees. Sanders does better against the Republicans than Clinton.
Clinton leads Donald Trump by 8 points, but Sanders leads him by 13. In New Hampshire, Clinton is ahead of Trump by 1 point, but Sanders tops him by 19.
Breaking news right now, we've got a race vote. Ted Cruz beats Clinton in both states, while Sanders still beats the Texas senator. Bernie Sanders with his biggest lead yet. Hillary Clinton dancing on Ellen, seemingly without a care in the world.
Bernie Sanders is igniting a flame of voter support. There's no doubt that Bernie Sanders has built something real. These past are just down in Iowa. Daniel, I can't get over your map. Bernie Sanders was purple and the whole country was purple. Make no mistake. He has the momentum right now compared to where he was just a few months ago. I mean, clearly people are feeling the burn.
Sanders traveled to Birmingham, Alabama, where he addressed an overflow crowd of about 5,000.
That's where he's weak.
This is incredible.
I would hate to see where Bernie Sanders is strong, but in the Clinton campaign. The momentum continues for Senator Bernie Sanders. Check out this poll, CNN MUR poll. Bernie Sanders up 27 points.
With 13 days to go, it's Hillary Clinton's nightmare scenario. There is no way to describe these new New Hampshire numbers other than stunning.
People would think that Bernie Sanders is like the easier target right now.
Oh, no.
Do not sense what 2016 is all about.
This is called inevitability coming to bite you in the butt.
When we come together as a nation, when we say enough is enough, when we say together there is nothing, there is nothing, there is nothing, nothing. That one got me. They often do.
when I hear these things, they just they inspire me so much. They make me. It's happening, folks. This is happening. We are going to do this. Do not let anybody tell you otherwise. Do not be deterred by the lies of mainstream media. Do not be deterred by the bullshit you read in articles by magazines that are owned by mainstream media, by the corporate elite class. They will do everything they can to stop us, and they can't stop us. And even better, they're now scared. They are scared, and they don't know what to do. And so they are desperately trying to do anything they can to stop this. We have a political revolution on our hands. It is in motion. It has been in motion for months. The ground forces have risen. The structure is in place. Iowa will be Bernie's. And this country will be ours again in 2016. This is freaking awesome. We've got just a few minutes before we're going to wrap up here. Thank you all for joining us. There's a couple more opinions that came through, endorsements for Bernie that I want to talk about. Janine's back on the phone. Dang, she's not waiting. Are you with me or are you back on the phone? It's hard to tell.
I'm back. I got a couple more, so.
Awesome.
I'm up to 4.
4. Okay, so.
I have one maybe, so that won't count, but.
So in 13. So we've got 13 so far. Lou hasn't checked in. Celeste hasn't checked in. Hi, Celeste. What you doing there? See you over there.
I announced.
What's up, Lou?
I announced because everybody just left and we called it a night here. Much like the Iowa campaign office itself closes all doors 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. We're calling it. I've announced to YouTube because I've finally been able to jump in there and say hi. Bless you, Janine.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, let's get her done. We're on live streaming television, live streaming, coming straight at you, Bernie 2016 TV, and we're doing a little phone banking for Bernie. We got 10. That puts us up to 14 total, if I heard correctly. And just one other little thought. Am I correct in saying Larry David's got Saturday Night Live tomorrow night?
February 6th, I believe.
Oh, okay, so we got a week. Well, hey, Larry, thanks for the idea. Couch cushions for Bernie. Couch cushions for Bernie.
Oh, nice. Seriously?
Hey, that is pocket change for Bernie right there. That's 40-some odd bucks my kids counted the other day. So, Larry David, thanks for that one too, bud.
Nice.
Hey, that is exactly what this is about, folks. I'm sorry to cut you off, John. No. That's exactly what this is about, folks. Straight up, people, too many of us have been with so little for so freaking long. In fact, I'm not going to chop up Teresa. I'm going to quote it for you. We the willing, led by the unknowing, to do the impossible for the ungrateful. For we have done so much with so little for so long that we are now qualified to do anything with nothing. Understand that. We now have been down for so long that we are qualified as an American people to be ready to do anything with nothing, and that is exactly what this grassroots, not AstroTurf movement is about. Thank every person that's out here. Thank every person that pledged. Thank every person that phone banked. And thank you to everybody that's busting their ass over in Iowa. Now I'll shut up.
That was awesome.
Woo. That's testimony. Probably wouldn't fit in 500 characters, but I'd rather have it live anyway. That was beautiful. That's why that was beautiful. Thank you, Lou. Really appreciate that. Appreciate that. So, we're up to 14.
How about Celeste?
Yeah.
We got Celeste with us?
I see her in there. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's
can't hear you.
Yeah, you can't hear you. So, that's all right. Yeah, and were you trying to talk to us? Or are you trying to be silent? Because we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. She's got her headphones on. She's not on the phone. We can't hear Celeste. I don't know what's happening.
Check your thing. Make sure you're not muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Did you little switch on your headphone?
Apparently I bumped it or knocked it when I, had taken him off to make these phone calls. I made a total of 17 calls. I accomplished nothing but making 17 calls and we're good. I know how to do this now. I can do it by myself. I will do it by myself. And so I jumped back onto comment moderation, and I, went back to what I'm seriously much more comfortable doing.
17 calls is 16 more than I've made, so proud of you. And were all of those calls either no's or undecided? There were no yeses for Bernie and no?
Yeah, most of it was either wrong numbers or, no answers, and I got a couple of voicemails, and then the lady that didn't vote, but it was pretty much, no answers or...
Oh, so you guys got a string of bad ones. You just fishing in an empty pond there, and that's no fun. That's all
right.
So.
Well, I got a few other states to choose from.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So this is what it takes, folks. Go ahead, Janine. What?
I was going to say, 14. Maybe we could round it up to 15. I know I'll be donating $15 tonight. So.
All right. That's $15 for the dollar, folks, and that'd be $150 for your $10 fat cats. Appreciate that. You guys rolling in the dough to be able to do $10 a call. I don't know why I have you stuck up there on screen, Janine. It's just because you look so lovely tonight. I figured
I have
just...
my
What?
Bernie in the background. That's what it is.
That is. Yeah, that looks awesome. No, I can't find the right.
No, he misses you. He's missed you. We've all missed you. We've all missed you. We've been flailing around trying to, act like we know what the hell we're doing, and
hey, but she's putting in her work for the birds, so hey.
Gotta get him on the ballot.
Get him on. I love it. Love it, Janine. Thank you for that too. Rhode Island.
In the house.
That's right. So what we're going to do here, we've got, well, actually that other thing probably started, or no, there is not no other thing. I keep thinking there's this other thing tonight. I don't know why the hell I think it's tonight. It's just, I keep seeing this thing. We will be with you guys tomorrow. So we're leaving. We're done. We did some phone banking. I know we're going to do this again. This was fun. So whatever we have to hit, like the next state, or maybe we'll do this again before it's time to be done with Iowa. But this was cool. I like doing the telethon. It makes me feel like I'd be kind of a cheesy show host and have a little fun with it, and we'll get better at that. But we're gonna leave with a tune. Tomorrow we have all sorts of fun stuff to talk about, all sorts of interesting things that happened in the news. These guys have been dropping great articles. We'll get ready for the real newsroom tomorrow at 9 Pacific, noon Eastern for the rest of the world, and we're going to be talking about the news that actually matters to the 99%. Discussion with you. We have a McAvoy monologue form now, so you can rant. Tell us what you think right then and there about anything you want. Join us tomorrow for that. And let's see, I got a card for this. Steph, a designer, and I want to say one other thing.
Will not be flyover.
Before I talk about Steph's thing.
It will be fly to
Dan
country.
A lot of work that I've never even had a chance to display on screen. And I'm going to try to go back and grab it and display it. He makes tons of memes, folks. And they go out on the web, and he makes beautiful artwork for us. And he doesn't ask for
Donald Trump portion out of the way.
And these things are all out there made by this guy, and they're incredible stuff. I just want to take a moment to recognize Dan. Dan, and let me just tell you something that was going on in the background.
Showing the men and women of Iowa the respect to show up and make the case to the people of this state, the people of the country, why each of us believe we would make the best man.
Graphics on a phone. I sent him a phone
between you and Mr. Trump has turned into one of the biggest stories in the country.
I sent it out with a tracking number. So far, they don't have any idea where it is because they couldn't deliver it. There was a problem with the delivery. And
we're glad that he was running as a Republican.
I really hope that would be today. Dan was excited about doing the work for us, and
to portray him as the voice of the Washington cartel, and
I'm sorry that
he would do the Democrats' bidding. Which is it?
Well, let me be clear.
I appreciate everything that you've done
for anybody else.
I
don't
see the
intend
work,
to
and I pulled
reciprocate. I have
them
not
and showed them
insulted
in the
Donald
morning
personally, and I don't intend to. I am
spot dedicated.
I'm glad
the Dan stuff. Whatever you're doing, sir, because I know you had to step away and take care of some other stuff. Maybe you're going to help us in other ways. Maybe not.
I hope to earn your support. I know everyone else on this stage hopes to earn your support.
Hundreds
Now,
of
there is a difference between personal
people that
insults and
donate
attacks,
time,
between going into the mud
whatever
with
they
ad
can.
hominems
These are
and
this is
focusing
what
on
it's
issues
about.
and substance.
And
I
they
think
come
issues
into our
and
group,
substance,
they're in other
policy and
groups.
vision
This
and
is what it's
record
about.
should be the meat of
Everything
politics.
they
That's
can.
fair
It
game,
is
but that's where I'm going to focus. That is how I focused from the beginning of the campaign, and it's how I intend to continue going forward.
This is for Dan. Thank you very much. Let me
pull up one right now. I can't.
Sort of larger issue. The campaign has turned into a battle for the soul.
This one I showed earlier.
Establishment versus grassroots.
Dan dropped this in earlier. I don't know
You say that you can
where this came
unite
from, but I just want to remind everybody real quick.
inside the GOP.
This is a repeat of history, what this campaign is about. It's not about Donald Trump. He's an entertaining guy. He's the greatest show on earth. This campaign is about the greatest country in the world and a president who has systematically destroyed every thing that made America special. You see, actually elect presidents in America that want to change the things that are wrong in America. Barack Obama wants to change America.
For real.
Barack Obama wants America to be more like the world. They don't want to be like the rest of the world.
It's 8 years already. If he was going to change it, he's done it.
Arizona Frank. This is
Hillary Clinton this week said Trump would make a great Supreme Court justice.
Where is that? I'm
The
sorry.
guy who systematically and habitually violates the Constitution of the Supreme Court.
I will use that this morning. And we will defeat Hillary Clinton, and we will turn this country around once and for all after 7 years of the disaster that is Barack Obama.
I think one of our like stream live from wherever the heck this is tomorrow 7 Eastern Arizona next Live with the other thing for Bernie Sanders. Janine, Lou, anybody in to hang up here,
and thereby possibly handing this nomination over to an anti-establishment candidate.
I'm good. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you very much. Hope to see you tomorrow for the news and tomorrow evening's broadcast from Arizona.
Thank you very much.
Let's process out. I kind of miss Donald Trump. He was a little teddy bear to me. We always had such a loving relationship during these debates.
He's slapping him around. He's slapping him around. He's not going to get poked in the eyes.
Everybody else was in the witness protection program when I went after him on behalf of what the Republican cause should be. Conservative principles, believing in limited government, believing in accountability, leading by fixing the things that are broken.
Just thanks to everyone for joining us. And, you know, it's going to take
was President of the United States
every one of us out there to make this thing happen. And I just want to, one last plea to all those folks out there in Iowa.
I'll take that too.
Bernie cannot do this without you. So please, get out there. Make sure you get to the location on time. And talk to Bernie. And bring your friends, as many as you can. We're going to make this happen for him. So,
people whiter than me, richer than me.
I released 34 years of tax returns and 300,000 emails.
I had plenty of time to set up the information from Hillary. I had lots of time to set up the last two, and I didn't find what I was looking for.
Come on.
I was going to run during bongos.
Touting your record as a Republican from a blue
then I realized that I
state,
gave
Republicans
and reach across the
aisle.
had dropped me another killer mic.
Feel that reaching across the aisle and getting things done isn't great if you get the wrong things done. And they prefer to stand on principle rather than compromise. Why are they wrong? And you're right.
Well, they're not wrong. And I will do one of the wrong tomorrow. Mike premise in the question. Killer Mike.
Both.
It's not.
There's no reason why you can't stand for principles. Go and fight
serious shit.
And so also to have to get things done in government.
But it's okay.
When people are frustrated about Washington D.C., and I know the folks out there
to remind us that we're human beings,
frustrated with what they see as a government that doesn't work for them. You know,
for a
45-year-old construction worker out there who's having a hard time making ends meet, who's lost $4,000
about this planet and about our children and about everybody.
And this administration,
in the end, it's supposed to be about the pursuit of happiness.
Who's compromised,
who are you aiming at? That 5%?
And that's the difference between being a governor.
There's nothing more happy
than I love when number 6 years and being somebody who has never had to be responsible for any of those decisions. Barack Obama was never responsible for those decisions. Hillary Hillary Clinton has never been responsible for those kind of decisions where they were held accountable. I've been held accountable for 6 years as the governor of New Jersey. I've been accountable in the legislature. I've got things done. That is exactly what I'll do as president of the United States.
Donald Trump will make you a party's nominee.
Because Bernie just becomes this to the Bernie Bongo, smash greedy men like Mark Buffalo as the hope to the Bernie Bongo, receive what the package and the veto. People wanna brag on but he just says no. Bernie don't want your mother fracking no. Stop burning fossils, go kill them all and do the Bernie Bongo like a freaking veto. Hair is white, shirt is blue. Learn to get the Patriot Act because they read it. If you don't like it, slide on by the NSA. Go to the Bernie Bongo like Ben and Jerry. Make fun of us, break them up, have a look corruption. America, it's time to stand up, just like Bernie Sanders had fun. To the Bernie Bongo, he's a humble hero, like the Hobbit Frodo. Want me to ride for Bernie knows Bernie's track record better than Usain Bolt. Doesn't care about his girls or about his old age. All say about first, they deserve a fair wage. How can Hillary ever regulate the bank when she's always taking money from the banks backstage? To the Bernie Bongo, like Killer Mike and like Bill Fairfield. Like a man in him that won't take it anymore. To the Bernie Bongo, like Leo DiCaprio. Stop Rowdy J.O. The GDP is a bad deal. So turn the rebels like Han Solo. He's a libertarian.
When it comes to the audit the Fed bill, and Brent knows well, I was an original sponsor of the bill. I'm strongly supportive of it. It didn't have the votes to pass, and I had commitments to be at town hall in New Hampshire. But I look forward to signing that bill into law and providing
we need paid family leave and child poverty. Gonna donate the dollar back to Ronda Rousey.
Brent and I have some significant issues on policy, but I respect Brent. He believes everything he stands for. What I stand for.
Very, very much.
And a common defeat with a middle class, not just a handful of millionaires. And I will fight and lead to make that happen.
They're going to He's going to destroy these terrorists. And if we capture any of these ISIS killers alive, they are going to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And we're going to find out everything they know. Because when I'm president, I'm like Barack Obama. We will keep this country safe.
Yes, thank you all very much.
I'm not Bernie Sanders, and I approve this message.
We'll come back to
Just very quickly, I'd like to respond. The bulk collection of your phone data, the invasion of your privacy, did not stop one terrorist attack. I don't think you have to give up your liberty for a false sense of security. When we look at this bulk collection, the court has looked at this. Even the court declared it to be illegal. If we want to collect the records of terrorists, let's do it the old-fashioned way. Let's use the Fourth Amendment. Let's put a name on a warrant. Let's ask a judge for it. Let's respect the history of our country. John Adams said that we fought the war for independence because we wanted to fight against generalized warrants. Let's don't forget that.
Governor Kasich.
I want to get back to this question of where conservatives are this year. You call yourself a, quote, inside-outside guy, a reformer who knows how to get things done, but you reject the establishment label. Like, first question is, why do you reject it? And secondly, what do you say to Republican voters this year who view practical government experience as a liability and not an asset?
Well, first of all, I had a national reporter say, there's three lanes. There's the establishment lane, the anti-establishment lane, and then there's the Kasich lane. And the reason is that I've been a reformer all of my career, fighting to reform welfare, fighting to reform the Pentagon, also being in a position to balance the budget, because that is very, very hard to do. And then in Ohio, of course, I had to bring about big reform again, because we were so far in the hole, and now we just found out that we are up over 400,000 jobs since I took over as governor. You know, the situation is this. We cannot fix things in this country, the Social Security, the border, balancing the budget, getting wages to grow faster, unless we lead as conservatives, but we also invite people in from the other party. We have to come together as a country, and we have to stop.
That is unbelievable. I was just listening to Dana Perino, and he's been doing this at campaign stuff.
Here in Iowa,
really? Yeah, he is the Republican who won't blame Obama. He's like, no, he's done some good things. Like
they see unity, they see.
She said, and she was like, there are some Republicans in there who are waiting to hear that.
It isn't because I'm all that great.
I think we have a different definition of how many are in that sum.
Team of people.
Yeah.
Well, here's the. But he is rising in New Hampshire bigger than themselves. I'll keep hitting
he's not even direction. And of course, for there's no debate.
Carson, I'm going to pick up on
Iowa and New Hampshire.
Governor Kasich likes to say he knows how to land the plane. You've landed a lot of planes in the OR. But what about the idea of running for president?
I'd rather drop after one debate of being the reasonable one than last time.
Well, I will gladly confess that I'm the only one on the stage with no political title. You're not going to hear a lot of polished political speech from me. But you will hear the truth. And I don't think you have to be a politician to tell the truth. In fact, sometimes it's not that way around.
I want to stab you for saying that.
I've had more 2 a.m. phone calls than everybody here put together, making life and death decisions, put together very complex teams to accomplish things that have never been done before. And we are in a situation right now in our country that we have never been in before. We need people who think out of the box and can solve problems, can utilize the resources around them. Very smart people to focus on the problem and solve the problem. The American people are terrified.
I'm not sure I've seen a candidate more
situation going on right now. We don't need more of the same solutions. We need different solutions.
Especially and is polling as well as he is. What if ISIS and Al-Qaeda becomes
we're not going to drill down into specific issues.
There's only one guy.
That calls going to come at 2 in the morning. Oh my God, Dr.
According to Google,
we've got ISIS and Al-Qaeda could join.
Foreign policy topic.
You're really going to have to make a decision on this.
Senator Cruz,
you talk
about fighting terrorism. You talk about carpet bombing into oblivion. You talk about seeing if the sand will glow at night. But critics say that your record does not match up to that. You oppose giving President Obama authority to enforce his red line in Syria. 3 years in a row now, you have voted against the Defense Authorization Act. How do you square your rhetoric with your record, sir?
Well, Chris, I will apologize to nobody for the vigorousness with which I will fight terrorism, go after ISIS, hunt them down wherever they are, and utterly and completely destroy ISIS.
I love that they
You claim it is tough talk to discuss carpet bombing. It is not tough talk. It is a different fundamental military strategy than what we've seen from Barack Obama. Barack Obama right now, number one, over 7 years, has dramatically degraded our military. Just 2 weeks ago was the 25th anniversary of the first Persian Gulf War. When that war began, we had 8,000 planes. Today we have about 4,000. When that war began, we had 529 ships. Today we have 272. You want to know what carpet bombing is? It's what we did in the first Persian Gulf War. 1,100 air attacks a day. Saturated bombing and utterly destroying the enemy. Right now, Barack Obama is launching between 15 and 30 air attacks a day. He's not arming the Kurds. We need to define the enemy. We need to rebuild the military to defeat the enemy, and we need to be focused and lift the rules of engagement. So we're not sending our fighting men and women into combat with their arms tied behind their backs.
Senator Rubio, his record matches rhetoric.
Well, again, I mean, obviously, as already been pointed out, the only budget that Ted has ever voted for is a budget that Rand Paul sponsored that brags about cutting defense spending. And I think that's a bad idea for the following reason. ISIS is the most dangerous jihadist group in the history of mankind. ISIS is now found in affiliates in over a dozen countries. ISIS is the group that burns people alive in cages, that sells off little girls as brides. ISIS is the group that wants to trigger an apocalyptic showdown in the city of Dabiq. Not the city of Dubuque. I said that once around time. They want to trigger an apocalyptic Armageddon showdown.
He's really scared.
Confronted and defeated. They are not going to go away on their own. They're not going to turn into stockbrokers overnight or open up a chain of car washes.
You guys aren't scared enough. Come on. I don't smell any shit in the pants on the
we are on
stage
pace
yet.
to have the smallest army since the end of World War II. The smallest navy in 100
smell
years.
like the
smallest
locker room at a Bears
in our
game.
history. You cannot destroy ISIS with a military that's being diminished.
God.
We are rebuilding the U.S. military. The world is a safer and a better place when America is the strongest military in the world.
Senator Cruz, you got 30 seconds.
Chris, in 1981, when Ronald Reagan came to the Oval Office, he encountered a military that had been debilitated just as the current military has. Just like Jimmy Carter weakened our readiness, undermined our ability to defend this country, so too has Barack Obama. Just as morale in the military has plummeted in the last 7 years, so it had then. What Reagan did is he began with tax reform and regulatory reform, unleashing the engine of the American free enterprise system. It brought booming economic growth, and that growth fueled rebuilding the military. I intend to do the exact same thing to defeat radical Islamic terrorism and to devote the resources from the booming economy to rebuilding our Navy, rebuilding our Air Force, rebuilding our Army, and ensuring we have the capacity to keep this country safe.
May I just say that we are going to continue the questions about foreign terror, gentlemen, right after this break.
Wow.
You can join today's conversation.
How did they get Tina Leone to come do this?
Yeah, she does look weird, and she's overly maked up tonight.
I think
that's not a word.
Brett Baer looks like he's got his way to a Clutch Cargo audition.
Yeah, so leave it to Bear. Okay, all right. So, a fascinating phenomenon here as we enter the first break of this Republican debate in Iowa, a couple of days before the Iowa caucus. So Donald Trump obviously didn't show up, and one part of the dynamic here is what John pointed out during our live coverage, which is now they're referring to Cruz as if he is the leader in the race, because he is the leader among the Republicans that are on that stage. So now everything is a relationship to, well, Ted Cruz said this, how do you respond? Senator Cruz, he's got the most airtime. He's in the middle. So it elevates his status. So there's a great observation by John, and it's both obvious and a little subconscious at the same time. It gives a feeling of leadership, etc. Now, the other thing that's happening is I think that they're looking, and I don't know if I'm over-extrapolating this, curious what you guys think. The debate feels a little empty. I started to get bored within the first segment, right? And so I was like, I wonder if by not being here, Trump has gained a little bit of an advantage. Like, without Trump, these guys just look like schleps.
I'm sure both those things are true. I mean, inevitably, he had all the energy in the room, and then he's not in the room, so there's less energy in the room. But to John's point, a point we made yesterday on Old School when we were talking with Wes Clark Jr., it unquestionably gives an opportunity, and the obvious opportunity there is for Cruz, because they'll all focus on him. But it gives them all an opportunity to shine, and I would never have done it. I would never. Considering Trump had really nothing to fear, had never had an unsuccessful debate, he just varied in terms of goodness, from performance point of view, not in terms of if sanity would prevail. But so I just wouldn't have given an opportunity for other people to do this, even though it was unquestionably a big boss, look who's in charge move. Yeah. I think the downsides outweighed those upsides, but we'll find out. I never would have thought that I would be appreciative that Donald Trump was in the race, and I am for one thing is that he's going up against Fox News, and he's winning. And it's funny to see somebody winning. And why is there only one conservative news network? There is, because there's only 6 media come back in. So that's why I just answered my question. But it's fun to watch somebody push back against them and win. And it makes all the rest of the guys who won't do that look like even bigger pussies. It does. And it's not the first time that he's sort of shined with a moment of clarity. I mean, as hideous as he's been and as Gestapo-like as he's been,
he's the guy who said in the beginning, well, they take my calls because they know I give them money because then they'll take my calls. They'll do what I want. That's how politics works. I don't know whether you people know that. I mean, that was the first sign that I was like, wow, in the midst of serious sort of venom and hatred are truisms that you don't get from another candidate.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what the people who like him like about him, they say anyway, and then they just ignore all the other stuff that we can't ignore.
I think that both the other candidates are going to sort of, perhaps subconsciously turn to Cruz as the new biggest guy on the actual stage, but I think that we've already seen the moderators doing that. The moderators, there's this dynamic that they want to have with the people on the stage, and they want the people on the stage to have with each other, and it requires a leader to pit the others against. And I think that because Trump's not there, and they can't actually just keep asking questions about him, I think that is going to benefit Cruz. I think that maybe he won the war, and I'm actually surprised he didn't show up. But I can't imagine how this is going to help them.
How it helps Trump?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they all get as
I think he's
liberal straw man on Twitter is pointing out, if everybody gangs up on Cruz, that theoretically helps Trump.
I'm not sure it does.
It might make Cruz look strong.
Good. We don't. It's possible we don't know.
Meeting with the Democrats the other night, and I heard Hillary Clinton ask a direct question by an Iowan, and that's what Iowans like to do. They like to ask direct questions. And they asked about her email situation.
If I ever run for president,
and here's what she said to the American people. She did it for convenience.
Iowans asked direct questions.
For her convenience. She put America's secrets at risk for her convenience.
Those guys, right?
Get to the point, Wichitawian.
For her convenience. She put American strategy at risk for her convenience. Let me tell you who's not qualified to be president of the United States, Chris. Hillary Clinton did that to our country. She is not qualified.
Why, that is bold. At a Republican debate to take on Hillary Clinton like that? Well, I didn't see that coming.
What won't he do?
We needed someone on that stage who's been tested.
Dana Perino pointed out that he's the sort of
who has made
next
decisions,
most plain-spoken
who's in the chair of consequence, and who can prosecute the case against Hillary Clinton.
Backfired on him last week when he told that girl.
What I'm ready
to get a mop.
I missed that.
Yeah, did not play. So that bully bullshit is not working anymore.
Right, but he is a guy who I would say has an opportunity without Trump on the stage to flex his hand.
I think the question was about. It's not my question that you get a chance to respond to. It's his answer. You don't get 30 seconds to respond to me.
Your question was you have disagreed.
You don't get 30 seconds to respond to me.
Why don't you go on?
He doesn't want to agree.
Wow, look at this.
Rules, but we're going to conduct the debate. Governor Bush, here's a question. Governor Bush, here's a question. I'm going to ask Governor Bush a question.
Wow.
Wow, Chris Paul is fucking bringing the hammer.
They're pissing Trump and they're taking it out on these guys.
Rubio and Cruz on the issue of their refusing to give the president authority to enforce the red line in Syria. But given the fact that your brother got us into 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, that it's still not ended.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
What lessons have you learned from his mistakes?
Are they booing acknowledging that we're still at war?
Not
rather than the
giving the president the authorization to use the military force. They should have made it more open-ended for the next president. We shouldn't have the warfighters have their arms tied behind their back, as President Obama wanted to do, but they had a chance to show support. And it wasn't popular at the time. It became popular after the attack in Paris and San Bernardino. Now we hear the tough talk. Prior to that, in the Reagan Library, I gave a detailed plan exactly what to do as it relates to ISIS. And it is from the lessons of history that we do this, because if we allow this to fester, we're going to have Islamic terrorism, multi-generations of it, all across this country. The caliphate of ISIS has to be destroyed, which means we need to arm directly the Kurds, embed our troops with the Iraqi military, re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders, get the lawyers off the damn backs of the military.
Oh, God damn it.
Come on, give me a break with the lawyers.
And create safe zones to deal with the refugees, but more importantly, to train a Sunni-led force in Syria to take out ISIS with our support on the ground and air. That's what we need.
Oh, they were
Sunnis. That's right. With the advice of a lot of people, including 12 Medal of Honor recipients, that I'm proud that they're supporting my campaign.
Senator Cruz, now you get a chance to respond.
Chris, I would note that the last 4 questions have been Rand, please attack Ted. Marco, please attack Ted. Chris, please attack Ted. Jeb, please attack Ted.
Either booing him or the
I don't know, fella. Debate actually is a policy issue, but I will say this, Josh. If you guys ask one more main question, I may have to leave the stage. Determination any voter is going to make in this election is who's best prepared to be commander-in-chief. Who has the experience, who has the knowledge, who has the judgment, who has the clarity of vision and strength of resolve to keep this country safe. That is what this debate is all about, and I would suggest let's stay focused on those issues rather than just attacks directed at each other.
I think the questions were about issues that Senator Rubio was mentioning.
First of all, I feel like they've lost flag, yeah.
Do I go? Let me go first, and then you can.
The thing is,
recognize
if
Rand
the audience
after,
is already a little bit bored with jumping out there, they don't want to hear let's stop attacking each other.
First of all, don't worry, I'm not leaving the stage no matter what you ask me.
Good.
And second of all,
I would forget every question that Taylor really asked me.
Jeff, the attack, the authorization that Barack Obama asked for was not against ISIS, it was against Assad. And John Kerry described it as attacks that would be unbelievably small. I don't think the United States should be engaged in symbolic military activity. So it was not against ISIS, it was against Assad.
Every fucking answer that Rubio has had has been about ISIS.
Engagements that are
It's unbelievable.
That do not allow us to pursue victory. When I'm president, that will change.
Thank you.
All the live voice polls where they actually
need to get right. The question is, should we be bombing both sides of the war? Some want to topple Assad. In fact, they want to bomb ISIS and Assad simultaneously. I think that's a really, really bad idea. In fact, I've said for several years that arming the allies of ISIS will make the situation worse. That what we really need to do is defeat ISIS, but if you defeat Assad, what you will wind up with is a larger and more powerful ISIS that occupies that space. You may well see an ISIS that takes over all of Syria.
Chris, people don't even like the policies that they like.
There was a question about foreign policy, by the way, and experience, and I thought if I didn't jump in, I might not be able to tell everybody this. I think they'd want to hear it. Look, I served on.
We'll be talking about foreign policy a little bit later. We're going to.
We have a lot to cover, but we want to turn the page to domestic.
You tell them, Taya.
No, because we want to turn the page to
domestic. You brush them back with those eyelashes.
We're partnering with Google on this debate, and they're telling us that their search results have gone through the roof.
I always listen to you, Megan. Go ahead.
You're a good man, Governor Kasich.
Yes.
The search results, the searches for terror issues, for safety issues in America have gone through the roof, increased over 400% since 2008. People are worried. They're worried about what's happening in the country and about a domestic terror attack, as all of you know. Now, in combating this threat, Senator Rubio, you've advocated closing down mosques. We'll get back to you. Well, you have advocated closing down mosques, diners, any place where radicalization is occurring. You told me that. But the Supreme Court has made clear that hateful speech is generally protected by the First Amendment. In other words, radical Muslims have the right to be radical Muslims unless they turn to terror. Doesn't your position run afoul of the First Amendment?
Megan, that's the problem. Radical Muslims and radical Islam is not just hate talk, it's hate action. They blow people up.
Yeah, but she's
Look
talking
what
about
they did in San Bernardino. Look at the
she's talking about
in Philadelphia that the White House still refuses to link to terror. Where a guy basically shot a police officer 3 times. He told the police,
she didn't ask, is it bad when terrorists kill people?
And to this day, the White House still refuses to acknowledge that it had anything to do with terror. Look, the threat we face from ISIS is unprecedented. It's never been
unprecedented. You know, the Nazis were
They have affiliates
so in kamikazes
now.
Yeah.
They are the best funded radical jihadist group in the history of the world, and they have shown a sophisticated understanding of the laws of other countries on how to insert fighters into places, and they are actively plotting to attack us here at home and around the world. We must keep America safe from this threat. And yes, when I am President of the United States, if there is some place in this country where radical jihadists are planning to attack the United States, we will go after them wherever they are. And if we capture them alive, they are going to Guantanamo.
I guess he's exercising his freedom.
Senator Paul, do you agree with that? We're going to close down mosques. We're going to close down diners. You didn't answer your question.
That's a huge mistake to be closing down mosques. But I would say that if you want to defend the country, it begins with border security. And this is where I've had my disagreement with Senator Rubio.
It's true. We got to
brought forward the Gang of 8 bill to give citizenship to those who came here illegally. I put forward an amendment that says we should have more scrutiny on those who are coming as students, those who are coming as immigrants, those who are coming as refugees. Because we'd had 2 refugees come to my town in Bowling Green and try to attack us. Marco opposed this because they made a deal. He made a deal with Chuck Schumer that he would oppose any conservative amendments. And I think that's a mistake, and I just don't think Marco can have it both ways. You can't be in favor of defending us against Islam, radical Islam, if you're not for security.
It's like the yeah. So I don't know if anyone knows what the fuck is only a 4-round fight. Nobody's going to watch it other than
perhaps Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. I think we all support that. Rand's amendment was not the right way to do it. I do believe that people who are trying to come to the United States, this country has a right to know who they are and why they are coming. And that's why I've been very clear. When I am the president of the United States of America, we don't know who you are, and we don't know why you're trying to come to the United States, you are not going to get in. Because the radical threat that we now face is extraordinary and unprecedented. And when I say extraordinary, keeping ISIS out of America.
They can drive their trucks right here from wherever they are.
In December, profiling. In December, 2 radical Muslims killed 14 people in San Bernardino, California. Neighbors of the terrorists.
Oh my God, Trump invited Santorum and Huckabee on stage.
To law enforcement prior to the crime because they were awkwardly.
Why is it USA?
And you have said that we should not profile.
They have gotten very
desperate. How do you square that with the San Bernardino case?
Well, because you can do it without profiling, Megan. You do it on the facts. What those folks knew.
Profile them. Did he say do it on the We know they're Muslims.
Weapons.
Did he say do it on the
They were talking about trying to take our country and attack it.
The trans
That's not profiling. Oh. That's law enforcement. And that's the difference between somebody who knows how to do this and somebody who's never done it before.
They didn't know they were going to attack the country.
They knew they were talking about the issues of attacking people, Megan. They knew that.
That's not true. The neighbors said that they saw men going in and out of the garage. They saw packages being delivered. They saw Muslims. And they did not think that was enough to call the cops. Do you?
Yeah, well, listen, I think that what people should do is use their common sense. And the fact is, let law enforcement make those decisions. I told people that from the time I was U.S. attorney.
That means we're
it's not them to make those decisions about whether or not
if you see Muslims with packages in a garage, you call the cops.
You should call
maybe they really like Amazon Prime.
Decisions. That's what should be done. That can be done. That can be done.
Should they have called in when they see Muslims getting packages?
Common sense. They
thought they call it
wrong. And here's the problem in this country right now. The problem is Barack Obama has made law enforcement Hillary
if they knew what they were up to.
They not supporting our law enforcement officers. It's making everyone nervous to get out of their cars. If you're a law enforcement officer, it's making
a very tough question. And he said, well, leave it up to law.
President, I will support law enforcement, and we will stop radical terrorist attacks in this country by supporting our intelligence community and our law enforcement community.
Dr. Carson, this week a female Muslim who served in the U.S. Air Force asked Hillary Clinton the question. She asked whether the United States is still the best place in which to raise over 3 given
but
what
the
she
fact that they're now like his underlings
in this country.
It's like when you're the mob boss and you're like, all right, hey, Santorum, you're a made man now. Hey, Ricky, right? Like that. But those are former mob bosses. Those are former Iowa caucus winners.
That's really sad. That's not like one of the top 100 saddest things about Santorum, but it's pretty sad.
Wow.
You know, in the Holy Land Foundation trial.
Oh, that's so sad. He's the boss. God damn it, he did it again.
Somebody
Carson's talking now, and we haven't listened to a word he fucking said.
To overcome.
Look at that.
Because they...
And look at the way he's like, he's got his hands.
The rights of the very people who are trying to subvert.
Yeah, boss of bosses.
Who's covering this? Why? Network, you know?
Teddy Roosevelt said, we are a nation of immigrants.
C-SPAN 100%.
As such, every
bunch of online
from
folks
any race,
covering
any
wall
country,
to wall.
any religion,
and then CNN
they want to be Americans. If they want to
might, they're there, they might cover some of it.
If not,
in other words, probably
not.
I can't believe they're not covering it.
Governor Kasich, see, I'm back. You appear to back in another debate, a so-called backdoor to encrypted cell phone technology, which protects most smartphones that we all have from hacking. And it includes our phones, but it also protects the cell phones of the terrorists. Now, the tech companies and a group of MIT scientists, smart guys, right, warned that if they create a way for the FBI to have a backdoor into our encrypted communications, then the bad guys will exploit it too. And they say that this is going to cause more security problems than it would solve for everyday Americans. Are they wrong?
Well, look, the Joint Terrorism Task Force need resources and they need tools. They're not made up of the FBI, state, and law enforcement. And Megan, it's best not to talk anymore about backdoors and encryption. It'll get solved. It needs to be solved in the situation room of the White House with the technology folks.
Public testimony.
Yeah, but I just have to tell you that it's best with some of these things not be said. Now, I want to go back to something. See, I was there when Reagan rebuilt the military. I was there in '89 when the wall came tumbling down because we were strong. And I was there when we went into the war, and we didn't win that war.
Either one of us were.
We won that war by assembling a group of Arab leaders who stood in the Rose Garden. We want to destroy ISIS. It has to be in the air and on the ground. It has to be with our friends in the Arab world and our friends in Europe, the coalition that we had when we went to the first Gulf War. And then when we win that, and we will win that against ISIS as it settles down, we should leave, because we shouldn't be policemen of the world. But what we need to do is turn it over to the regional powers to be able to handle that. But we have a unique time in America to connect with people all around the world that understand that there's an existential threat against all of them. The Arabs, the Jordanians, the Saudis, the Egyptians, our friends in Europe, and including the Turks. So we have a unique opportunity to bring everybody together. I saw Reagan do it. I've seen other presidents do it. And frankly, if you want to be commander-in-chief, you have to have the experience. At the same time we're doing all that, the Pentagon must be reformed so we get what we need for our men and women in uniform. All of that together, we're going to be just fine, and America's going to continue to lead the world.
Thank you.
Governor Bush, just today, a Wounded Warrior organization designed to help wounded veterans and their families is coming under fire for raising tens of millions of dollars, but spending almost half of that on travel and hotels and dinners and luxury lavish conferences. So taking care of veterans is obviously a huge issue in the country that has asked so many to serve and sacrifice so much. If you were president, would you police these charity organizations that say they're helping veterans?
Of course, and there's all sorts of ways that can be done at the state level and federal level to do that. The first duty of the next president of the United States is to fix the mess of the Department of Veterans Affairs. That's his first responsibility. Look, come on, that are leaving because of this.
I like to stick all the
military. More and more military personnel are leaving, becoming veterans, and the waiting list grows. They've given out $140 million of bonuses to Veterans Department employees, including filling waiting lists without getting veterans care.
It's been so long since anyone dropped out.
I will make sure that we fire the sheer incompetence inside the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that we'll give veterans a choice card so that they don't have to travel hours and hours to get care if they want to go to their private provider. You want to make the Veterans Administration do a better job?
Yes.
Give veterans choices, and you'll get a much better.
Oh, so maybe give them vouchers.
To all the other organizations. Let me give you a good example. In Houston, Texas, there's an organization in place because someone acted on their heart, wanted to make sure that there's no homeless veterans in Houston. And they've come pretty close to that without federal government assistance. We need to mobilize the entire country to deal with our veterans and treat them with much more respect than they get today.
Governor Bush, thank you.
You don't need the government to take care of the people who fuck the government.
We have a question from a veteran who is one of the top YouTube creators. Over the course of the evening, gentlemen, we will hear from some of YouTube's most followed stars. And here's one of them.
Did they act?
I'm Mark Watson. I'm known for my tech reviews on YouTube, but I'm also a veteran who served in the Army for 8 years.
Oh, really?
As an African American living near Ferguson, I've seen the strain between police officers and the communities they serve firsthand. Now, they are great tools like body cameras that can protect both officers and citizens, but we all currently have better cameras in our pockets than in our precincts. Why aren't we using the technology available to better protect our communities?
That's a good question.
Senator Paul, that question to you.
You know, I've supported legislation to allow body cameras. I've been to Ferguson. I've been trying to look for solutions to our criminal justice problem. One thing I discovered in Ferguson was that a third of the budget for the city of Ferguson was being reaped by civil fines. People were just being fined to death. Now, you and I and many of the people in this audience, if we get a $100 fine, we can survive it. If you're living on the edge of poverty, you get a $100 fine or your car towed, a lot of times you lose your job. I also think the war on drugs has disproportionately affected our African American community. And what we need to do is make sure that the war on drugs is equal protection under the law and that we don't unfairly incarcerate another generation of young African American males in Ferguson, For every 100 African American women, only 60 African American men.
I think he's angling for all two Republican voters.
Yeah, I think prisons, 3 out of 4 people in prison are black or brown. I think something has to change. I think it's a big thing that our party needs to be part of. And I've been a leader in Congress.
Yeah, I thought there's probably a single
justice reform.
I think he can stick up for Haitians.
This debate is just getting started, coming up the role of the federal government. But first, join tonight's conversation right from your home. Go to Google.com or open your Google search app and search Fox News Debate to vote on which issue is most important to you in this election.
Yeah, it's freaking me out. If I was high, that guy would become a demon.
In a moment.
All right, here we go, guys.
I'm not doing good at all.
All right, here we go. Second break in the Republican debate in Iowa. Donald Trump still not there. Okay, here's what he's done. He has captured everyone's attention by bringing Mike Huckabee and Rick Santorum onto the stage with him at his event at Drake University. So the biggest moment of the second segment of the debate had nothing to do with the debate. They asked Carson some question nobody cared about because that's exactly when it broke that he brought in Huckabee and Santorum. And so now on to the actual debate. Marco Rubio has obviously been told by his pollsters, sound more angry, that plays well with Republican voters. So every answer is like this. I'll tell you what, okay, it is ISIS that is an unprecedented threat to America. I'm going to fucking kill them. I'm going to snap their neck off. I'm going to fish down their throat. That's what I'm going to do to ISIS.
Well, I did not hear him say that.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you did.
But I was, probably sending a tweet.
Yeah.
I heard some of it.
Yeah. Really? But nonetheless, still look like a boy doing it.
Yes. Is Donald Trump, if that actually did generate any interest, that is the first time anyone has become more interested at Santorum and Huckabee walking onto a stage. Never worked for them. Somehow it might work for him. But I don't think we should jump past this without saying that Rand Paul just gave the best answer that any Republican candidate will give at any of these debates, up until today and from today until the actual election. That about the war on drugs and the racial disparities and how it's persecuted. That may be better than the answers we got at the last Democratic Forum.
Yeah, probably not. But they had a YouTube star ask a really great question about body cameras. He lives near Ferguson, and he's like, "Look, I'm a veteran, but etc." Right? And then I wish they'd given it to somebody else because it was a tough question about, hey, why don't we use better technology to have body cameras that protect the cops if someone's trying to get them, right? And protect civilians. Unfortunately, they asked Rand Paul, who actually is right on this issue, so it's easy for him to answer. Now, the fortunate part was it was the best answer you'll ever see in a Republican debate, where he's like, "You're absolutely right. African Americans are disproportionately affected by this, and we need to, reform the war on drugs so that it doesn't affect African Americans disproportionately. Also, so that it doesn't continue the injustice." If they'd asked any of the other Republicans, they'd have been like, "Oh, body cameras, cops."
That money will instead go to bashing more skulls. But even once they get the cameras on, I don't know if we got to it or whatever, but we had a story about how in Chicago there's just systemic, purposeful tampering with dash cams and dash audio. So it's great to get the camera on the chest of the cop, but if they're allowed to just fuck with it and make sure that it can't see or hear anything, they should get the same leeway that I would if when I was waiting tables, like there was all this theft and the cameras just kept going out for some reason. I would have been fired. I think that they should too when that happens.
Yeah. And so it's going to be interesting to see after the whole debate is over who we think won and whether Donald Trump is in that conversation. That was a hell of a move with the Santorum and Huckabee, and he looks like their boss. He's like, "Go on, kids, go ahead."
Did you guys read
but they're so minor.
Did you read
that's why I don't find it to be interesting.
Did you read Tucker Carlson today in Politico? Did you talk about that? Real quick.
You might have been the only person.
Tucker Carlson, 15 years ago, I said something nasty on CNN about Donald Trump's hair. I can't now remember the context, assuming there was one. In any case, Trump saw it and left a message the next day. Quote, this is Trump's message. "It's true you have better hair than I do," Trump said matter-of-factly. "But I get more pussy than you do."
Wow. Okay.
Oh, God, I feel so bad for Tucker Carlson and every one of those women.
It's only going to help.
Right, totally. All right, let's go. That's what then that was called.
Bigger than that? Let me tell you something. When you see
thousands upon thousands upon thousands of children being murdered in the womb, I can't think of anything bigger than that.
About your family.
I realize everyone on
That was the sort of passion that drove him to write multiple checks to Planned Parenthood
Google
earlier.
data shows that in the last month, when people searched policy repeals, that there were a lot of them. Obamacare took the top 2 spots, but today there are millions of people
there's competition for who gets the third ticket out of New Hampshire. It's really interesting.
and they now rely on.
Like it's like a ticket to third
So
place.
the question, Senator Cruz, if you repeal Obamacare, as you say you will you be fine if millions of those people don't have health insurance? And what is your specific plan for covering the uninsured?
Sure. Well, let's take it one at a time. First of all, we have seen now in 6 years of Obamacare that it's been a disaster. It's the biggest job killer in this country. Millions of Americans have lost their jobs, have been forced into part-time work, have lost their health insurance, have lost their doctors, have seen their premiums skyrocket.
I'll give you 10 to 1 that premiums are skyrocketing at a lower rate than they have been in like the last 25
of Obama.
That's how much those guys.
Yeah, when you repeal it all, it does repeal everyone. Once that is done, everyone agrees we need health care reform. It should follow the principles of expanding competition, empowering patients, and keeping government
Empowering patients. You know what power you have when you have to send your bill to the insurance company? That kind of power?
For one, we should allow people to purchase health insurance
across state lines.
That'll create a true.
Why don't they do that? If they just let them buy across state lines
of low-cost, catastrophic health insurance. Number 2, we should expand health savings accounts.
You can pay for it for yourself. You know how easy that is.
Routine health care needs. And number 3, we should work to de-link health insurance from employment. So if you lose your job, your health insurance goes with you, and it is personal, affordable, and affordable. And I'll tell you, Brett, I think that's a much more attractive vision for health care than Washington-driven, top-down Obamacare that is causing so many millions of people.
Senator Cruz, thank you. Governor Bush, you've advocated for statehood for Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rican economy is collapsing under unsustainable debt burden. Only about 1 million of its 4 million residents are currently employed.
We still keep Kansas.
So should American citizens who you say are already overtaxed bail out Puerto Rico as well?
No, they shouldn't, and I believe that Puerto Rico ought to have the right of self-determination. If I was a Puerto Rican, I'd vote for statehood so that they have full citizenship. They serve in the military. They would have to pay federal taxes. They would accept the responsibilities of full U.S. citizenship. But they should have the right of self-determination. Before you get to that, though, Puerto Rico is going to have to deal with the structural problems they face. You know, it's a fact that if you can pay for $79 one-way ticket to Orlando, and you can escape the challenges of a declining economy and high crime rates, you move to Orlando. And a lot of people are doing that, and the spiraling out of control requires Puerto Rico to make structural reforms. Federal government can play a role in allowing them to do that, but they should not. The process of statehood or the status of Puerto Rico won't be solved until we get to the bigger issue of how you deal with the structural economic problems they're facing right now.
Governor Kasich, you're one of 2 remaining city governors still in the race. Your colleague, Governor Rick Snyder in Michigan, is under fire, he and his administration, for the Flint, Michigan water crisis and the botched response to it. How would you have handled that?
Well, you got to be on top of it right away.
Of course you do.
All the details of what.
Right away you get out of it.
I would like this. I know there's people who have been fired, people who are.
I would have fixed it quicker.
But the fact is, every single engine of government has to move when you see a crisis like that. And I've had many situations in the state of Ohio where we've had to move, whether it's storms, whether it was a horrible school shooting. There are many crises that come. A water crisis in Toledo. You've got to be on top of it. You've got to go the extra mile. You've got to work with local communities.
Oh, the extra mile.
Because you realize that people are really on you. So you go the extra mile, but people have to be alert. They have to be alert to problems, and when you see a problem, you must act quickly to get on top of it.
You got to act quickly.
People at home are saying they've got a problem. Listen to them.
Oh, you got to listen.
Most of the time, they're absolutely correct.
You get on top of
the fact is if we work for the people, people don't work for us, and we have to have an attitude.
He is going off on a fucking cliche tangent. I haven't seen it in quite a while.
Nobody turns out they work. You don't serve us.
Oh, the people don't work for them.
No.
Senator Rubio,
you know who said that before?
In 2008, you wanted Florida to get ahead of other states and establish a cap and trade system, a program for carbon emissions. which many Republicans thought at the time would hurt the Florida economy.
Yeah.
Now you're a skeptic of climate change science. And in fact, you warn that federal efforts to fight climate change will cost U.S. jobs and hurt the U.S. economy. So why the change?
Well, Brett, first, that's not entirely the story. At the time, the liberal governor of Florida, who claimed he was a Republican, his name was Charlie Crist, he wanted to impose cap and trade on Florida, and I opposed him. I was the first person out of the box that opposed him on it. And then we saw that the leading candidates for president at the time, both the Republican and the Democrats, all supported it. And what we said is, if they're going to impose this on us, we better prepare to protect the state from it. But I have never supported cap and trade, and I never thought it was a good idea. And I was clear about that at the time, and I do not believe it's a good idea now. I do not believe that we have to destroy our economy in order to protect our environment. And especially with these programs they're asking us to pass that will do nothing to help the environment, but will be devastating for our economy. When I am president of the United States of America, there will never be any cap and trade in the United States.
Bomb cap and trade.
Thanks, Senator.
All right, we're going to move on because it's coming up.
Yes.
Immigration and something you've never seen before. Stay tuned right after this break. Yay! Come on, look alive.
Very capital pictures. We have big stars.
Yeah, but I'm mocking.
Okay, yeah, let's lower that for a second. Okay. All right, so round 3 completed, and Trump didn't show up. I didn't do any antics in the other place, and we had a Trump-free segment there. And I really got nothing out of it.
Oh, come on.
Okay, well, come on, give me a break. Give me a break.
How are you not terrified of ISIS? It's unprecedented threat. There's never been anything like it.
Rubio is angry about everything. They're like, okay, and what do you think about more trees in the national parks? Let me tell you something about the trees. I was the first one in favor of trees, okay? And my position on trees has always been consistent.
First out of the box.
Yeah, first out of the box to say let's cut them down. But when I said that, I didn't mean cut them down. I meant keep them up. I've always been consistent. Keep them up.
If you just randomly cut to Marco Rubio, he'd be like mad and a little bit scared. If you cut to Jeb Bush, he'd be like frustrated. Like, you're going to ask me a question?
If you cut the Carson, he'll be asleep. If you cut the Kasich, he'll be cutting. Okay, so let's just quickly list the people who are irrelevant and should no longer be in the race. Rand Paul, Ben Carson, God, that's it. Look, I thought Rand Paul was going to win. I thought, I framed it this way last night in old school. I was very wrong on Rand Paul, except the reason I picked Rand Paul is because I thought an outsider was going to win. Right. So, okay.
He was first out of the gate to make that connection.
That's right. But I was wrong about which particular outsider. He's gone. Clean up, go home. Clean up, go home. Carson, come on, go home. No, not
like
Christie.
8%.
Not Christie.
Carson's like 8 or 9.
No. But they're not. You know Christie has some percentage chance.
Carson
has 0% chance. Okay, and the other guy who's got to clean up, go home is, come on, give me a break. Jeb Bush.
Yeah, but he'll clean up.
No chance. 0% chance.
I think he has almost as much of a chance as Christie.
No. Christie's got to fight him. Christie's got to,
He's Jeb Bush. There's nothing there. But the weird thing is to watch Rand Paul take these ballsy stances in the most passive way. He has no fire. It's like he's got Ben Carson sickness, right? It's like he caught it. He's like he just can't get excited about anything. And I'm just going to tell his.
That's partly why it's the same thing you're saying about Bush. I mean, I'm not saying Bush. I get it. I think the same thing. But the numbers would indicate that all those guys got as much of a chance as anybody else, basically. And it's numbers would say that there's going to be a third guy after New Hampshire, probably some sort of establishment guy, and it's going to be Kasich, Christie, Rubio, or Bush. And I don't think their chances are equal, but I think they all have small chances.
I think Kasich is smart. Go ahead.
But Bush, like the thing with Paul, like it was always true. The guy's a terrible candidate. Like didn't matter what he said. He's a terrible candidate.
He would be an okay intro American politics professor.
Yeah, he's not likable. I mean, if you didn't like your intro to American politics professor, I like Professor Paul. I think you'll learn a lot. He won't shut up about the Fourth Amendment.
He'll show you how to,
right. You're in school. You're taking the class.
He'll show you how to give yourself a home perm.
I don't even know what that is. The perm. All right, we're back.
That you would oppose it as a U.S. Senator as well. Here are just a few examples. Watch.
Never support, never have, and never will support any effort to grant blanket legalization amnesty to folks who have entered or stayed in this country illegally?
First of all, earned path to citizenship is basically code for amnesty. It's what they call it. And the reality of it is this. It is unfair to the people that have legally entered this country to create an alternative pathway for individuals who entered illegally and knowingly did so.
You cannot grant amnesty. The American people see us grant amnesty. They will never again believe in legal immigration. They will never again support it. And that's wrong for our country, bad for our future.
Within 2 years of getting elected, you were co-sponsoring legislation to create a path to citizenship. In your words, amnesty. Haven't you already proven that you cannot be trusted on this issue?
Wow. You look at the quote, and it's very specific, and it says...
He is not going to come to the next debate.
But you went on
I do not support amnesty.
You said more than that, sir.
No, I said I do not support blanket
You said
legalization.
earned path to citizenship is basically code for amnesty. You supported earned path to
It
citizenship.
absolutely has been. And at the time and the context of that was in 2009 and 2010, where the last effort for legalization was an effort done in the Senate. It was an effort led by several people that provided almost an instant path with very little obstacles moving forward.
We have to make
what
it
I've always
hard.
said is this issue does need to be solved. They've been talking about this issue for 30 years.
Donald Trump hadn't said anything terrible about immigrants. I didn't have no reason for me to change my
We're going to keep ISIS out of America. If we don't know who you are or why you're coming, you are not getting into the United States.
ISIS.
Number two, we are going to enforce our immigration laws. I am the son and the grandson of immigrants. And I know that securing our borders is not anti-immigrant. And we will do it. We will hire 20,000 border agents instead of 20,000 new IRS agents.
Yeah.
We will finish the 700 miles of fencing our nation needs. We'll have mandatory E-Verify.
So long as you do it equally to the various people that
And until all of that is in place, and all of that is working, and we can prove to the people of this country that illegal immigration is under control, nothing else is going to happen. We are not going to round up and deport 12 million people, but we're not going to go around handing out citizenship cards either. There will be a process. We will see what the American people are willing to support, but it will not be unconstitutional executive orders like the ones Barack Obama has
keep them underground in a shadow economy.
Rubio has not reversed himself on his immigration promise.
I'm kind of confused because he was the sponsor of the Gang of Eight bill that did require a bunch of thresholds, but it ultimately allowed more citizenship over an extended period of time. I mean, that's a fact.
Come on.
Look, and I supported him because I think people, when you're elected, you need to do things, and he led the
Wait, let me check that. We got to roll up our sleeves.
You do have to do things.
You have to talk to business people, local, and then roll up your sleeves.
Conservatives, I guess. Here's what I believe. And I wrote a book about this called Immigration Wars. You can get it at $2.99 on Amazon. It's not a bestseller, I can promise you. There won't be any. You can get it. It's affordable for everybody.
Almost a joke. Almost a joke. Not going to be turned into a movie. That would have been good. Yeah.
That are here.
But
it's come out from the shadows, pay a fine,
by then it's
earn legal status by working, by paying taxes, learning English, not committing crimes, and earn legal status when you're
don't commit crimes.
You'll be starting a platform and patiently waiting outside. I think that's the conservative consensus, pragmatic approach to how to solve this problem.
It's interesting that Jeb mentions the book. That is the book where you changed your position on immigration. Because you used to support a path to citizenship.
So did you.
Well, but you changed the in the book.
Jeb's just like, look, if I fall off this building, you're coming with me.
He's holding on to Jeb Bush's angel.
Let's go. We're not even together. Come on. Give me a break.
And Jeb Bush's defense is, we both suck.
Until we first bring illegal immigration under control. The American people have been told for 30 years they're going to enforce the border, they're going to build the wall, and it never gets built, and it never happens. It is very clear that there will be no
wall.
in any way, shape, or form until you prove to the people of this country that illegal immigration is under control. And when I'm president, we are going to bring it under control once and for all after 30 years of talking about it.
Marco. Support a consensus approach to solving this problem wherever it came up. And then 2007, it almost passed when my brother was president of the United States. A bipartisan approach got close. Barack Obama actually had the poison pill to stop it then. And when you led the charge with the Gang of Eight, I supported it because you asked me to. I think it's important for people in elected office to try to forge consensus to solve problems. There's never going to be a perfect bill.
Wow, that is
and you ask people to support, you shouldn't cut and run.
But Megan,
you should stick with it. And that's exactly what happened. He cut and run, and that's a tragedy. There's not
going to be any consensus.
These shades of orange don't run.
That is abundantly clear. No, you are not going to be able to ram down the throat of the American people your approach. The only way we're going to be able to move forward after 2 migratory crises with minors, after 2 unconstitutional executive orders, the only way forward on this issue is to first bring illegal immigration under control, and until that happens, there's not going to be any consensus on this issue.
Let's move on. Senator Cruz, when Senator Rubio proposed that bill creating a path to citizenship, you proposed an amendment. It would have allowed for legalization but not citizenship. Yes, it would. Pressed last month on why you supported legalization, you claimed that you didn't. Right, like you just did. Saw that. You argued that this was just a poison pill amendment, basically something designed to kill the bill and not actually get it through. But that is not, however, how it sounded at the time.
I don't want immigration reform to fail. I want immigration reform to pass. I believe if this amendment were to pass, the chances of this bill passing into law would increase dramatically. I believe if the amendments I introduced were adopted, that the bill would pass. And my effort in introducing them was to find a solution that reflected common ground and that fixed the problem. If the proponents of this bill actually demonstrate a commitment not to politics, not to campaigning all the time, but to actually fixing this problem, to finding a middle ground.
Such a hilarious joke when
that would fix the problem and also allow for those 11 million people who are here illegally a legal status with citizenship off the table.
Eats based on politics.
Was that all an act? It was pretty convincing.
38 words. Anyone can go online at tedcruz.org and read exactly what it said. In those 38 words, it said anyone here illegally is permanently ineligible for citizenship. It didn't say a word about legalization.
But the bill allowed both. The bill you were amending allowed citizenship and legalization.
But Megan, the bill was 1,000 pages. I introduced a series of amendments, each designed to fix problems in the bill. The fact that each amendment didn't fix every problem didn't mean that I supported the rest of the bill. And I'll tell you who supported my amendment. Jeff Sessions, the strongest opponent of amnesty in the United States Congress. And he did so because taking citizenship off the table was important, and it revealed the hypocrisy of the proponents of this bill, who were looking for votes. Listen, we can solve immigration. We can turn an argument back and forth that we can't solve immigration. I have a detailed immigration plan that is on my website, tedcruz.org. It was designed with Iowa's own Congressman Steve King and Jeff Sessions. And
he was just lying back then because they were like, "Don't be a dick, you're doing a poison pill." He's like, "No, it's not a poison pill. I don't know what you're talking about."
Patrol. We can end sanctuary cities by cutting off funding to them. We can end welfare for those here illegally. And what is missing is the political because too many Democrats and sadly too many Republicans don't want to solve this problem. If I am elected president, we will secure the border and we will end illegal immigration.
There, and I saw the debate. I saw Ted Cruz say, "We'll take citizenship off the table, and then the bill will pass." And I'm for the bill. The bill would involve legalization. He can't have it both ways. But what is particularly insulting, though, is that he is the king of saying, "Oh, you're for amnesty. Everybody's for amnesty except for Ted Cruz." But it's a falseness. And that's an authenticity problem that everybody he knows is not as perfect as him because we're all for amnesty. I was for legalization. I think, frankly, if you have border security, you can have legalization. So was Ted, but now he says it wasn't so. That's not true.
Go ahead, sir.
Man. Oh my God, he's smiling a little bit. That's almost like an emotion.
You know, John Adams famously said, "Facts are stubborn things. The facts are very, very simple." When that battle was waged,
they say that every debate.
My friend Senator Rubio chose to stand with Barack Obama and Harry Reid and Chuck Schumer and support amnesty. And I stood alongside Jeff Sessions and Steve King, and we led the fight against amnesty. And if you want to know who's telling the truth, you should look and ask people like Jeff Sessions and Steve King and Rush Limbaugh and Mark Levin, all of whom say, as Jeff Sessions said, responding to these false attacks just recently in Alabama, he said if it wasn't for Ted Cruz, the Gang of Eight Rubio-Schumer bill would have passed, but because Ted stood up and helped lead the effort,
Even Chuck Schumer agrees with Ted Cruz on this.
I understand, but let me respond. I was mentioned on this in this answer, and so I'm going to respond on
by saying I said.
This is the lie that Ted's campaign is built on, and Rand touched upon it. That he's the most conservative guy, and everyone else is a rhino. The truth is, Ted, throughout this campaign, you've been willing to say or do anything in order to get votes. Ted, you worked for George W. Bush's campaign.
Whoa!
You helped design George W. Bush's immigration policy. And then when you got to the Senate, you did an interview with CBS News. I wasn't even part of the video, where you said on the issue of people that are here illegally, we can reach a compromise. And then in the committee, you said, I want to bring people out of the shadows. Now you want to trump on immigration. But you're not going to beat Hillary Clinton with someone who's willing to say or do anything to win an election. Go ahead, Senator.
I like Marco. He's very charming. He's very smooth.
He's very young.
Facts are simple.
Skin is smooth,
When
like a
he
boy.
ran for election in the state of Florida, he told the people of Florida, if you elect me, I will lead the fight against amnesty. When I ran in Texas, I told the people of Texas, if you elect me, I will lead the fight against amnesty. We both made the identical promises. But when we came to Washington, we made a different choice. Marco made the choice to go the direction of the major donors to support amnesty because he thought it was politically advantageous. I honored my commitments, and as president, I will honor every commitment that I make to the men and women of this country.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
I want to ask the people in the audience. Like, I was standing here. I watched the video of Senator Cruz. I watched the video of Senator Rubio.
This should be about
you. What they said. And this is why you need to send someone from outside of Washington to Washington. I feel like I need a Washington English dictionary converter, right? I mean, I heard what they both said. I saw it on the video. And the fact is, this is what makes a difference when you're a governor. You can change your mind. Ted could change his mind. Marco could change his mind. It's perfectly legal in this country to change your mind. But when you're a governor, you have to admit it. You can't hide behind parliamentary tricks. That's the difference, and that's the kind of leader we need in the White House.
You don't hide behind tricks. You hide behind closed bridges.
You know what? That's very cool. He's going to have a good time.
This is a question from a YouTube creator with over 2 million subscribers.
But don't you think everybody else watching Trump? I don't think they'll get bumped.
By the way, it's pretty.
I'm Lucy Candy, a YouTube creator who immigrated to the United States from Mexico when I was a little girl.
It's really good.
Since then, I am proud to say that I served in the armed forces in Iraq, became a citizen, and I am now an entrepreneur. There are many immigrants who contribute positively to the American economy. But some of the comments in the campaign make us question our place in this country. If America does not seem like a welcoming place for immigrant entrepreneurs, will the American economy suffer?
Wow, good question.
Dr. Carson, that one's for you.
Oh, okay.
They're now looking.
I'm in this.
He's like, I want to finish this little Candy Crush.
As I said before, we are a land of immigrants, but we have to be intelligent about the way that we form our immigration policy.
That chick right
and
there.
that's one of the reasons that I have called on us to declare war on the Islamic State. Because we need to reorient our immigration policies and our visa policies.
That's a good point. But on the other hand,
this is literally like when you get called on a class next.
Now, Tom Sawyer. The vast majority of people coming in here probably are not those kinds of people. But that's not good enough. If you've got 10 people coming to your house and you know one of them is a terrorist, you're probably going to keep them all out. You know, we probably have to figure out a way to make sure that we
keep everyone out.
That's right.
Everyone
Never let anyone in your house. You'll be the hit of the party.
An entrepreneur who served in the military, first of all, is deserving of our respect for service in the military.
Yeah.
And it should be a welcoming nation.
Come on, your bravery should be.
Look, ethnicity, it's based on a set of shared values. That's American citizenship. And Dulce Candy, pretty cool name, actually.
Oh, how about that, actually? Supergirl.
And we should,
I was just thinking of Supergirl. I do her.
That's what we believe in. You can deal with the threat of terror and also recognize that this country should be aspirational across the board.
And I think that's the false
Come on now. Come on. You gotta believe it.
choice in this whole debate about immigration. Of course we're going to be a nation of immigrants. By the way, no nation on earth is more generous than America is.
That's actually not remotely not true. We're still debating whether we're going to take 10,000 Syrian
There's no nation on earth that comes close to that.
Sweden's already
I think
taken
the only argument is, are we a sovereign country? Are we not allowed to choose who comes in, when they come in, and how they come in? And that's not what's happening now. I think the other problem is we have a legal immigration system that's outdated. It's primarily based on whether you have family members living here. In the 21st century, it has to be more of a merit-based system. And that is why our legal immigration system is in need of modernization. And we will always celebrate legal immigration.
So you want to bring in immigrants with skills to take jobs away from Americans?
We're going to turn now to what we call electability issues that you're either facing in the primaries or issues that you're certainly going to face in a general election. So you may not be altogether unhappy if you're not included in this round. Senator Cruz, you pride yourself on standing up to the D.C. cartel, but as we've seen to a certain degree tonight, there's a price for standing up to the D.C. cartel. 13 Republican senators have endorsed other candidates. None have endorsed you. You twice last year, you asked for a colleague to second a motion, a routine courtesy, on the Senate floor, and no senator would do it. GOP officials worried that if you're at the top of the ticket, some officials, that not only will you lose the White House, but it will tank the ticket all the way down the line. The question is, does your style sometimes get in the way?
The best questions, ironically, because they don't have to worry about being called liberal.
Chris, you are exactly right that I am not the candidate of career politicians in Washington.
They have always the opportunity to keep saying how they don't have time for political correctness.
Are the over 200,000 volunteers across this country who have signed up to volunteer for our campaign. The endorsements that I am proud of are leading conservatives like Iowa's own Congressman Steve King, who is a national co-chairman of my campaign. The endorsements that I'm proud of are conservative leaders like Dr. James Dobson. And over 700,000 contributions nationwide. People go into our website, tedcruz.org. This is a grassroots campaign. And you know, when I ran for Senate in Texas, I told the people of Texas that I'm not going there to go along to get along. Washington is broken. And the people I have been accountable to every single day in the Senate are the 27 million Texans who I represent. And I made a promise to them that I make to you today, which is if I am elected, every single day I will do two things. Tell the truth and do what I said.
Also trying to stop my face from falling off my face.
Poll after poll shows you running among the worst in your party against Hillary Clinton. Even Mitt Romney said that a Bush v. Clinton head-to-head would be too easy for the Democrats. Yet still, you and the super PAC supporting you continue to blanket the airwaves with cutting ads, not against Mrs. Clinton, but against your fellow Republicans, especially Senator Rubio.
He's running against
do these attacks do more harm than good by targeting those candidates who appear to have the best chance of defeating Mrs. Clinton?
First of all, I've seen polls where I'm beating Hillary Clinton pretty regularly, and I believe I can because I have a proven record.
I have not. I haven't seen that poll.
For the cutting taxes,
You mean polls right now?
of reforming education, of challenging eliminating civil service protections, shrinking the government workforce by 11%, but leading the nation in job growth. That's the record of accomplishment that should be taken to Hillary Clinton, who has no record of accomplishment.
Real Clear Politics has 3 polls
I will aggressively.
The best he does is tie. The other is +5, +2, which is a lot closer than a lot of the other candidates, actually.
Beanbag compared to what the Clinton hit machine is going to do to the Republican nominee. The simple fact is, we all have a record. It all will be scrutinized. There's give and take. It's called politics. And that's the way it is. I'm running hard, and I believe I'll be the Republican nominee, and I'll be the one best suited to be who should not be president of the United States.
I have the AOL, but I know that if Iowa helps make me the Republican nominee, I will defeat Hillary Clinton. Hillary doesn't want to run against me, but I cannot wait to run against her, and I cannot wait to run because she cannot be the president of the United States. She wants to put Barack Obama on the Supreme Court of the United States.
Can you believe that shit?
She said that here in Iowa just 2 days ago. That would be a disaster.
A disaster.
So I hope and pray and cannot wait until this state and others give me an opportunity to serve this party as its nominee, because I will defeat Hillary Clinton.
Now let's talk about electability.
Clinton up +1, Rubio +9, +3.
Republican savior. Rush Limbaugh and others said you likely will be president someday. But if you look at the recent average of polls in your home state of Florida, you're in third, trailing Donald Trump by 24 points.
Damn.
The people who know you best have you there. Why should the rest of the country elect you?
Well, let me be clear about one thing. There's only one Savior, it's not me. It's Jesus Christ who came down to earth and died for our sins.
Oh no.
And I've always made that clear about that cover story. As far as the polls are concerned, Iowa, on Monday night, you're going to go to a caucus site, and you'll be the first Americans that vote in this election. You will be the first Americans that get to answer the fundamental
I will be raising the decibel of my voice
for this country after
as I answer this question.
years of Barack Obama. And let me tell you what the answer better not be. It better not be Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. I think Bernie Sanders is a good candidate for president of Sweden.
You know how life sucks in Sweden. That's gonna. Thankfully, they're overall far happier than us in every poll I've ever seen. Sweden is a hellhole.
President may very well be to pardon herself, because Hillary Clinton stored classified information on her private server, and Hillary Clinton lied to the families of those 4 brave Americans.
By the way, he did not answer the question.
The families of
you're losing by 24 points to Trump in your home state. Let me tell you something about Hillary Clinton.
Jesus Christ, though, I take Jesus is dead. He's a commie. And God.
Wait, why did he go on trial in May?
Something in the article that he
conspiracy to implicate case.
No, they said that he was the savior of the party.
To the George Washington Bridge. Another former aide who has already pleaded guilty and will likely testify for the government, as you know, says that you knew about this whole deal. Can the GOP take the chance of nominating you with this scandal still out there, sir?
Sure, because there's been 3 different investigations and proven that I knew nothing.
Everybody
tweet. As soon as I found out about it, I fired the people who were responsible. And that's what you expect from a leader. And I'll tell you something else. I inherited a state in New Jersey that was downtrodden and beaten by liberal democratic policies, high taxation, high regulation. New Jersey's had the best year of job growth that our state has ever had in the last 15 years. That's because we put conservative policies in place. And I'll tell you what,
Sweden burn.
You know why the Republican Party will want to take a chance on me? Because they know that Hillary Clinton will be prosecuted by this Justice Department, and they're going to want to put a former federal prosecutor on the stage to prosecute her next September.
He said prosecutor 3 times.
Better prepared to prosecute the case against Hillary Clinton than I am. I will be ready. I will take her on, and when I take her on, I guarantee you one thing. She will never get within 10 miles of the White House. The days for the Clintons in public housing are over.
Look at him smiling, because I will then. He's still legally allowed to do that. So if he stands in front of the White House, this jury is about 10 miles.
Fox News debate to vote on which candidate you think is winning the debate tonight. We'll be right back.
Okay, here we go. We're going to do another segment here as soon as I'm done with my tweet, which really isn't anything except quoting Chris Steve, but nonetheless. Okay.
It'll still be mine.
Of course it will. You know why? Because I have more followers. So it's not that it's better.
Also true.
Okay. I figured it out, the secret to Twitter. Okay. Anyway.
Success.
All right. So, another segment. And now we've almost forgotten about Trump. Even we didn't mention him in this segment. Ooh. Now that we've got all these folks on the stage, we're getting into it. In this segment, the most interesting part was Fox News pulverizing Marco Rubio, and then fairly devastating towards Ted Cruz.
Not as devastating.
But they hit Rubio 2-3 times. They hit him with a tape of him clearly saying something and then doing another thing.
Megyn Kelly, man.
Yeah, he was left with the sign of a man who's clearly been crushed.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Twitter wouldn't load my GIF of the little elf girl in Game of Thrones throwing fireballs at skeletons, but Megyn Kelly was destroying them one after the other with J.R. Jackson style video montages, and that's what we always turn to for the past 10 years to Jon Stewart on the Daily Show to show the hypocrisy back to back. In the past, the moderators, even when faced with an obvious lie from one of the candidates, won't just say you're clearly lying, but she came in advance ready to demonstrate it.
Yeah.
That's exactly. What video did she have ready for Trump that we don't get to see?
No, that's exactly what I was thinking, John, as she was showing all the videos. And then I thought, maybe he was right to be scared. Maybe he was right to run, because if he'd come and they'd unloaded a couple of those videos on him.
You saw that ad at the outside program.
That's what we talked about last night.
Yeah, the ad they ran against Trump, which shows him saying Democrats are great, I'm pro-choice.
Very pro-choice.
The economy's better under Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Who should deal with Iran? Hillary.
Yeah,
I think Hillary would do it.
You know what's impressive? Nancy Pelosi.
You know what? So, whether you thought it was strong or weak, etc., it might have turned out that running was the best answer, because Fox News is obliterating these. So credit where credit is due. Now, you know we're not exactly fans of Fox News, and we've done a million stories showing how biased they are, etc. But here, they've done a better job of moderating this debate.
and keeping the candidates' feet to the fire than any other networks. Jimmy said it during the live coverage. It's obvious why, which is that they can, because nobody's going to say they're not conservative enough except Trump, right? And so the CNNs of the world and all those other guys are scared to death of the Republicans. I don't want to be seen as unfair
or a liberal. I don't want you to call me a liberal.
Right. And these guys are like, okay, no, here's the reality. You're a fucking liar. And here's the tape proving it. So, so Rubio and Cruz, they wished for an opportunity to be center stage. Now maybe be careful what you wish for.
It is, but Cruz with a big advantage is that if he's smart at all, once they had the tape of Rubio, he had to think.
They got a tape of me.
It's coming. But I mean, and they're challenging him on their switched positions. That's it. I mean, it's Tim Russert. It's you said this to me. You said this to me.
You don't normally find that very convincing or persuasive.
It's bullshit. It's just nonsense. It's okay. It's nice, but changing positions. People change their positions all the time. And they should change
but identifying why they change positions is important.
Right, but they're not identifying why they changed the position. They're just saying...
with Rubio, it was the election, and then after the election, he really went back up.
I got it, but the lies told about the way things are far more important. When Ted Cruz talks about Obamacare as a giant job killer. Like, there's no challenge on those. There's no challenge on critical facts. Like, it's gotcha, and it's a good gotcha. Bravo, but it's a B. It can't rise above a B until you challenge them on the back.
I know, but has Fox News ever gotten a compliment as good as they Russert people?
No, I'm just saying, let's not go nuts. It's what it is. It's good. It's better than nothing.
All right, the fruit cutters.
One person or cutting one benefit. Because we always cutting one pineapple. And now mom and dad can stay in their own home rather than being forced into a nursing home. And then we decided we could bring $14 billion of our money. Washington doesn't have any money. It was our money. We brought it back to tend to the mentally ill because they think they ought to live in prison or live under a bridge, to treat the drug addicted so they're not in and out of door policy out of the prisons, and to help the working poor so they don't live in emergency rooms. How's it worked? Well, we have treated the drug addicted in our prisons, and we release them into the community, and our recidivism rate is less than 20%. That's basically bordering on a miracle because of our great prison director. The mentally ill, they've been stepped on for too long in this society.
Wow.
And we are beginning to treat them. In terms of my faith, look, all I say is that when I study Scripture, I know that people who live in the shadows need to have a chance. But I'm not deciding that anybody's got to make these decisions the way that I do on the basis of what I do, but what I will tell you this. The time has come to stop ignoring the mentally ill in this country and begin to treat them on their feet, along, of course, with
this guy really is running for the independent.
We don't want them in and out. We don't want them in and out of the prisons.
That's exactly what I thought he was
going to say. We talked about criminal justice reform. We enacted it in our state.
Wow. Look, we don't want them hanging outside of In-N-Out. We want them to be able to eat in peace.
And along with economic growth goes opportunity for everybody in America. Everybody ought to have a chance to be able to rise to their God-given purpose. And that is what we have done in Ohio. We're running surpluses. We're up 400,000 jobs. And guess what? The formula is working. I'd suggest people take a look at it. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we had a case study on religious liberty justice last summer. A county clerk in Kentucky named Kim Davis refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples after the Supreme Court ruling, saying that it violated her religious beliefs. Governor Christie, you said that she must follow the law or be moved to another job that would be in keeping with her conscience. But some conservatives say that that violates her religious liberty.
Now, what I said, Chris, was that the law needs to be followed, and that someone in that office has to do their job. So if Ms. Davis wanted to step aside and get rid of her ability to be able to do that, there should be someone else in that office who didn't violate their conscience so they could follow the law of the state of Kentucky. I never said that Ms. Davis should either lose her job or that she had to do it. But what I did say was that the person who came in for the license needed to get it. And so if there's someone in that organization, and it turns out there was, who was willing to be able to do that, that's what we should do. But just as importantly, and I agree with what John said, we all have our own individual interpretations of our faith. And here's the problem with what's going on around the world. The radical Islamic jihadists, what they want to do is impose their faith upon each and every one of us. Every one of us. And the reason why this war against them is so important is that very basis of religious liberty. They want
everyone in this country to follow their religious beliefs the way they do. They do not want us to exercise religious liberty. That's why, as Commander-in-Chief, I will take on ISIS, not only because it keeps us safe, but because it allows us to absolutely conduct our religious affairs the way we find in our heart and in our souls. As a Catholic, that's what I want to do, and no matter what your faith is, that's what I want you to be able to do.
Thank you, sir. Senator Rubio, during the last debate, you said Governor Christie had changed his position and his mind on gun control, on Common Core, and backing President Obama's nomination of Sotomayor to the Supreme Court. He said you're wrong on the facts and you can't, quote, slime your way to the White House. I assume in the last 2 weeks you've done some fact-checking. You want to take anything back?
Yeah, I would encourage people to go on my website, marcorubio.com. We'll put all the facts up there so people can see it for themselves. But you just asked a very fundamental question about the role of faith in our country, and I think this is an important question. I think if you do not understand that our Judeo-Christian values are one of the reasons why America is such a special country, you don't understand our history. You see, why are we one of the most generous people in the world? No, the most generous people in the world. Why do Americans contribute millions of dollars to charity? It is not because of the tax write-off. It is because in this nation, we are influenced by Judeo-Christian values that teach us to care for the less fortunate, to reach out to the needy, to love our neighbor. This is what's made our nation so special. And you should hope that our next president is someone that is influenced by their faith. Because if your faith causes you to care for the less fortunate, it is something you want to see in your public figures. And when I'm president, I can tell you this, my faith will not just influence the way I'll govern as president, it will influence the way I live my life. Because in the end, my goal is not simply to live on this earth for 80 years, but to live in eternity with my Creator. And I always allow my faith to influence everything I do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paul, in May on the campaign trail, you said you didn't get into politics to fight about abortion. You said you were more concerned about the national debt. Your answer is to turn abortion back to the states the way it was before Roe v. Wade.
No, what is that?
Does that mean that if a liberal state, let's say, wants to make abortion legal, that you're okay with that? And what do you say to conservative voters who believe deeply that abortion is murder?
You know, I think abortion is always wrong. I've supported a variety of solutions, both state as well as federal. In fact, just last week I introduced the Life at Conception Act, which would say that the 14th Amendment would defend an individual even in the womb. But I think on the broader question of religion and politics, I think liberty itself requires a virtue, requires a virtuous people. In fact, Washington said that democracy requires a virtuous people. Os Guinness, the theologian, said that liberty requires restraint, but the only restraint consistent with liberty is self-restraint. There's a lot packed into that statement. But the bottom line is we must have virtue, we must have a religious bearing as a nation, but government's not always going to save us, and it's not always going to come from government. But if we don't know right and wrong, I think we have lost our way. I think we come unmoored, and I think without the religious foundation that guides us all, I think we have a great risk of going horribly in the wrong direction.
Sir, just 30 seconds to answer my specific... Just 30 seconds to answer my specific question. Do you favor the idea that abortion should be a states' rights issue, and if a liberal state wants to make it legal, that's their choice? Yes or no?
No, both a federal and a state approach. I have said that we could leave it to the states, but I've also introduced a federal solution as well. So the federal solution would be the Life at Conception Act, which is an act that would federalize the issue. But I've also said for the most part, these issues would be left back to the states. So there might be an occasion if we did overturn Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade nationalized the issue. If you actually had the court reverse Roe v. Wade, it would become a state issue once again. I think it would be better if they legalize the less abortions we have. So the more states that we had that made abortion illegal, the better as far as trying to save and preserve lives.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, I'd like to ask you a few questions about foreign policy broadly. Dr. Carson, many experts believe Russian leader Vladimir Putin has greater ideas, bigger designs for the region beyond Russia's actions inside Ukraine. Fast forward to February 2017, and it is President Carson and Russian ununiformed commandos cross the Estonian border, and they occupy a city in Estonia. Estonia, a member of NATO, essentially invokes Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. What do you do?
Well, first of all, recognize that Vladimir Putin is an opportunist, and he's a bully, and we have to face him down. And let's oversimplify I would, first of all, face him down in that whole region, the whole Baltic region. The whole region, face him down. Brigades there. We only have one or two. We need much more than that. We need to be doing military exercises in not only Estonia, but Latvia and Lithuania. They're terrified by the saber-rattling. Put in our missile defense system. I think we ought to give Ukraine offensive weapons, and I think we ought to fight them on the economic basis because Putin is a one-horse country, oil and energy, and we ought to fight them on that level. We ought to be helping in terms of the technology for fracking, keeping the price low, quite frankly, because that's what's keeping him contained. So, yes, I absolutely will go in if he attacked. I think on Article 5 of NATO, we would definitely protect all of our allies.
World War III. Gentlemen, you've all said that the Iran nuclear deal is a bad one. Rubio, you're among the candidates.
I'm not saying that's totally my reaction.
Holy shit, that's right. As you know, Iran has already
You're not as amazed as he is.
Yeah, so he's also a fucking right. Deal, and has quickly reestablished ties economically with Europe. The major concessions, in other words, are up front in this deal. So should you win, by the time you take office, the remaining parts of the deal would be the constraints on Iran. So why blow up those constraints on day one, letting Iran off the hook?
Well, let me first describe Iran, because they're not just a normal nation state, and we have no quarrel with the Iranian people. But the Iranian leader, their supreme leader, is a radical Shia cleric who has an apocalyptic vision of the future. He views himself not simply as the leader of Iran, but as the leader of all Muslims, all Shia Muslims on the planet. And they have a desire not simply to conquer the Middle East and to become the dominant power in that region, but ultimately to be able to hold America hostage. That is why they're building right now and developing long-range missiles capable of reaching the United States. And that is why they're going to use those $100 billion to expand their conventional capabilities and to one day buy or build a nuclear weapon. When I am president of the United States, on my first day in office, we are canceling the deal with Iran, and nations will have to make a choice. They can do business with Iran, or they can do business with America, and I am very confident they're going to choose America before they choose the Iranian economy.
Governor Kasich, you've said that Marco Rubio is wrong, that Senator Rubio is wrong with tearing it up on day one.
But look, we don't know what's going to happen in 10 months.
We don't.
And if I were President of the United States right now, I'd be lining up our allies to say that if one crossed T or one dotted I does not occur, they violate the agreement, we slap back on sanctions. We can slap on sanctions alone on day one, but it's not going to be anywhere near as effective. But the president needs to be laying the groundwork right now for the ability to slap those sanctions back on worldwide. And I'll tell you what I'm worried about. I'm worried about money. You read about all the companies now that are doing business, about to do business in Iran. And if we don't get this settled now with other countries in the world about sanctions, then Iran could violate that agreement, and we're the only ones putting the sanctions on. We need to move aggressively now. But I would say this to you, Brett. Number one, if they violate it, we need to move against them. And number two, if we find out they're developing a nuclear weapon and we know how to get to it, we're going to go take it out. That is what we have to do. We cannot let things get farther down the road like we did with North Korea.
But Governor Kasich, you know that the most powerful sanctions are the multilateral ones.
That's right.
And these European countries are already reestablishing these ties.
I know, Brad.
They don't want...
But, Brad, here's the problem. You take a look at Belgium. I talked to a diplomat from Belgium. I said, how's it going? He said, we have the military in the streets right now. We never dreamt we'd ever see it. See, I think there is an opportunity to bring the world together. The Turks are being threatened. We know about the French. We know about the Belgians. We know about the Brits. Everybody is under fire and under attack, and we have to stand together as an alliance. So actually, the opportunity is there because of the threat to all of these countries to bring all of us together and say there is something more important than money. It is the future in the world and the future of our children and grandchildren. That's the kind of leadership this country needs, and it has not been in effect during the administration of Barack Obama. And that's only the beginning of the failures that they have committed, not only in the Middle East, but all over the world, including Russia and China.
Governor, thank you. Governor Christie, Libya is the newest base for ISIS. Just today, Defense Secretary Ashton Carter said ISIS is consolidating their footprint there and also setting up training facilities. So if you were president, would you deploy U.S. troops to Libya to take out ISIS there?
Brett, let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
This is another one of those places where Hillary Clinton has so much to answer for in Washington.
You dig Hillary's ass. I'll tell you.
The previous Democratic debate, Martha Raddatz 3 times asked Hillary Clinton about the failure in Libya, a policy that she took credit for, and said, "What is your measure of responsibility, Madam Secretary, for the failure in Libya?" 3 times she refused to answer the question because she refuses to be held accountable for anything that goes wrong. If it had gone right, she would be able to take credit for it. Here's what I do. This is about the bigger, broader war against ISIS. We need to bring together our European and our Sunni Arab allies, and we need to develop a strategy together to take on ISIS and replace it around the world so that together, all of us can take ISIS out, destroy it,
Nobody else thought of a strategy.
To come back to our country, protect our homeland security, and make sure.
So basically, he's just saying we need to do stuff that's smart.
Exactly what I will do.
That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Governor.
Okay, good one.
Not finished yet. More to come from the presidential debate live from Des Moines, Iowa next. And remember, to see how the campaigns are responding to the debate in real time, go to Google.com or open your Google search app and search Fox News Debate and stay with us.
God damn, she's good looking. Okay. That's all the way.
The House of Cards thing going.
Okay, all right, here we go.
I have a crush on her a little bit, I think.
Megyn Kelly?
Yeah, even though she's no Taurus. Well, first of all, she makes me feel better because I was worried that Santa Claus wasn't white for a while. So now I feel better.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Give me a break.
So
here's what I think.
Come on.
Can I just say here's what I think is happening here? I think Kasich is playing the smart game. So he realizes that Mitt Romney, as horrible of a candidate as he was, he's still got, 46% of the vote or 7%. And so he knows he's fighting for that 3 or 5 to 8% in the middle. He's going for those independents. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's like, the Republicans are all going to vote for the Republican, and the Democrats are all going to vote for the Democrat. So I got to get those 5 to 10 in the middle. And that's he's smart. That's smart. That's the first smart thing anyone's done besides Trump in this race.
This is how he sounded in the first debate. Yeah, no, he's been doing this right, sort of.
Except he's going even farther now.
He is, because he's saying, look, I have a 2% chance of winning this. But if I win this, I'm giving myself a 54% chance of being elected president. That's right. And that's, of course, why. There's no question. I mean, first of all, he's a well-liked governor of Ohio, right off the bat.
Right off the bat, Ohio.
An incredibly dangerous Republican, too.
He's at least going to be vice president.
Well, so there's a good argument to be made there, although I don't think these guys are going to pick him to be VP. But the good argument is whoever wins, if it's not a Kasich-like guy, is likely to be a radical, like Cruz, right? Outside the mainstream, outside the establishment, they're going to need an establishment guy as their VP. One line of thinking goes, Kasich is an establishment guy, he's got a lot of experience, and Ohio, right? So it's a very logical thing. But you can make a similar argument for Marco Rubio, Florida, establishment guy, likable, yada. So, but I don't think if Cruz wins, he's not picking Rubio as his running mate. No.
They don't seem to very much like each other.
The Cuban connection. It's more likely to be a tag team in WWE than it is the ticket.
It's also interesting they haven't brought up Ted Cruz's trouble with the birtherism, right? So that's also that should come up because that's a real thing.
No, I mean that's at the time I was saying people are pretending that they're interested in this. This is a big. Trump forgot about that in 3 days. He'll retweet someone if they tweet him about Cruz's chances. He'll retweet it, but he barely even talks about it anymore. One thing that I've noticed is we've seen some of the candidates try to change their tactics a little bit. Like Jeb Bush once had a little bit of coffee before debate, and that didn't really work out for him. And Chris Christie was doing that thing about, I'm going to make this about you, not about us.
Jeb Bush had coffee and it didn't work out for him?
He didn't get energized.
Oh, gosh.
But Marco Rubio, has he done anything different in the past 4 or 5 debates?
No, he's yelling more now. I think you're totally wrong about that. I mean, I hear you. You're right that everybody has had a different strategy. The only part I disagree with is that Rubio's, maybe the last 3 debates, but most especially in this debate, he has done polling where they show Trump's anger is working, Cruz's anger is working, you got to get angrier. So he used to be a boy, they look at you as too young and inexperienced, you got to get angry. So every answer is like this, and it's about ISIS, and we have to go get them. Right? And I agree with you. Every time he does it, he still looks like, what did you say originally, John? Like
it's every 12-year-old I've ever heard screaming at me on Xbox Live.
That's funny.
I'm gonna rape your mom. That's what he sounds like, basically.
Jesus Christ. What a horrible world we live in. Yeah. Okay. All right. Speaking of which, we're back to the Republic.
Any CEO in our country did with an intern, with a 22-year-old, 21-year-old intern in the office, they would be fired. They would never be hired again. Fired, never hired again, and probably shunned in their community. And the thing is, she can't be a champion of women's rights at the same time she's got this that is always lurking out there, this type of behavior. So it is difficult.
Of her husband.
Yeah, but I could with the millions upon millions of dollars they've taken from regimes in the Middle East who treat women like cattle.
We have another question from one of YouTube's top creators. Here it is.
I'm Nabella Noor. I'm a Muslim American born and raised in the U.S. who creates beauty and lifestyle videos on YouTube. In 2015, the number of hate crimes against Muslims in the U.S. has tripled, and on social media, where I spend a lot of time, I've seen many attacks directed towards fellow Muslims. This culture of hatred is only driving ISIS to radicalize, recruit, and incite violence. As president, what would you do to address this toxic climate and promote increased tolerance in the United States?
Governor Bush, how do you answer Nabila?
Well, first of all, I think it's important that when we're running for the highest office in the land, that we recognize that we're living in dangerous times and we have to be serious about it, that our words have consequences. Donald Trump, for example, I'm glad I mentioned his name again, just anybody was missing him. Mr. Trump believed that in reaction to people's fears that we should ban all Muslims. Well, that creates an environment that's toxic in our own country. Nabella's a rising entrepreneur. She wants to pursue the American dream. She's an American citizen. She should not feel uncomfortable about her citizenship. She's not the threat. The threat is Islamic terrorism. We need to focus our energies there, not these broad blanket kind of statements that will make it harder for us to deal with ISIS. We need to deal with ISIS in the caliphate. We need a strategy to destroy ISIS there. You can't do that without the cooperation of the Muslim world, because they're as threatened as we are. And so I think it's important for us to be careful about the language we use, which is why I've been critical of Donald Trump, disparaging women, disparaging Hispanics. That's not
We should just defund their health care. We shouldn't disparage them. Why don't we just cut their legs off?
Have a broader unifying message.
All the fuckers are allowed to change
Senator Cruz changed the subject.
We stand up for women.
And to the renewable
Except we don't.
standards, which mandate that refineries blend biofuels, including ethanol, into gasoline. As you well know, ethanol's a big industry in the state, $10 billion a year. Last week, Terry Branstad, the popular governor of Iowa,
Governor for life. Boy, he's really changed it.
was in the hall tonight. By big oil and that Iowa will be making a mistake supporting you. Why should those voters side with you over the sixth-term governor of the state, sir?
Well, Chris, I'm glad to discuss my views on ethanol and energy. I think God has blessed this country with enormous natural resources, and we should pursue all of the above. We should be developing oil and gas and coal and nuclear and wind and solar and ethanol and biofuels. But I don't believe that Washington should be picking winners and losers, and I think there should be no mandates and no subsidies whatsoever.
Wow, it is bold to say that.
It's available on our website. It's a simple flat tax for everyone. It'll produce enormous economic growth, and it eliminates every mandate, every subsidy, so there's no subsidies for oil and gas.
I get that, but he still has to win in Iowa. Exactly.
It's true that there are a bunch of lobbyists and a bunch of Democrats in this state spending millions of dollars trying to convince the people of Iowa that I somehow oppose ethanol. It's not true. I have introduced legislation that would phase out the ethanol mandate over 5 years, but that is in the context of having no mandates whatsoever for anyone. And I would note there's a much more important government regulation to ethanol, and that's the EPA's blend wall that makes it illegal to sell mid-level blends of ethanol and gasoline. I will tear down the EPA's blend wall, which will enable ethanol to expand its market share by up to 60%, all without mandates, all without any government mandates whatsoever through the marketplace. And I'll note finally, Chris, there is a reason that Iowa's Congressman Steve King, perhaps the fiercest defender of farmers in this state, is sharing my campaign because he understands that I'm committed to a fair and level playing field for every energy source without lobbyists and without Washington picking winners and losers.
I'd like to ask you about exactly that issue. Where are you on the mandatory ethanol standard? And precisely this question: should government be in the business of picking winners and losers who should be left to the market?
Yeah, but as anyone else who's been listening to me,
doesn't matter if you're
I'm very much being every aspect of our lives. We last year there were an additional 81,000 pages of government regulations. If you stack that up, it would be a three-story building.
I gotta go sign a book.
Absolutely absurd. And they've insinuated themselves into everything. Now, as far as the renewable fuel standard is concerned, certain promises were made, certain government contracts were issued, which extend all the way into the year 2022. And I believe that it's probably unfair to withdraw the rug because people have invested money, people have invested a lot of energy into that. But, we have become a one-rug people in this nation, and we need to be talking about new sources of energy. 70% of our population lives bi-coastally. What about hydroelectric power? We should be bi-curious. We have so much natural gas now, and we can liquefy it. We can transfer it across the seas. We can make Europe dependent on us instead of put them back in this little box where it belongs. Those are the kinds of things that we ought to be doing, and take advantage of the tremendous opportunities and energy that God has given us. Not get petty arguments, and we can get a lot of them out if we get the government out of our lives.
Doctor, thank you.
Coming up, closing statements from the candidates as our debate continues live from Des Moines, Iowa.
All right, you catch me as usual mid-tweet as we go to the break.
Hank Thompson tweeted, "If only we could make electricity and run cars on unearned confidence. That's the one resource America has over all else."
Hank Thompson, good old Hank Thompson. What are you up to, Hank? I know you're helping Jimmy Dore. Don't pretend you're not. Okay, all right. So let's do this. Ben Carson is still in the fucking race. Believe that? Every time they go to him, I think to myself, "Are you shitting me? This guy's still on stage." All right, I can't wait to pick winners and losers at the end of the debate because I think this is the one where we're gonna might have really spirited debate on this one because it's really not clear. Christie's making a little bit of a move. Paul and Carson can't make much of a move. Jeb Bush is the most flaccid politician that we've seen in a long time. I know.
What do you want me to do?
I know. Come on. I know. I need to give him a break.
Heck, everybody's flaccid. It happens to every candidate. Come on. It's the first time it's ever happened.
Come on, give me a break, right?
No, it's not you, it's me.
So our guys that are that in this debate are making a move. How are they doing? Is that we're paying attention to Cruz, Rubio, and Kasich. Okay, so in that light, Rubio I think is getting his ass kicked, and I think that Cruz is slowly. We're almost at the end of the debate here. They're going to have conclusions in a second.
He finished strong.
Yeah, is kind of asserted himself, right? He had a really nice answer. Of course, we don't agree with any of their answers. The question is, how did they do politically? And a really nice answer to the question about the governor of Iowa, who's beloved, doesn't, is not on your side. He countered with Steve King. He countered on the ethanol issue. He said, look, I'm cutting everybody's subsidies. That sounds really conservative. The reality is 3 out of his top 4 donors are in the fracking business. They don't get subsidies, so they want all their competition to stop getting subsidies. That's why they've given Ted Cruz a combined $36 million. And so it is crony capitalism, although in a very ironic way.
Because it's probably they're probably right.
Right, they're right. I mean, generally, the younger industries, which also include fracking, need subsidies, that's the point of subsidies. Fracking is also a young industry. It's just they were so immediately profitable that they didn't need subsidies, right? So anyway, but it looked principled, and it was a good political answer. Just coming on a little bit strong here. He got challenged, but survived the challenge, it seems like. And Kasich is, as Jimmy's been saying all night, is making a case for, hey, if you want crazy, all right, you can go Cruz, you can go Trump, you're not going to go for me, so I'm going to try for the sane vote. So, if you're sane, vote for me.
And sane
maybe
might only be 1 out of 5 of the voters, but that could be more than all the crazy
He's
voters.
looking at history, and he's saying, look, it worked for John Huntsman.
Somebody be fair, it relatively worked for George W. Bush, who ran as a compassionate conservative.
Yes, not in a divided field in any way, and not this kind of Republican Party.
And then McCain, divided field. Romney, divided field. So it's possible. All right, here we go.
Romney didn't run that way.
Couple of cataract surgeries over Christmas holidays. Got to go to Haiti last year. I've gotten to do some incredible things. Got to be on the floor of the Senate. It's just been amazing to me. But the thing that's most important to me and caused me to run for office is I'm worried about the country and how much debt we're adding. And I am the one true fiscal conservative who will look at all spending. That's the only way we'll ever balance our budget.
I'm really worried.
Yeah, he didn't even finish his time.
He could not be tried.
You know, one of our biggest national security issues is the world looks at us sometime and we look at each other and say, why can't we solve problems? I've got news for you. We can. We can, in fact, create jobs and provide job security. We can create a situation where wages begin to rise. We can create a situation for our children to be able to get a decent job to pay down their college debt. We can reassume our role in the world. But all this has to come together when we have a positive attitude, an optimistic approach, an ability for us to set the tune as conservatives, but to invite other people in to be part of that orchestra. You see, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, I'm an optimist because I've seen so many things get accomplished in my lifetime, and we can do it again together, all of us, to strengthen this country, work together. Thank you.
On September 11th, my wife was 2 blocks. They came down. She was trapped in the building, and I didn't hear from her for over 6 hours.
Wow.
We had 3 children, 8, 5, and 1, and I had to confront the possibility of being a single parent. Terrorism in this country scares everyone. Especially me, the commander-in-chief, who not only understands how to protect us, but feels in here what it means to face the possibility of loss. I've faced it. I've prosecuted terrorists. I have made the decisions that need to be made as a governor to protect us, and as President of the United States, no one will keep this country safer than I will.
Thank you, Governor.
Governor Jeb Bush. Governor?
We desperately need a conservative leader as President of the United States. I have a proven record as governor of the state of Florida as a conservative leader. And I also had detailed plans to fix the mess in Washington, D.C. As president, I will restore and rebuild our military, restore the alliances, and keep us safe. And as our party's nominee, I will defeat Hillary Clinton in November. I ask for your support on the caucuses come Monday night, and I will make you proud as our party's nominee.
You make a Bush crowd right there. Monday night. I mean, come on, Monday night, Monday evening, whatever.
Iowa for being so welcoming to me. Please think of our founding fathers as you listen. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more
he's going to do the preamble.
Justice, ensure domestic tranquility,
provide for the common defense,
promote the general welfare,
and
secure the benefits of liberty to ourselves
and our posterity.
Do, ordain, and establish this Constitution of the United States of America.
He's doing what I used to do on paper.
Enough said.
Yes. I would just copy and paste so I didn't have to write it. He's putting comment with a fucking copy.
Shine on the world. For over 200 years, America's light's been shining on the world.
His next book is going to claim that he wrote that.
But now that light is dimming a little after 7 years of Barack Obama. And that's why Monday night, what will happen here in Iowa is so important. I'm asking you for your vote. Caucus for me on Monday night, because if I'm your nominee, I will unite this party and I will defeat Hillary Clinton. And when I'm president, America's light will shine again, and the 21st century will be a new American century.
All right.
Texas Senator.
I like this part. We talk about light.
93 hours. To me, media noise will soon be over, and it's now for the men and women of Iowa to decide.
That's right.
Our country's in crisis. We're worried the future of our children, and we've been burned over and over again. The central question in this race is trust. Who do you know will kill the terrorists, defend the Constitution, and repeal Obamacare? Who do you know will stop amnesty and secure the borders? Who do you know will defend life, marriage, and religious liberty? Examine our records, pray on it, and I would be honored if you and your family would come caucus for us on Monday night.
Sounds so guilty.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here tonight.
Appreciate it greatly.
And that does it for the 7th Republican primary debate.
Yay!
But we're not done. The Kelly file starts in a moment. Guess who's going to be there? Senator Ted Cruz.
The first voting of the 2016 campaign happens in just 4 days.
Sit down, unbutton your jacket.
Yeah,
okay, come on.
Our Monday and Fox News will
have... jacket's not buttoned? Look at an idiot.
Yeah, you know what? Look at Jake. You think his jacket's buttoned? No, he can't button it.
Can't button it, that's right.
Okay, you think I can button this bottom one? Not even close.
I'm missing a button.
Okay, alright. Oh, we have to take a break. Guys, here's the deal. I know the debate's over. This is the best part. Don't worry. Just 2 quick minutes. When we come back, we're going to do a summary of the debate if you missed any of it. The winner of the debate, loser of the debate. We might have a really good debate within the debate here about who those are. Best line, worst line, biggest controversy, biggest fail of the debate. So all of that when we return in just 2 minutes. Come right back. All right. So we just had the last Republican debate before Iowa and also before New Hampshire.
So before a lot of people leave the stage, probably.
Right. And so one person decided to leave the stage even before that. It was Donald Trump, who literally left this stage. So in the beginning, all anybody could talk about and think about was Donald Trump. The first three questions had answers that related back to Donald Trump, and all the candidates kept talking about it. But as the debate went on, he got even bigger because then we found out that he brought on Huckabee and Santorum into his speech, and so everybody started buzzing about that. But then he faded, and by the end, I'd kind of forgotten about him. And so
he got that bump, but then people remembered it was Huckabee and Santorum.
and so before we get into this, the rest of the summary of the debate, let's have a quick conversation about what you guys thought at the end. Was it a terrible mistake, a small mistake, a success, a good idea for Trump not to have shown up?
Jack, I'll go first. It was unquestionably to me a terrible decision because the risk was great, and what you just said happened. That by the end of the debate, we'd forgotten about it, and it allowed somebody else to take the stage and shine. It ended up not being a terrible mistake because nobody really did. So I mean, like if you take a huge risk, you should still be criticized for taking the risk, even though you sort of survived it. And I would say Trump largely survived it. I can't see him being significantly damaged by this in any way.
Okay.
I don't think that it's going to severely hurt him, but I think it in the context of the fact that Megyn Kelly probably would have come pretty hard at him with the sort of I was going to say attacks. That's not attack. She showed the videos of Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio talking.
Fair question.
If she had done that with him, showing some of the footage from that ad that's been going around, that I think should be absolutely devastating against the Republican candidate, that would have really hurt him.
What? I took so long
probably a good idea.
to make that ad.
I think they found footage I have not seen before.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fair.
Well, I disagree a little bit with you guys. I think this is the thing that actually takes Trump down. I bet he drops out.
I guess you do disagree a little.
As you guys were talking, I came up with a conspiracy theory, so that's fun.
That was good.
There's a lot of people at Fox who support Donald Trump. In fact, when they were Ailes and Trump were fighting, there's reports out that there were even senior executives at Fox criticizing Ailes. Hey, don't do this. This is too much.
And in this most recent dispute, there was apparently a deep rift between, hey, why are you siding with Megyn Kelly? Do what Trump says.
Right.
Oh God, that would have been a terrible decision.
Right, and that would have been horribly weak, and that's not how Roger Ailes usually rolls. So, first of all, Trump not showing up is obviously the biggest controversy of the debate. The biggest controversy of the debate happened before the debate. But my conspiracy theory is, I wonder if anybody at Fox News tipped off Trump. They've got pay-per-view being wildly hypocritical.
That's not even that much of a conspiracy theory. That's not. You don't even. That's one of your few conspiracy theories I can get behind.
Oh, really? Okay, I'm not even sure I'm behind.
Yeah, no, but I mean that's pretty basic. I mean, it's not like those are done. I mean, there's a lot of people with know what's coming there.
Right. I mean, there
and the connections to you don't have to call Trump. You call a guy. You call a guy. You call Roger Stone.
And so you think maybe that is one of the things that influenced him to hey, you know what? That's not gonna work out well for me. Let me skedaddle.
Also, the thing is, he shows up on Fox 5 times a day. If they put all this work into producing it, they've got to have at least one host that's willing to roll it. Maybe not Bill, maybe not Sean.
But it won't be 15 million people watching. It's not as big a moment if it happens on a Hannity show, or it wouldn't happen on a Hannity show, and he doesn't go on Shep Smith's show. So as far as I know. I think that ultimately, let's get to the winners and losers, because I think is that okay? Can we do that?
Okay, hold on. We got Jordan. Okay. So we've got a reporter, Jordan Charrington. He was at the Trump event, since we were just speaking about Trump, and we wanted to see how that went. So Jordan, we were watching the debate. You were at the Trump event. How long did it last? What was the tenor of it? Did it seem successful in the room?
It lasted about just under an hour, I would say, and it was a very good tenor. If you were the veterans here, I spoke with a lot of them after, and they enjoyed it. If you were a neutral observer watching, it was a little hard to believe what you were seeing. When you have a veterans event that's supposed to celebrate the veterans, Donald Trump actually started for about 15 minutes saluting his millionaire friends who gave money to the veterans here. He listed off his friends, including Carl Icahn, who he likes to speak about quite a bit, who donated to the veterans. You know, many would say that you could have just handed out a sheet so people knew who donated. But he got, by my count, after 26 minutes, he pointed out the first veteran here that he wanted to, an Afghanistan war veteran, who I will say came up and had a very powerful speech about PTSD and issues veterans have at home, kind of the forgotten generation. We forget about them. The numbers on, the average number of veterans who kill themselves every day. So there was a lot of good parts if you actually care about the human spirit and all that. But Trump did not. It was, I would say, actually highlighting individual veterans here. Maybe 20 or 30% of it even was about that.
Right. And when Huckabee and Santorum came out, was it a little like, oh my God, here comes Randy Macho Man Savage from behind the scenes and stuff? Or it was like, oh.
It kind of reminded me a little bit of, you can't really make it into the main event, so you're kind of trying to get in the guy's locker room with him, or try to hold his gym bag. I saw someone vying for vice president and someone possibly vying for Secretary of Defense. Obviously, both former Governor Huckabee, former Senator Santorum had a lot of nice things to say about the veterans, but kind of awkward. You don't really see often active presidential candidates competing against each other on stage in unison. But it definitely kind of screamed of, Macho Man has to take the bullet for Hulk. Hulk's getting the title tonight, and Ms. McMahon saying, Macho, you got to hold his gym bag tonight.
That's it. Look, it drew a lot of attention for people who were not in the building. CNN went to it. Everybody started talking about it. But you're right. It felt like he was the boss, and these kids were coming along like, hey, nice pat on the head here.
Again, I realize I'm the hater.
I don't want to interrupt, but I think the highlight, which is going to turn a lot of people's stomachs, Donald Trump was given an honorary medal tonight on stage.
For what? For having getting the most deferments?
I honestly don't have that information what the medal was, but he was given a medal.
Who gave him the medal?
One of the I believe it was the Afghanistan veterans. I just told you that.
Now, did you get a chance to ask any of the veterans there or any people how they felt about him trashing John McCain's war record?
Yeah, I did. I spoke with 2 or 3 veterans after, and besides not being able to answer me how specifically Donald Trump would help the veterans, one person basically told me Trump talks a lot, but he means well. So that was kind of surprising to me, because you would think the veterans, it's like a unbreakable bond, and if you go after one, all the rest of them are going to be against you. But most of them here don't mind his tough talk, whether it's about John McCain, Muslims, you name it. One individual I spoke with, it's almost like you're unraveling these people as you go, because every issue I pointed out that there's either no specifics or he's reversed himself. He was kind of like, oh, well, I didn't know that, or almost like, so I had to say to him at the end, are you going to go home and reconsider? And it was kind of a joke, but I did mention to him that Donald Trump in the 90s wanted all the disabled vets thrown out of Fifth Avenue, and he said if that's true, he's not happy about that.
Yeah. Well, I got news for him. It's true. Yeah. And it wasn't just in the 90s.
He didn't believe it was true. He said I'm part of the evil media.
Well, you are part of the evil media, but it happens to be true.
How many times did Trump get deferments for medical deferments?
So I forget. It might have been 5, but it was a very significant number. Yeah. But he got deferments for being in school, I believe, and then he got deferments for medical reasons afterwards.
Yeah, right? For his foot.
Yeah,
for the foot.
And then he bragged about all the girls he was having sex with while, at that same time. Now, he didn't say while everybody else is dying in Vietnam, but that's what was happening. the people who didn't get deferments were dying in Vietnam, while he was bragging about being at orgies at some of the top clubs in New York. And then he also bragged about some athletic prowess at that time
with his bad foot.
With his bad foot that he couldn't go to
deferments. 4 student, 1 medical.
Yeah, 4 student, 1 medical. So 5 other guys went instead of him. That's what that means.
Yeah, by the way. And so Jordan, to that point, that veteran who gave him the award. I mean, is there any reason to believe that it wasn't the Trump campaign who went and found a veteran and said, "Here, give us this award"?
You know, I actually heard somebody say that in the press room. I'd like to believe in our better angels, Jake, so I'll look that up. I'll follow up into that. But I do believe he was a legit veteran.
No. I believe he's a legitimate veteran, but they are controlling the stage. Like, was it like a veterans group? Or was it like, hey, I found a veteran, and I'm going to have him give me some sort of award that I made up?
Yeah.
I believe there was several different veterans groups here. The main veterans group, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, was not here. They refused to take money.
Yeah, they refused to take any money. That's all white cops. Right. Yeah. And it was probably just a participant, but then again, he wasn't a participant. So
right. And several of the veterans on stage, and I spoke with after. Actually, one told the story that Donald Trump his car broke down. Believe it or not, maybe a decade ago, and this person helped him across the road, and in return, Donald Trump paid for his mortgage. So they were telling stories like that Donald Trump is a humanitarian and he cares about people. I will point out a little comical thing that is classic Trump. Ivanka Trump is 9 months pregnant, his daughter. And Donald Trump said, "Ivanka, I want you to have the baby in Iowa. It'll help me win."
Okay, yeah, that's classic Trump.
Also, the big stomach makes it harder for him to fantasize about her.
Okay, well, okay.
Not impossible, but harder.
Right. Well, all right, Jordan. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. And everybody, check out all the interviews Jordan did on TYT Politics, including the interview he did with Susan Saran yesterday, but also the Trump event that we're talking about now, the veterans interviews. That'll all be up on youtube.com/TYT Politics.
This is going to blow your mind when you see some of these people I spoke with tonight.
We're looking forward to it.
It's a tease.
Okay, and after our mind is blown,
trending soon on Facebook.
That's right. After our mind is blown, we'll be a mess. All right. Okay. Now back to some of the categories that we've got here. All right. Let's get to the main event. Who do we think was the biggest winner of this debate? I'm going to go with Cruz. It could have been Trump, but no. At the end of the day, yeah, it was a little flat without him. But we kind of forgotten them by the end, so it allowed someone else to seem like the big boss man. And in this case, everybody deferred to Cruz. The first couple of questions were to Cruz. Other people got questions with, okay, Cruz says this. How do you respond? That's normally what they would do with Trump. And he took a little bit of command of center stage. And at the end of the day, you got a sense of, okay, I guess it's Trump versus Cruz. So I'd say that's a fairly large win.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think he did. I think he got better at the end, and I think that the risk that Trump took was that Cruz would command the stage, but I don't think he did. I think the reason why, to get back to that first point about why this ended up being a huge risk for Trump that paid off because he didn't get hurt, is I think Jeb Bush was the biggest winner. I mean, if you just I think he did the best. His expectations were low. He gave good answers. It was like a guy he didn't get. Nobody was picking on him, so he did well. But I don't know that there's going to. I'd be stunned if there were a big payoff for that. So, but I thought he did rather well, and I think free of Trump, he excelled, and it makes you wonder what might have happened if Trump had never been in this race.
We definitely
to marginalize him to the extent that he.
Yeah, we definitely disagree. That's really interesting. We saw it differently.
I tweeted early on that you can see how visibly more comfortable Jeb Bush is when he's not worried about Donald Trump running up and flicking him between the eyes.
That's right. But it's a real, I mean, that's
really true.
Yeah.
But I don't agree that he's the big. I thought about it for the same reasons, and I thought his answers were perfectly fine. And were he in a better position than he already is, they might be acceptable. But if you're trying to shake up the race,
I got it. I'm not saying he shook up the race. I'm just saying he was substantive as much as people could be here. Much more.
And he had that bit of empathy
Yeah, that's right.
That most of the other candidates don't have. He said a few things that were politically risky in terms of like not expressing every time he talked about a Muslim. He would talk about the caliphate. He didn't say let's kill them all and ban them from the country, and so that's risky in this primary. I think it's probably Ted Cruz, maybe Marco Rubio, but probably Ted Cruz, especially early on. I thought his responses to the first few questions showed that he was sort of commanding the room. He was the one who mocked Trump openly, and he was obviously prepared to do that. So I think probably him. I think Marco Rubio did his best to capitalize on the opportunity, but to me, he's been delivering the same performance for at least 3 debates now. I don't find it to be particularly convincing. Every voter knows that he's scared of ISIS and hates ISIS. He's not educating anyone about that. And I thought that Ted Cruz did a pretty good job, not of rebutting the charges from Megyn Kelly, but of doing a good job in rebutting Marco Rubio's attempts to slander.
So that's really interesting because I really disagree with you as well. But
I came to the same conclusion as you think.
No, about Rubio. But your answers are getting me to reconsider my answer though in an ironic way. Maybe. He's still in the race. All right, which I'll come to at the end here.
But what I think, I think they're all losers tonight for sure. It made it seem how boring they are without Trump, and also showed that Ted Cruz isn't the front. I mean, he just I thought he kind of wilted, especially when they gave him those videos. They all look bad, except for John Kasich, who's not playing the game they're playing. John Kasich's playing another game, which is smart. They're all playing one game. He's going to put all his eggs in another basket, which is a smart basket to put it in. Plus, he's from Ohio, like we said. Jeb Bush, I disagree. I just think there's no way he can come off good. There's nothing to that guy. There's just not. Give me a break. And
so you're saying Kasich's the winner?
I think Kasich is the winner. The rest of them are losers.
Yeah, I think Kasich did okay too. Real quick, but I think Kasich and Bush are playing largely the same game, except Bush is more invested. Kasich can't. There's no real embarrassing number for Kasich in Iowa. There is an embarrassing number for Jeb Bush in Iowa. He's much more at stake. I just think he looked like a grown-up, and without having a guy do as John said, like you're like that makes it. But if I'm right, like let's suppose that, and again, I'm just saying, if I'm right and Jeb Bush, then Donald Trump is a genius because he's like, so I didn't come and Jeb Bush won the debate. You know what? I'm not terribly worried about that. That is not a concern for me. But the real winner, I think is, and it's not a candidate, would be Megyn Kelly.
God damn you!
And
also to a lesser extent, Robert, who I've never once even noticed was a living human thing. But he asked some good questions, and I thought Megyn Kelly, especially considering the expectations going into the debate, if you thought Trump was scared of her and he tried to say at the last minute he wasn't, I think that the questions she asked, the way she composed herself, she not only asked good questions and made you believe, she would have made Trump look ridiculous, but she also did what most of the candidates, or most of the moderators generally don't, aside from Chris Wallace there, is when someone tries to butt in and just control the conversation, she shut Kasich down like he was Marco Rubio.
You said Brett Baird to a much lesser extent, and I would agree, but it's to such a lesser extent that it's to no extent.
Okay, so now let me disagree with a lot of things and then come back to our agreement. So, Jeb Bush is unhelpable. Okay, this tick, and like he seems like he's agitated with everything, right? No, God, you're missing it. I'm missing it. Okay, so no, he was not the winner. In fact, I have him as the runner-up for Biggest Loser. Rubio, I thought got pulverized. I thought the Fox News crew destroyed him. But the reason you guys got me to start thinking about my answer is, well, if we all disagree on who won and all four of us picked someone else, well, then maybe Trump was the winner, because no one impressed. But at the end, I'm not going with him either. Okay, and I'm changing my answer to the one that we all agree on. But I'll make it a little broader. Fox News. That was as tough a questions as I've seen the Republicans ever get. Again, because of what Jimmy said during the live coverage, because they're not going to be called the liberal media, so they have a little bit more leeway. But on the other hand, look, Trump yelled at him for asking tough questions, and they doubled down and said, "Oh, I don't give a care. Okay, Trump's not here. I'm going to ask even tougher questions." Right? And they hit Rubio super hard. They hit Cruz super hard. And those are the two guys on stage with the best polling, right? Since Trump's not there. And I thought Megyn Kelly was super tough and super fair. And I didn't think I'd ever say that about a Fox News host. I thought Chris Wallace asked a number of good questions. You like Brett Baer. Overall, they really acquitted themselves very, very well as substantive and tough a questions as we've seen in these debates.
And almost like news people.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we're gonna.
The occasional follow-up, although they missed, I think, a few fairly obvious things they should have followed up.
Still gotcha. It's still nothing more than that. It's still that's the extent to which journalism has risen and then stopped. Like you said this then, but you didn't say this now. That shows that you're a politician, and when the politics suits you, you change your opinion. No shit. That's right. Yeah. But I mean, I don't even.
But they don't. But most others don't even do that.
I got it. But but that's not even that big a deal. I don't even know that it resonates. I mean, half of them can get out of it the way Jimmy recommended that Hillary get out about changing her mind about what was it, TPP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go. Yeah. I listened to my constituents, and I was persuaded that my position was wrong. Like, just okay.
Yeah, Mike. I listen to the people who vote for me, and that's who I represent.
I don't think I've ever heard a politician actually say that.
Right, there's nothing wrong with
That's
saying
amazing.
that. That's an answer. That's such an easy
I was
answer.
convinced by you right there.
Right. Now, but you know,
Well, that's a great point I made.
Right. That's right. But of all the Fox News guys, even Ben agrees here that Megyn Kelly, her star rises out of this.
Again.
And you know, by the way, this debate was in some ways Cruz, Rubio, Jeb Bush, etc. against one another. And in a lot of ways, this debate was Megyn Kelly versus Donald Trump, and Megyn Kelly clearly won.
Well, in another way,
except, as we said, because nobody dominated the debate, Trump.
That's true.
So maybe the ironic thing is it's a trick answer. They both.
How long does it take to find out what the ratings were for this debate? Is that tomorrow?
Tonight, probably.
And they'll go down. They were well.
One additional way that I think that Fox won and Megyn Kelly won is we thought, okay, Trump's not here. They're still going to make it about Trump because every debate has been all about Trump, even when they're not asking him questions, they're asking questions about him. They did do that for the first few minutes, and then largely they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't keep asking questions about Trump constantly. And aside from occasionally the joke by Jeb, they didn't. Even the candidates didn't bring him up all the time.
Okay, so now let's go on to the biggest loser of the debate. Obviously, we have disagreement on this too. My runner-up is Jeb Bush because this is not a winning strategy.
He doesn't do that nearly as much as we.
Yeah.
But at some point in every.
Come on, Ben. Give me a break.
Come on, every.
You didn't win, Ben. Give me a break.
Look.
So, because here's the thing, you already know Rand Paul lost, you already know Ben Carson lost. Those are not interesting conversations.
Yeah.
So Rubio and Cruz and Christie and Kasich are still in the race. But tonight, Jeb Bush was done. Okay, so, but he's still runner-up.
I'm not saying that he got some electrifying thing. I'm just saying that I thought he did well. And if you came at this and just saw this debate, he's the guy I would go, if I have to vote for one of these guys, I'd vote for that guy.
No, I'm with Jimmy. I'd vote for Kasich. No, actually,
I'd vote for one of those guys.
No, I'm sorry. From tonight's debate, I definitely vote for Rand Paul. He has actually two good answers. I don't mean politically. Like policy-wise, it's the first time any Republican has been right about two issues in a debate.
I would not only not vote for Rand Paul, I would drop his class.
Well, what's interesting too is that you see with Trump out of there, some of them started to sound more like actual human beings.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
So Rand Paul was allowed to talk like a human being. John Kasich went crazy talking like a human being.
Totally. Yeah.
He was worried about the mentally ill, which we've ignored since Ronald Reagan, which is what the homeless life. It was unbelievable the stuff he was saying. So
not Marco Rubio, though.
The Iran deal, I mean, he was like, if they violate it, but he was still like, but essentially, we'll be implementing it.
Yeah.
Brett Baer apparently also a huge fan of that deal.
I think that was the biggest effect. The biggest effect of Trump not showing up there is that they could, once people forgot about him, they could start talking like actual human beings, which is it's nice. I mean, it's because Trump's candidacy and the popularity that he has garnered makes you feel scared about the country. It's like, holy shit, there's that many fucking racists out there. I mean, we're that close to being a fact. They say the price of liberty is eternal vigilance, and now you see why they say that, right? Because holy shit, almost half the country is out of their fucking minds, and would that quickly turn to be a fascist state.
Yeah. So he's exposed at least that possibility. Okay, but getting back to the loser, I think Rubio was the ultimate loser. I think he got crushed on 3 different questions. I thought the montage that they ran against him was devastating. And he seemed like a fake politician. I mean, to the point you guys were making, the only guy who was impervious to being real for a second was Marco Rubio. And the voters are saying that they don't like fake politicians. They want an outsider. Here's a guy being a fake politician, and then who got exposed as a liar. I thought he did miserably.
The theory was he had, Marco momentum. He was at 18 in the phone polls where they talked to real people. He was 7 points behind Cruz in 2 polls. I mean, he was clearly surging and a pretty good position in New Hampshire too. And remember, Kasich was just talking to New Hampshire the whole time. So I think that that momentum died. I've been more impressed by Rubio than you have. I mean, impressed seems like the wrong word. But I think he was the biggest loser. I think he had a moment when he had an opportunity without Trump.
Battling, as we all know, the sore right shoulder.
That's a great sign right there. The Trump Rubio thing, which the establishment would be like, oh, we have a choice. Now we know who to back. And I think he failed, and I think it will hurt him. I think he had a really bad debate.
I think that it was Christie, actually. I mean, look, I guess maybe I was briefly not paying as much attention during a couple of the answers that convinced you that Rubio was doing badly. I thought that his recovery on the montage was serviceable. It distracted from the point that she was trying to make. I still think it hurt him, but I don't think it was too terrible. I thought it was a little bit rougher when they pointed out even the people of your own state don't think you're going to be president this time, maybe someday. That all hurt him, but I think that he and Cruz, if you're looking for an alternative to Trump, and Jeb Bush just doesn't get you going as he does for so few, I think that they're far more interesting as candidates than Christie. I think Christie tries to combine the same sort of warmongering that you're already getting from Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio with an economic message that I could not even put 3 facts to. I don't even know what his positions are. And then you combine that with really unsubtle, juvenile 9/11 talk about how my family was close to 9/11. And then he keeps saying prosecutor, prosecutor, prosecutor. Whatever, it made sense a year and a half ago when we were saying maybe someday he'll be a candidate before Bridgegate. But I think he's just a terrible candidate, I think.
All right. And Jimmy, biggest loser?
I think I would say Rubio tonight with you. I think it did hurt him, and he did look like all the things that people hate about politicians. I'd say Kasich biggest winner, him and the biggest loser.
Yeah. All right. We're in 3 out of 4. Rubio, loser. Okay. Now, I'm going to read one tweet here. I want to tell you guys, though, can you guys get Ben Carson, if you don't have him, saying that Putin is a one-horse country? Okay.
I've always said that.
Yeah. All right. So, Kyle Unchained wrote in, YouTube viewers, TYT 9,000, Trump 5,800.
What's that mean?
Ooh. I don't know.
We actually were live. We're over 10,000.
No, we're over 10,000 now. I know. But I don't know where Trump had the 5,800 viewers on YouTube. So that's the part I don't know.
Here's who wouldn't check those numbers if they were reversed. Donald Trump. So let's just go with it.
So, biggest loser of the debate, Trump. He's a mess. Okay, he's a mess on Twitter. Doesn't know what he's doing on social media. Has nearly destroyed YouTube. Okay, but we're gonna rescue it. We're gonna be so good on YouTube. It's gonna make your head spin. It turns out we were.
We're gonna win on YouTube more than the other.
Here's why every pundit's an idiot. Mainly us. I guess not John in this rare situation. Frank Luntz.
In this rare situation.
Obviously. What did I call them? Losers? Or idiots?
Idiots. A mess.
John's a mess. From Frank Luntz. 23 of 27 GOP debate focus groupers. 23 of 27. They're the winner of tonight's debate. Marco Rubio.
Really? Wow. Okay, we're a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
Maybe because he spoke more and he yelled more. Maybe that worked.
Maybe. Wait, it seemed like you were giving me credit for something.
You didn't say Rubio.
You said you thought Rubio was among the winners.
You thought,
but I didn't say that he was the winner, so I don't deserve too much credit.
And we all said he was the biggest winner.
I'm never going to give you too much credit, John. I wouldn't worry about that.
So maybe, what?
But I mean,
it's like he's screaming. He talked about ISIS a lot.
Rubio. Look, my Rubio tweet was ISIS, Jesus, ISIS, 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 Jesus, Jesus, ISIS, Sweden, ISIS, Jesus. And that worked. And apparently that won 23 to 4. Yeah, ISIS.
Yeah. ISIS. Christ on the cross.
Jesus.
ISIS.
ISIS guys. Okay. I want to go to video 3. All right. Worst line of the debate is not really a line from Rubio, except for what he said in the past. Here's what I mean.
When you ran for Senate in 2010, you made clear that you opposed legalization and citizenship for illegal immigrants. You promised repeatedly that you would oppose it as a U.S. Senator as well. Here are just a few examples. Watch.
Never support, never have, and never will support any effort to grant blanket legalization amnesty to folks who have entered or stayed in this country illegally.
First of all, earned path to citizenship is basically code for amnesty. It's what they call it. And the reality of it is this. It is unfair to the people that have legally entered this country to create an alternative pathway for individuals who entered illegally and knowingly did so.
You cannot grant amnesty. If the American people see us grant amnesty, they will never again believe in legal immigration. They will never again support it. And that's wrong for our country, bad for our future.
Within 2 years of getting elected, you were co-sponsoring legislation to create a path to citizenship. In your words, amnesty. Haven't you already proven that you cannot be trusted on this issue?
No, because if you look at the quote, and it's very specific, and it says blanket amnesty. I do not support blanket amnesty. I do not support amnesty.
You said more than that, sir.
No, I said I do not support blanket legalization.
You said earned path to citizenship is basically code for amnesty. You supported earned path to citizenship.
It absolutely has been. And at the time and the context of that was in 2009 and 2010, where the last effort for legalization was an effort done in the Senate. It was an effort led by several people that provided almost an instant path with very little obstacles moving forward. What I've always said is this issue does need to be solved. They've been talking about this issue for 30 years, and nothing ever happens.
Okay, I thought he got demolished there, but Ben read us analysis by Frank Lutz's focus group of 27 Republicans. 23 of them thought Marco Rubio won the debate. And as I was watching that, and what I thought was the worst line in this debate, meaning the worst exchange for Rubio, and the defining moment of why he had lost, but yet the Republican focus group says he won, I thought, maybe any time the media, no matter who they are, asks a challenging question of a Republican.
That's right.
Other Republicans go, wait, don't do that. That's not fair. When you challenge us with facts, we all hate it. Because none of us have facts. So they rally to his defense.
I think I should probably cut in here because I was the one who saw through what all of you. So I don't really have much to say though. No, I do think that was a bad response. We didn't hear too much of we've had the crowd boo the moderators multiple times in Republican debates. Although I don't think ever in a Democratic debate this year. And we had them boo Ted Cruz when he was implying that they were being too hard on him. So I think that's a possibility. But it wasn't shown as clearly as we've had instances of in the past. I think that was a loser for him. She defended herself. She cut in when he was trying to cloud the waters with his talk of exactly what word he said. But I don't think that was his weakest exchange.
I think Cenk is just right here. I mean, that we've reached a point where, that's why sort of our, condemnation of mainstream media questions of any of these debates are largely irrelevant. I think Democrats probably feel it sometimes too, is when I think that for every considerably tough question that you perceive Chris Cuomo was asking of Bernie Sanders, I don't think Bernie Sanders is hurt by that in any way. It may reflect something, but I think it gives these people an opportunity, and on the Republican side, the distrust is so extreme. It's been drilled into them for 35 years now. These people are liars. They have information that we don't want you to have. So quiet, all of them. And of course we know that when we talk about the mainstream media, it's a silly blanket statement because some of them are excellent. Some of them provide the key details which enable us to do these shows, and some of them are clowns. But having them seeming to gang up on your guy, I don't know how come I'm turning off the. Thank you, John. Sorry. Having them gang up on your guy is a win.
It might be. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think what we're seeing here. It's so interesting that just by the definition, by the very fact that you have been rightfully attacked and shown to be a hypocrite, you get Republican support.
I think that Ben made a good point there because we know exactly how we responded a couple of times during the Democratic Forum when he would say, "You're punishing them." Like it was so clearly trying to get something out of him.
But I gotta say though, there's a lot of truth in that, but it's not entirely true. And the reason I say that is that how many times have we said in a Democratic debate, that's a tough but fair question?
We have, yeah.
Right, many times, right? And so and sometimes we say that is an unfair question. So when you say, hey, you're punishing the rich, and you say the word punish 4 times, you framed it in a completely Republican way and are actually actively attacking him and not with the truth, right? But if you say to him, hey, a number of questions that has been asked of Bernie Sanders throughout all the debates, we go, fair question, tough question. I hope they ask Hillary tough questions as well. I feel like I've said that at least a dozen times. So, whereas the Republicans are like, no, if you ask someone a tough question, especially if it looks like you got him. Remember, the original Megyn Kelly-Trump battle was because Megyn Kelly quoted Donald Trump. Yeah. Like, that, even that makes them super angry, right? So, if they quoted Bernie Sanders, I can't see me getting angry, especially because he's there. If they quoted him out of context, he'd be able to say, hey, wait a minute, that's out of context.
Yeah, and here's a misquote. You're a self-described socialist.
Right.
That's a misquote.
And they ask tough questions to Bernie Sanders about his gun record. And he sometimes he has an okay answer, and sometimes he doesn't have a very good answer. Yeah. Right? And that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to
I just thought I thought one of the best lines was it didn't happen because I thought that Ben Carson quoted the preamble of the Constitution.
Quoted something, copy and pasted something.
Yeah, it was the preamble.
It was the preamble.
Right, the founding fathers said, and
we the people,
we the people,
Union established. Right. I just think a blown opportunity to get right to Section 2, Article 4. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. I think that would.
Can you imagine if he accidentally copied and pasted that? That would have been the winning line.
Yeah, that would have been great.
How funny is it that you're kidding around about best line being Ben Carson, just refusing to do a closing statement?
Yeah.
He's like, and now I'd like to quote something entirely irrelevant to these proceedings.
Yeah.
It's a lovely thing to document, right?
We had a tweet at the last debate where somebody tweeted, moderator, now Ben Carson, for your closing statement. Ben Carson, pass. That's what he did.
Then he also, he dropped the mic. I mean, he said at the end, he was upset.
Yeah. Well, it'd be the equivalent thing. Okay, now to your closing point. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United. That's exactly what he did.
It's so sad. Okay, so what I actually think was the best line is a line that is filled with lies. It's video 7, but was a very effective gambit against a tough question. So let's take a look. 7.
Well, Chris, I'm glad to discuss my views on ethanol and energy. I think God has blessed this country with enormous natural resources, and we should pursue all of the above. We should be developing oil and gas and coal and nuclear and wind and solar and ethanol and biofuels. But I don't believe that Washington should be picking winners and losers, and I think there should be no mandates and no subsidies whatsoever. And I would note there's a much more important government regulation to ethanol, and that's the EPA's blend wall that makes it illegal to sell mid-level blends of ethanol and gasoline. I will tear down the EPA's blend wall, which will enable ethanol to expand its market share by up to 60%, all without mandates, all without any government mandates whatsoever through the marketplace. And I'll note finally, Chris, there is a reason that Iowa's Congressman Steve King, perhaps the fiercest defender of farmers in this state, is chairing my campaign because he understands that I'm committed to a fair and level playing field for every energy source without lobbyists and without Washington picking winners and losers.
So now, they had asked him, hey, Terry Branstad, very popular Republican governor of Iowa, disagrees with you on ethanol. You want to get rid of ethanol subsidies. Now, I've heard this question asked 1,000 times before 1,000 Iowa caucuses. And every single politician finds a way to pander to Iowa and says, no, I'm going to keep the subsidies. So, score 1 for Ted Cruz, a man I can't stand. And there is dishonesty built into this answer, which I'll explain in a second. But he stood in front of that Iowa crowd and said, yeah, I'm going to take away your ethanol subsidies. And look, Terry Branstad doesn't agree with me, but Steve King, another favorite son of Iowa among Republicans, agrees with me, and I've got to act out of principle here, and I'm the true conservative. So I thought that was as good an answer as you could give. Yeah, the deceit built into that answer is that I know that 3 out of his top 4 donors, the 4 donors combined, gave him $36 million to his super PACs. That is the great majority of all the money that he has.
Yeah.
So he has very little money outside of those 4 donors, and 3 of them are in the fracking business. Fracking business doesn't get subsidies. They don't want any of their competition, including ethanol, to get any subsidies. So conveniently, Ted Cruz gets to go, here, give me your $36 million. Let's get rid of all the subsidies, the goddamn some bitch subsidies. You see that? I'm against crony capitalism. Now, look, again, down to turn back around one more time and give him more credit. I agree with him. I think we should get rid of the ethanol subsidies. We should largely get rid of most of the energy subsidies. We give $40 billion a year in oil subsidies. That's insane. Some of the newer companies, and the oil companies, when they were new, needed some subsidies. Some of the solar and wind companies make a good argument for subsidies, but even so, if you said to me, get rid of them all, I probably would. So, overall, a strong answer. Yes, it helps his donors. It's convenient, but well played.
Yeah, I think it was the best answer that we've heard yet about the blend wall. And everybody's focused on the blend wall in Iowa. I think we should build one on the southern border, and we should make some farmers pay for it. But I do think, while all the fracking stuff is totally true, and by the way, maybe tomorrow on the show, we need to talk about some of the stuff I've been reading about Hillary Clinton and fracking, but that's a separate story. It is still a somewhat, like, when he could potentially win or lose Iowa by a point at this point. Like, we don't know how it's going to end up. It is, amongst Iowa, talking about anything having to do with the farmers, and especially subsidies, is risky. And for a guy who doesn't seem to have much natural bravery, I guess his bravery is being propped up by millions and millions of dollars. It's a pretty bold move for him to make, I think.
You know, this is 2008. This is a piece in the National Review. Fred Thompson told me, not me, but whoever writing this, John Fund, told John Fund he didn't see merit in subsidizing one fuel over another. But in Iowa's GOP caucus that year, opposing ethanol was like pushing against a mountain. Hillary Clinton voted against ethanol a total of 17 times in the U.S. Senate, saying she found it, quote, impossible to understand why any pro-consumer, pro-health, pro-environment, anti-government member could vote for ethanol mandates. Oh, God bless her. 2007, as she announced for president, she took a sharp turn on the road to Des Moines and embraced ethanol. This year, she calls ethanol a success for Iowa and much of rural America. 2 candidates on the Republican side have broken ranks. Senator Rand Paul, true to his libertarian principles, and Cruz. But what's interesting here, it says here, in reality, as my colleague Charles Cook writes at National Review Online, Cruz has changed his mind on ethanol in the past. Oh, never mind that. Now that Cruz is leading in the Iowa polls, the industry-funded America's Renewable Future, ARF, is paying 17 staffers to trash Cruz in the state. The group, whose Iowa director is the son of Terry Branstad, who claims that Cruz has shifted his position in their favor toward a gradual phase-out. In fact, they are only taking credit for a position Cruz already had. So, I mean, it's bold. Like, they're trashing him. He's got real enemies there. I got it. He got 36 million. I mean, I guess they got 36 million. I got it. It's not that bold. I guess I'd be bold.
You changed your mind.
Right. But nonetheless, a good line.
Yeah. Nonetheless, a good line, although, and may work well with other GOP voters in another state, but I don't know how, we'll see if it really hurts him in Iowa. If he does poorly, if he loses to Trump, making numbers up here, if he loses to Trump 42-23, they'll put relevant. No, but they might say, well, then maybe you were, no, I'm going the other way, maybe it was a mistake.
I don't. Yeah, I find it. No, well, you know that we had a fairly uneventful debate without Trump, when the best line of the debate was, Iowa, tear down this blend wall.
See, with different blends of ethanol,
we had it before that friggin' Michael Schur tweeted it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the best line, well, first of all, I think that objectively the best, most rational line was Rand Paul's answer about the racial disparities in the use of force in the war on drugs. But I think that tactically, strategically, one of the best lines, although nobody seems to remember that it even happened, was I think that Ted Cruz starting off like the first 2 minutes of the debate, his joke about I'm a maniac, you're fat, you got bad hair, like he was like, Trump's not here, I'm just going to stand and do my act in front of everyone. I think that showed that in the absence of Trump, he considers himself the front runner. I think that it set the tone that they treated him that way in the beginning. I think that tailed off. I made the prediction earlier, or I said earlier on that they're treating him that way. I don't think that continued past the halfway point, but I think that was him coming in and taking control of the space.
Right. It's just weird. I don't remember such an effort to finish second, to finish third in Iowa and second in New Hampshire, or
this talk might be enormously irrelevant. Yeah. Like that Trump steamrolls. Like, what is all this? This is bullshit, right? Okay, all right, last thing. We're going to go to video 8 here, guys. The biggest fail in the debate? Well, this one might have been a layup. A little too easy. Let's go to the good doctor.
It's because Putin is a one-horse country, oil and energy, and we ought to fight them on that level. We ought to be helping in terms of the technology for fracking, keeping the price low, quite frankly, because that's what's keeping him contained.
Putin is a one-horse country, oil and energy.
Sarah Palin was like,
totally. That's what I was about to say. What? Sarah Palin just she wrote that line. She's like, you nailed it, doctor. Get about the horse.
She's thinking of switching her endorsement.
He's a one-horse country. Putin is Russia, oil, energy.
But think about
one horse, big horse, happy horse. My son will punch that horse in the face when he's drunk.
And that's Obama's fault. Okay, think about how many fails were wrapped up in that simple sentence, right? Putin is a country. He's a one-horse country. And that one horse is oil and energy. Okay, we're done.
It's such a shame. It's too bad it's not. It's just a shame it wasn't somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, it's already.
But I love how fast.
It's just a little sad.
Yeah.
It took about 3 seconds for someone to tweet out the photo of Putin riding a horse without a shirt on.
Oh, that's right.
Turns out it's true. He's a one-horse country.
So everybody, look, we're going to do the show tomorrow. Of course, we're going to do the show on Monday. But the caucus is on Monday night. We're going to be here at 8:00 Eastern, and we're going to be so. I don't know about. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'll speak for myself. I'm going to be so fucking excited. I can barely, contain myself.
2 elections. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to happen.
And you don't know if Trump's going to win Iowa or not, or Cruz or one of these. Probably not one of the other guys, but let's see who comes in third is actually a little relevant. And then Bernie versus Hillary, no one knows, and it's so important.
And the numbers matter so much. Again, 42-23 or 37-35, they matter so much. In the general election, they don't matter.
Right? They especially matter on the Democratic side because, as David sort of said, if he really tries hard and he loses by 1 point, everyone in the entire media is going to tell him to drop out for the good of the Democratic Party. But if he beats her by 8, then we could have a really exciting 5 more months in the primary. But by the way, I know that this is just part of me being a hater and not wanting to believe that Trump could possibly win, but I read this analysis, I believe in 538, of all of the previous open primaries and open caucuses in Iowa. And there were cases on the Republican side of people jumping 20 points in the last week. It happened multiple times over the past 25 years. So it's not impossible. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not impossible for even a non-Cruz person to sneak up and beat.
And we'll learn for the first time whether these Trump people are really going to go show up, and B, turn out for Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, my hunch is that they probably will.
So is Trump getting the evangelical? He's getting a lot of evangelical support, especially with Jerry Falwell Jr.
split with Cruz.
Endorsing him, which just goes to show you that even an atheist like me is a better Christian than most of those fucking Christians.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
All right. Well, this has been a one-horse show today.
with the 4 of us.
Yeah, just it's been a one-horse.
You got Ben, you got Jimmy, Jake, obviously Jake,
and then John. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
We can surely stop Jinsuyu. Get revenge! Kill them all!
Rated M for mature. Donald Trump was pulled out of the debate on Thursday. As we tape this, the debate hasn't happened yet. You never know. He might come in at the last second. He's now moved his benefit for veterans, which, by the way, turns out to be a benefit for Donald Trump, to 1 hour before the debate, so he theoretically could make the debate. Anyway, Fox News is in a tailspin over this. They thought, no, we can poke him and we can make fun of him for going after Megyn Kelly, and we're going to protect our own. And we're run by Roger Ailes, the alpha male of all alpha males for Republicans. Okay. It turns out Donald Trump's like, hey, you're a silly alpha male? I'm a silly alpha male. I pull out. Okay. I love how these so-called alpha males are like, I'm going to run from you. No, I'm going to run from you. So Donald Trump runs from Roger Ailes. But now Roger Ailes isn't going to have the ratings that he wanted, and he might have insulted his Republican nominee. So, oops. There are reports from Gabriel Sherman, who's written a lot about Fox News, there's great inside sources there, saying that some of the senior executives are in a revolt, and Roger Ailes is trying to fight off criticism from them, and that Ailes is, quote, frantically trying to re-enlist Trump in the debate. Really? He's got Roger Ailes frantic. Well, I'll give him one on that. Now, if I just read that, I think, maybe, okay, but, Roger Ailes is not the frantic type, so I'm surprised by this a little bit. But then you turn to what's happening on air, and you go, oh my God, they are frantic. They're in a panic. It turns out Trump is out alpha male them. So first, Bill O'Reilly's going to have him on, and he's going to start begging and pleading with him to come on the show. We got 2 clips on this. Let's watch the first.
I don't think not showing up at the debate tomorrow night is good for America. Voters are still assessing you. They need to see you in high-profile situations. Or am I wrong?
Well, I think you're wrong because, frankly, when you're mistreated, as we were with the Iran deal, our country should have walked. I believe you want to improve the country. I believe that personally. By walking away from it, you lose an opportunity to persuade people that you are a strong leader. Well, I understand your opinion, Bill, but tomorrow night at 9 o'clock at Drake University, we're going to have a tremendous event. And I'm telling you, that's the way to go here. If they treated you unfairly, and I don't believe they would, I don't believe the 3 moderators would treat you unfairly tomorrow night, then you got 60 seconds to let them have it right between the eyes. And that's the kind of guy you are. You stand up, you let them have it. That's good. You made your case. You won the debate. That's what America's about. Robust debate. Don't walk away from it. Let's talk about something more important. Bill, let's talk about something more important. This is not that important. Let's talk about something more important. Okay. So in your Christian faith, there is a very significant tenet, and that's the tenet of forgiveness. Don't you think that's the right thing to do? It probably is, but it's called an eye for an eye, I guess. Also, you can look at it that way. No, come on, it's about the country. Will be there, and everybody. We're going to help a lot of veterans, whereas Fox is not giving anything to the veterans.
Wow. I've seen Bill O'Reilly do a lot of loathsome things, but I've never seen him so pathetic in my life. All of a sudden, Fox News is talking about turn the other cheek. I didn't hear that in foreign policy. Invade, attack, bomb. Where was turn the other cheek then? Oh, come on, Donald, won't you forgive? I mean, you're such a tough guy. You're so aggressive and wonderful. Why don't you do that on our debate stage? Please, Donald. Bitch. Listen to this. bitch a little more.
Would you do me a favor? Look, Bill, you owe me because I bought you so many vanilla milkshakes. I bought you so many vanilla milkshakes. You owe me. Will you just consider? I want you to consider. All right. Think about it. Say, look, I might come back. Forgive. Go forward. Answer the questions. Look out for the folks. Just want you to consider it. You owe me milkshakes. I'll take them off the ledger if you consider it. Well, even though you and I had an agreement that you wouldn't ask me that, which we did, I will therefore forget that you asked me that. But it's up to Fox. It's not up to me, Bill. What they did,
you're actually telling the truth.
We had that agreement. You actually did break the agreement. You're telling the truth that I said. Because I told you up front. I said, don't ask me that question because it's an embarrassing question to you. And I'm not going to listen to anybody. Right. But I'm not going to listen to any political person tell me don't ask me anything. But you're absolutely an honest man. Then I said, I'll try not to do it with the milkshake thing just to overwhelm me. But I'm asking you to reconsider it.
Oh, my God. So there's two parts of that I love. They apparently had a secret agreement not to talk about the debate, which I believe Bill O'Reilly broke as much as any agreement could possibly be broken. Okay. And then Trump outed him because that's what he does. And then, what was the vanilla milkshake line? I love that. Is that an analogy? What kind of... I know the milkshake brings all the boys to the yard for you, Bill O'Reilly, but what kind of milkshake did you give Donald Trump? Where he was like, true, I did drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake! Oh, these lovers, what can I do? Their lovers spat. It's such a shame for them. So if you think O'Reilly was embarrassing, wait till you get a load of Eric Bolling. Watch this.
I wish he wouldn't. Let's put it that way. I hate this. It feels just feels. I look fiercely loyal to Fox, fiercely loyal to Roger Ailes myself. I would love for something to happen between now and 26 or 27 hours from now, where Donald Trump changes his mind. He comes to the debate table. I think it would be good for both, but good for Donald Trump too, because he does well, in my opinion. A lot of people differ. I think he does well on the debate stage. A last minute pulling out of this, I hope he reconsiders. Let's put it that way. Donald, if you're listening, hopefully he's listening. You are a deal maker. Make a deal. Make a last minute deal. And this is what you prided your whole campaign on. You have the most successful business book, Art of the Deal. Make a deal. I'm sure that there are people around who'll be willing to entertain the deal. Make a deal. It'd be good for everybody.
What would you deal?
I don't know. Figure it out. That's why he's running for president. I'm just opining it.
Oh, please, Donald, please make a deal. I'll do anything, please. I'm begging you. You are begging him. You're so sad. It's great to watch. One more clip from Fox News. This is the beef that Donald Trump and Fox News had, and how it actually came to a conclusion. Let's watch. If you notice, Bolling was almost literally doing that. But Donald! Oh, I've never seen Fox News so pathetic. I've never been happier to watch Fox News. I am told that there's a liberal media, and that the liberal media have been supporting Democrats and progressives and liberals for all this time. Really? Who's the liberal media? CNN, nothing but disdain. And every time they talk about Bernie Sanders, socialists can raise my taxes. We're all rich here. We don't want you to raise our taxes. Now, I've shown you example after example of that. If you want to go to our YouTube channel, watch it, okay? The CNN, the Clinton News Network. You watch that, okay? Now, I've shown even MSNBC does it. Fox News certainly does it. Even the Associated Press from time to time does it. Now, so who is it? Who's the liberal media? Well, the newspapers, of course. New York Times, that liberal media who told us, Iraq's got weapons! Weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons, you gotta attack Iraq right away. That's the liberal media. No, wait. There's gotta be one. Washington Post, they're the liberal media. These are the guys who broke Watergate. right? They got Nixon to resign. Washington Post, liberal media. Oh, good, their editorial board just came out with an editorial to talk about one of the candidates. Oh, it's Bernie Sanders. Perfect. Since they're the liberal media, they're obviously going to endorse Bernie Sanders, right? I mean, that's what I get told by the mainstream media all the time, how they're so liberal as they support one corporate position after another, right? So let's go to the headline of this editorial and find out. Headline is, quote, Bernie Sanders fiction-filled campaign. Oh, that's interesting. It turns out there is no liberal media. Washington Post hates Bernie Sanders. What happened to the fucking liberal media? Okay, let's give you the details of the op-ed. This is not one person writing an editorial at the Washington Post. This is the Washington Post editorial board. This is the opinion of the Washington Post as an organization. Quote, Senator Bernie Sanders is leading in New Hampshire and within striking distance in Iowa, in large part because he's playing the role of uncorrupted anti-establishment crusader. But Mr. Sanders is not a brave truth teller. He's a politician selling his own brand of fiction to a slice of the country that eagerly wants to buy it. Okay, what are you talking about? This guy didn't come out of the woods out of nowhere like Donald Trump, who wasn't in politics, who has had positions all over the board. I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-life, I'm this, I'm that. I mean, the hypocrisy of Donald Trump is on the record. It's very, very clear. Bernie Sanders does not have that record, so it's hard for you to lie about it. His record has been enormously consistent. Why do you think he caught on fire? Everybody's so sick of the fakeness, right? The fakeness that you guys in the mainstream media represent. The fakeness of Washington and New York. So Bernie Sanders comes and catches on fire because you can't fake a 40-year progressive record. He's on the record over and over again. You know who told us he's the most progressive guy in the Senate? You guys did. As you did it with disdain oozing from your mouth. The most progressive senator. The most liberal senator. And he's got the voting record that shows, yes, in fact, he was the most progressive senator. That's why he's not lying. He's telling you exactly what he would do and what he has done for 40 years. But you called him a liar anyway, because you can't stand him, because you're the establishment. You're not liberal media. Don't you get it? All the media is owned by corporations. Corporations are gigantic and enormously rich and powerful. You think they want change? What would we change? We change them. They don't want that change. You think they're bothered by Donald Trump or Ted Cruz? They aren't half as bothered. They aren't 1% as bothered by those guys as they are by Bernie Sanders, because they get a sense he might actually change things. He might change the people in power. Who's in power now? The mainstream media. They're scared to death of this guy. I've got more from the op-ed. They say Mr. Sanders' success so far does not show that the country is ready for a political revolution. It merely proves that many progressives like being told everything they want to hear. Okay, let's pause here to get a good belly laugh on this. So now let me get this right. He is succeeding in the polling. He's clearly winning in New Hampshire, and now it appears that he's tied or leading in Iowa. So your conclusion on that is that he is not successful. It is not a political revolution, even though this is a guy you told us had no chance of winning. That's what you've been saying for all these years. No chance of winning. All of a sudden he's winning. And now you say, no, it still doesn't count. It still doesn't count. It's not a political revolution, and it doesn't prove anything. No, that is exactly what polling proves. It proves that progressives like his message, and they took a senator that you said had no chance of winning and gave him a chance of winning. See, that's exactly what it proves. So to say that it's not resonating is wishful thinking on your part because you're scared to death that it might be resonating. So now let's get into more specifics. They say Mr. Sanders' story continues with fantastical claims about how he would make the European social model work in the United States. He admits that he would have to raise taxes on the middle class in order to pay for his universal Medicare for all healthcare plan, and he promises massive savings on healthcare costs that would translate into generous benefits of ordinary people, putting them well ahead on net. But he does not adequately explain where those massive savings would come from. Once again, totally and utterly untrue. He says, look, he explained it in the town hall event the other day. They wrote this op-ed after the town hall event. He says, okay, look, first of all, most of the tax increases are going to the very, very rich, to the 1/10 of 1%. Now, if you want to talk about specifically the issue of healthcare. If you're going to do single payer, what you need to do is, yes, you need to raise taxes, including on middle class Americans, because you need everybody involved in that system. But you're going to get twice as much savings if you go to single payer. Now, how do you know that? You know that from what you dismissively call the European social model. Yeah, but the Europeans have done it, and they've proven it, and it turns out there are tremendous savings. So even if you give $5,000 more in taxes, as an example, you get back $10,000 in savings. Now, that's not fantastical. It's something that country after country has done. And you know where they rank in healthcare? Above us, not below us. I'm not even talking about costs. I'm talking about delivery of quality healthcare. You know where we rank in the world? Number 37. And these guys say, oh, you think you're going to do better than number 37 by doing models that have proven to work and have much better results than the U.S.? Fantastical! In other words, whatever you do, please don't tax us. Don't tax the rich. Don't, please don't tax us. Now, we'll pretend to care about the tax on the middle class. Actually, we know you're saving money for the middle class. But what we really care about is the people running this corporation who actually would pay more in taxes. They really, really don't want to do that. How do you like that from the liberal media? All right, one more specific in the article for you. Again, it's not an article, it's the opinion of the Washington Post. Here's a reality check, they say. Wall Street has already undergone a round of reform, significantly reducing the risks big banks pose to the financial system. Oh, I see it's fixed! How do you like this liberal media telling you, oh, we already reformed the banks. It's nothing to look at. Move along. Wait a minute. Can they still gamble with investor money? Did we reinstate Glass-Steagall? Oh, no, we didn't. They can still gamble with investor money. Is there still out-of-control gambling on Wall Street? Provable by every expert in the field. Don't we fixed it already? Just stop meddling. Leave Wall Street alone. Liberal media. Okay, on that same topic, the evolution and structure of the world economy, not mere corporate deck stacking, explain many of the big economic challenges the country still faces. I love that quote. It's not the corporations! Don't touch our beloved corporations. That is not the problem. Corporate debt stacking is not the problem. It's your world economy. I mean, what does that mean? Washington Post is supposed to give us facts and information. What does that mean? The this evolution and structure of the world economy. How does that lead to the economic collapse that we saw in 2008? It's not the structure of the world economy. It was the structure of, for example, ratings agencies that are incentivized to say, oh, you're going to pay me money, I'll give you a AAA rating even though you didn't deserve it. You see, that system is rigged. Bernie Sanders, one of the many proposals he has is, let's unrig it. If they're going to give a rating to a bank or to a specific product that they have, you know what? Maybe they should be fair and neutral so that consumers are not betrayed, so that you protect American citizens instead of the banks you want to protect. Outrageous! No, it's just the world economy. Look away from all the corporate wrongdoing, all the wrongdoing of Wall Street. But the thing that drives me crazy, okay, fine, Washington Post is massively conservative, totally pro-establishment, and that's why they can't stand Bernie Sanders. But then they turn around and say, these guys are liberal media. That's a joke, man. It is complete and utter propaganda. There is no liberal media. Are there facets of the media that have a progressive perspective? Yes, The Nation, us, many other parts of the media that are like that. Is the mainstream media wholly corporate-owned, obsessed with profits, soaking in the money that they get from all of the politicians? Where do you think the money in politics goes? It goes to TV ads, it goes to newspaper ads, it goes to radio ads. They're bathing in the corruption. You think they're liberals? No, they're the exact opposite. They are the protectors of the establishment. That when they tell you don't listen because it's the liberal media, that's a joke. So finally, you got my sense of it. Let me give you Bernie Sanders' sense. When asked about this Washington Post editorial, he said, people are telling us, whether it's the Washington Post editorial board or anybody else, our ideas are too ambitious, can't happen, too bold. Really? Well, here's something which is really bold. In the last 30 years, there's been a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class and working families of this country. the middle class has become poorer, and trillions of dollars have been transferred to the top 1/10 of 1%. Where was the Washington Post that expressed concern that the middle class was shrinking? Where was your op-eds about the fantastical ideas that the Republicans had when they said, oh, no, let's give all the tax cuts to the rich and to the corporations, and then it'll trickle down on your heads. And when it turns out that wasn't the case at all, where was your opinions about how they were lying and deceiving you? Waiting, liberal media, I'm still waiting. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. As they extracted trillions of dollars of wealth from the middle class and gave it to the very top, partly you guys, there were no editorials. But not a peep was heard. When Bernie Sanders says, hey, maybe we should actually look out for the middle class, how dare he? Fantastical, outrageous. He'll just trust Wall Street. Finally, he couldn't help but throw one more jive in there on foreign policy. And the Washington Post editorial board, if you think their domestic policy is conservative, you should get a load of their foreign policy. There is an award that the Washington Post hasn't loved in the last couple of decades. So Sanders says, about the Post, check out where all the geniuses on the editorial page were with regard to the invasion of Iraq. Okay. I believe we have a saying for that. It's called the people's elbow. Oh, yeah, you genius on the editorial board. Hey, where were you on Iraq? Oh, right. You wanted to go into Iraq. Don't believe the hype. The mainstream media is nowhere near liberal. They're corporate-owned, and they work for the establishment. So if they tell you all these lies about Bernie Sanders, don't believe it for a second. Check out the actual facts, his actual record, and look at logic and reason, not these biased guys who are obsessed with protecting their own ass. A TYT exclusive, Jordan Chariton does it again. Our field reporter, reporting for TYT Politics, talked to Susan Sarandon. This is now trending all over online. She said that Donald Trump reminds her of a drunk uncle at a wedding, and that the real problem is that he has made hatred and racism normal. He's normalized it. Luckily, he has no specific idea what he's talking about. But she was kind to Republicans overall, not necessarily what you'd expect from Susan Sarandon, who is a very strong liberal. But as a liberal, of course, you're open-hearted and open-minded. And she said there are very sane Republicans out there, and they're embarrassed by what's going on right now. If you want to watch all the different interview parts with Susan Sarandon, you can catch it on TYT Politics. We'll have a link below. But now I want to show you one part of the interview, because we wanted to really get at what it is that about Bernie Sanders that she finds so appealing. Now, after we show you our interview with her, just a part of it, right? Then I want to show you an interview she did on CNN Politics, and I want you to see if you can tell the difference. Okay, so here's Jordan talking to Susan Sarandon.
What stood out to you about Senator Sanders, and what made you emotional tonight?
I feel this, it's just a miracle that we've gotten a candidate that can get this far without getting money from Goldman Sachs and the Koch brothers and chumming up with Wall Street. And I don't think it's ever going to happen again if this guy doesn't get in, because the system is rigged, and I don't think it can continue this way. And there's so much cynicism about, I talk to so many people who say, well, obviously he's the best guy, but it'll never happen because, it's just what he wants to do is just impossible. And what he wants to do is not impossible. There are ideas that FDR had that worked, and we've lost our way. And he's saying, let's take responsibility and we can do it. And let's, bust up Wall Street. And there will be a redistribution of wealth, but it's gone the other way. And now it's time to give our kids an education. I'm very moved by it.
We want the best educated workforce in the world. We have to make educational opportunities available.
He has hit a chord with people, and they're very emotional. And now it's just a question of getting his platform out there. He's done very well on the debates, and people are starting to understand what he stands for. And I think that, it's a lot of young people that are too young to be cynical.
So that addresses two main points. Hey, what is it about Bernie Sanders that's got you all fired up? And she explains, look, there's a corrupt system. This seems like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to overturn that system, because so many people are excited about Bernie Sanders. Otherwise, we go back to the same old system, which is going to bring you no change and is empower the very, very rich and very powerful and taking power away from the middle class and Americans. And you heard it for yourself. And then she addressed the second point, which is electability. Well, she says, well, if not now, when? Basically, we've got all this momentum, and we need you to realize that this is your opportunity to take it. And obviously, as we've told you in the polling in the past, young Americans agree. People under the age of 29 in Iowa, for example, support Bernie Sanders overwhelmingly. About 3/4 of them are for Bernie Sanders, only 14% for Hillary Clinton. So that's substance. Now, we turn to CNN, where she's going to be interviewed by the mainstream media. Let's see if we can notice a difference.
They supported him when everyone said he couldn't get elected, and they're all over Bernie. They love him.
Interesting. So some people would say, you know what, Ms. Sarandon, you're a feminist icon. Hillary Clinton is running as a feminist icon, so why aren't you supporting her?
Well, Bernie Sanders consistently has represented everything that I'm interested in, that I care about. He wants change. He doesn't want business as usual.
Bernie Sanders, he says he's a socialist. He admitted that he would have to raise taxes to accomplish his goals. Those are two things that many Americans would take pause, like the socialist label. Do you think people will really vote for a guy?
Well, everything that he's talking about is just completely directed from FDR. So I don't know if you call FDR a socialist.
The critics would say, he wants to give Americans handouts, single payer. He wants everybody to have health insurance, free college tuition for everybody, and those things just aren't possible.
Do they say that about all of Europe? Do they say that in all of
Some
Europe?
critics do say that about Europe.
Yeah, but they're very happy. Why shouldn't we have health care? I mean, why is that something that we should be ashamed of getting? That's not a handout when you pay taxes and you work very hard.
Some countries within Europe, their economies aren't so great.
Yeah, but we got broke going to war, right? The gap between the rich and the poor has gotten so huge, where the few people at the very top, it's like 0.5%, have more than, I think, 50-some% of the property in this country and the wealth in this country. That's redistribution of wealth and going the other way. That's what we should be talking about.
Here's how I can summarize CNN's attitude in that interview. Like, oh, please, Bernie Sanders. So every single question was like, oh, but come on. First of all, he's not a woman, and you're a woman, and Hillary Clinton's a woman, so why don't you vote for the woman? Sophisticated question. But look, that's actually the least offensive question. I get it. And Susan Sarandon says, well, he agrees with my policies more, so that's why I'm going in that direction. And then the rest of the questions are nothing but loathsome. He's a socialist, and he wants to raise taxes. And most Americans don't agree with that. Wait. Where'd you get that from? No. Most Americans in large TV studios don't agree with that. But in reality, if you ask them, hey, would you like to raise taxes on the rich? They say, yes! The polling is very clear on that. So don't go around lying about what Americans think, because you're rich and everyone you know at CNN is rich, and so you assume that they don't like Bernie Sanders' policies. In fact, in Iowa, among Democratic voters, socialism holds better than capitalism, which is stunning. Yes! I know, but it's a new day in America where we're sick of the excess of capitalism. Maybe not the core of capitalism, but we're sick of crony capitalism and the corruption that has taken over. So when she dismissively says, oh, Susan Sarandon, of course. But really, I mean, you're backing a socialist who wants to raise taxes, and everybody in the mainstream media agrees that's unacceptable because our taxes would go up. And then she goes, critics would go on to say that Bernie Sanders is just doing nothing but handouts. Now, wait a minute. When the Republicans come on your air, or people that support Republicans, you ask them the question, well, critics would say that you all supported handouts to the tune of $700 billion to the bankers, and if you talk about what the Fed gave the bankers, that's $7 trillion. Well, you all supported handouts. All the Wall Street guys that the Republicans support, all they want is handouts. Isn't it funny how CNN never asked that question? Hey, wait a minute, Jeb Bush, you've got a program that gives billions of dollars to the rich in the form of tax cuts. Marco Rubio, you got a plan that doubles that. You're giving away billions, and in fact, over the span of 10 years, if these programs were successful, trillions of dollars extra in the form of taxes to the rich. You know what that is?
It's a handout. But I don't see you scrunching your face on CNN when you talk to Republicans. Oh, handout. Oh, Europe. Every single piece of the framing is Bernie Sanders and progressives are clearly, obviously wrong, even though I have no polling on that. In fact, you know that they did the town hall CNN did the other day. On that same day, they had their own poll showing Bernie Sanders beating Hillary Clinton by 8 points. We covered it live here on the program. They never showed their own poll. They kept showing the Fox poll showing Hillary Clinton winning. Why on God's green earth would you do that? That's because the mainstream, the establishment, can't stand Bernie Sanders. Why? Because they have a sense he would bring real change. Now, if you want to do a real interview, you would ask her why she supports him, and get into the details of why she supports him, as opposed to someone like Trump. Now, that's what we did, and you can watch that on TYT Politics if you care about actual news. If you want to get someone who squinches their face and says, yeah, progressives, even though on the polling the Americans agree with you on almost every single issue, I'm going to squint like this and go, socialist, raise taxes. No, the Republicans are always right. That is my assumption, and the worst thing is, I'm not saying the Republicans are right. I'm neutral, CNN. I'm the most trusted name in news. Now, I will frame every single question in favor of Republicans and against Bernie Sanders. Thank you for being so neutral. Yeah, I'm surprised anyone goes on these stations anymore to deal with this crap. Okay, you want to get real news, you come right here to TYT. I guess that's why we're beating CNN all over the internet. Good luck with that crap. Donald Trump's very angry at Megyn Kelly. He's going to start a feud with her, and it's going to get super ugly. I'm going to show you the ugliness in a second. But first, let's show you and remind you how this feud started with what I believe are innocuous, very legitimate questions by Megyn Kelly in the first Fox debate. This was back in the days when we were blurring out Donald Trump. Here, go ahead.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't. For the record, it was well beyond Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Your Twitter account has several disparaging comments about women's looks. You once told a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice it would be a pretty picture to see her on her knees. Does that sound to you like the temperament of a man we should elect as president? And how will you answer the charge from Hillary Clinton, who is likely to be the Democratic nominee, that you are part of the war on women?
Now, look, she's doing two things. One, she's quoting Donald Trump. Now, Donald had a good comeback there, only Rosie O'Donnell, and she said, no, it's not, that's not true, and he said, I'm sure it was more than Rosie O'Donnell. In other words, yeah, I'm joking / lying. Okay, so those are your quotes, and she's not saying, hey, does that make you unelectable? She's saying, Hillary Clinton will use it against you, so isn't that a political liability? Outrageous! How dare you quote me? I'm going to cry about it for decades and decades. I mean, from there on, Megyn Kelly was unfair to me. Who doesn't look at that and think, oh my God, how pathetic. This guy, this grown-ass man, crying for months and months about how this woman was unfair to him. Are you going to be okay? Now, this has caused Donald Trump to say, that's it, I'm not doing the debate tonight because they're so unfair to me, and Megyn Kelly's going to be one of the moderators. I'm so scared of her, I'm not going to do it. Now, it's interesting because back in 2011, he was thinking of moderating a debate on Newsmax for the Republicans, and some people backed out of it, and he said about them, quote, not lots of courage. You know these Republicans, they're supposed to be brave. Oh, back then, if you wanted to debate, you were brave. If you didn't want to debate, you were a coward. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't want to debate. Interesting. I guess, well, what does that make you? And the person he was talking to at the time was, believe it or not, Megyn Kelly. And Megyn Kelly said, oh, do you think you could moderate better than me? This is a quote from Donald Trump at the time in 2011. I could never beat you. That wouldn't even be close. That would be no contest. You've done a great job, by the way, and I mean that. Ah, it's interesting, right? Well, now all of a sudden, fast forward to, oh, she's so unfair, she kicked my ass, so I'm going to cry about it and run away from the debate. So, now the way that he takes out that aggression is usually on Twitter. So on Twitter he said this yesterday. I refuse
refuse to call Megyn Kelly a bimbo, because that would not be politically correct. Instead, I will only call her a lightweight reporter. Yeah. If it wasn't clear to you, that's calling her a bimbo. Okay? And now, why does he do that? And if you notice the crowd reaction, and even in that first debate, the one we played, they're like, the contestant on Apprentice on her knees. Yeah, that's great. You're not calling her a bimbo. You're encouraging me to do it. Yeah. So yesterday, 80,000 tweets directed towards Megyn Kelly, and Provocative broke it down to see what the most popular words were. Coming in at number 1, bitch. Coming in at number 2, bimbo. He didn't call her a bimbo. I wonder why they all called her a bimbo. How did that get in their head? Number 3, blonde. So the triple B's, bitch, bimbo, blonde. And then coming in slightly lower rankings were whore, ugly, cheap, skank, slut, hooker, and of course, cunt. This is a guy running for president that has encouraged this kind of hatred and vitriol against someone who dared to ask him a very normal question where she quoted him. Now look, if you think this is awesome, and obviously a huge amount of Trump supporters do, they've been waiting for permission to use those words. And now they're like, oh yes, I get to call somebody a bimbo and a whore. I've been waiting to do this for so long. He's a presidential candidate. He's leading. I've got permission. I got the green light. Whore! got you, you bitch! Right? He's not leading despite that. He's leading because of that. The Republican Party has created a Frankenstein, and as he's roaming through the village here, they're like, gee, where did that guy came from? He came from your strategy of encouraging racism, sexism, and every kind of discrimination for the last 40, 50 years. This is the monster you have created. Enjoy. Donald Trump's not going on the Fox debate, so he tells us. And it's because he's going to help veterans. Instead, he's going to go, it was supposed to be on at the same time, he's now moved it to an hour beforehand, and help veterans and wounded warriors. Okay. But you know why? It's not because he's trying to hide behind the veterans and use them as a political prop. It's because he deeply cares about veterans, and he's cared about veterans his whole life. That's why when wounded veterans, specifically and literally, were setting up there were vendors on Fifth Avenue selling food, etc., which is a New York tradition, and they actually have a very old law that dates back over 100 years that allows them to do that, so they can find work and income after the wars. Well, Donald Trump didn't like that because it turns out they were in front of some of Trump's buildings. Wounded veterans, not good for business, especially on Fifth Avenue. But I'm not the one saying it. Let's listen to Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump writing a letter to a politician in New York to try to get rid of the veterans from in front of his towers back in 1991. He wrote, while disabled veterans should be given every opportunity to earn a living, is it fair to do so to the detriment of the city as a whole or its tax-paying citizens and businesses? In other words, shoo, veterans, rooting the good rich people trying to get into my buildings on Fifth Avenue. I do declare. This guy is like, he's not literally, but almost Sir Topham Hat. And the Republicans are like, yes, Sir Topham Hat. I know, I would not want to vex you. So, well, you say, well, 91, Jank, that's not fair. That was a long time ago. How about 2004? Same exact problem. Writes a letter to Bloomberg. He says, whether they are veterans or not, they should not be allowed to sell on this most important and prestigious shopping street. The image of New York City will suffer. I hope you can stop this very deplorable situation before it is too late. Have you ever heard a guy more loathsome in your life? He's saying about wounded warriors who he is now conveniently hiding behind. It is a deplorable situation for rich people on a prestigious street to have to look at. Now, you say, well, Jank, okay, I hear you. I mean, that was really, really bad. It seems like he doesn't care about veterans at all. He's literally fought against wounded veterans who he's pretending to help now. But he's at least going to raise a lot of money. I know that because that's what he's been saying. He's going to raise money for the veterans. At least that's a good cause. Or is he? Now, you look at the website where they tell you he's raising so much money for the veterans, and let's look at graphic 73 here. And at the bottom, wait a minute, who are we donating to there? That doesn't look like we're donating to a veterans group. Let me explain. The webpage for soliciting donations, DonaldTrumpForVets.com, claims to have raised over $180,000 today. The only problem, the money is going to the Donald J. Trump Foundation. There is no bottom to that barrel. This is one of the most deceptive, hypocritical, atrocious guys that we have ever seen in public. And the Republicans look at it and go, that's my boss. That's my man. So today he hides behind those veterans he has figuratively spit on and fought against before. And then on top of that, he uses it to direct money to the Donald J. Trump Foundation. Just when you think it can't get any worse, Donald's like, no, trust me, I could always get worse.
It seems you simply were not meant for greater things. You are our last hope. Please stop her. Stop Jin Sayan. You will become a warrior, inflicted with the scar of the Black Rose. Dark cheeseburger. This fight has no end in sight.
With our powers combined, we can surely stop Jinsayu. Get your revenge! Kill them all!
Rated M for mature.
Earlier this week, there was controversy involving high schoolers in an Arizona school wearing T-shirts that spelled out a racial slur, the N-word. Well, it turns out that members of various NAACP chapters and leaders in the state got together to have a discussion about what to do to combat this. One of those leaders was actually Don Harris, who is the president of the Maricopa NAACP chapter. That's right, that guy right there is the president of the Maricopa County NAACP chapter. Now, that point is relevant when you consider why he's making headlines today. Apparently, the leaders got together to have a discussion about this, and afterwards, understandably, reporters were asking questions. Now, as one reporter was speaking to him, I guess he made an observation, and that observation got him into a little bit of trouble. A reporter, Monique Grego, stopped Harris on his way out of the meeting. How did this meeting fix anything? Her cameraman asked. It doesn't fix anything, Harris replied. We're on a pathway now to making things better. Then she thanked him and moved on to speak to someone else. At that point, Harris turned and spoke to a male reporter. And Harris turned to the New Times reporter and said, "Nice tits," referring to the female reporter that he had just been talking to. Then he said it again. Now, the New York Times was there, and he didn't realize that they caught him on audio saying that she has nice tits. And he got into a little bit of trouble.
At first, I thought he had said it to her, which I suppose would have been ruder. Okay.
It would be very, like, brazen.
Yeah, that'd be Mel Gibson-esque.
Yes.
Hey, sugar tits, right? So, to be fair, he didn't do that. He only said what people are perceiving as sexist comment behind her back. So that's the classier way to go. Okay, now, I say people are perceiving it as a sexist comment because the context in which you make this comment, I think, matters a lot. If you're with your buddies and your bros and you're sitting in your living room and there's nobody else and you see a girl on TV,
you can be as sexist as you want.
Have at it, Hoss. Right? We're not in that living room. You're not saying it in public. But this dude's saying it to a reporter, right?
Yeah.
So we can't have it. Everybody knows that.
Look, I know that you want to give people a pass when they're in the privacy of their own homes or when they're talking to their buddies. A racist or a sexist comment is still a racist or a sexist comment, regardless of where it's said or what context it's said in. Right?
No, but okay, so this is really interesting, and a lot of people might disagree here. But I believe the phrase nice tits is not sexist by definition. It 100% depends on the context, okay? So if you are directing it at, again, your buddies are sitting at home, they're watching, what was that old thing where they'd show, it flashed their breasts, Girls Gone Wild, right? And you go, hey guys, those are nice tits. Okay, I don't think that's sexist. They showed you the tits so you could look at them and judge them, right? If you're doing it in this context where she's being a reporter and she's trying to do her job, and then you say, no, I'm not going to judge you as a reporter. I'm going to judge you based on your body. Well, then it is sexist.
So, okay, but what I'm trying to make clear is it would be sexist regardless of where that comment is said, right? So even if it's in the privacy of your own home and you're talking to one of your buddies,
and you say it about a reporter,
you see an attractive reporter who happens to be, very curvy, right? And you say, "Oh, nice tits." Like that's still sexist because it's taking away from what she's doing. She's just trying to do her job. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying about Girls Gone Wild, but here's the thing. There's a way that you phrase things, right? So, for instance, look, men and women think differently. If I see a guy who has a nice body, I don't think to myself, like, yeah, look at that guy's dick, that nice bulge, right? Men and women are just different. But it's a disrespectful and vulgar way of referring to the way someone looks.
I know, but that's why I say if it's in the privacy of your own home, it's not necessarily disrespectful because he's not there to hear it. No one else is there to hear it. So who is being disrespected? No one.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the comment itself isn't still problematic. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you. Let's do a poll on it. Okay, go to TYT app. Is saying nice tits sexist under all circumstances? Right? Curious what people think.
That's difficult, though, because in the circumstance that you mentioned with Girls Gone Wild, I agree with you. But in the circumstance involving a reporter who's just simply doing her job, she's not scantily clad or anything, I feel like it definitely detracts from the job that she's trying to do.
Okay, phrase it any way you like, but you know the question we're asking you, so let's do that poll. But, to me, look, I don't know if it's sexist under the definition that you've set up. It's a person trying to do their job that has nothing to do with their body. You're sitting alone or with your friends in a room. But I do know, whether it's sexist or not, I'm going to pardon.
So you're going to pardon him?
No, because he did it in public and he said it to a reporter. And so that is disrespectful, and everybody hears it, yada yada. But if you're in your own home and you do that, I think that's not my business. That's your business.
So let me be absolutely clear about where I stand on this issue, because I think some of our members and our audience think that they can't compliment the way I look because they think I'm going to take it the wrong way. Complimenting the way a woman looks is completely okay. Like it's sweet, it's nice, but statements like nice tits or nice ass or whatever, it's usually not meant to be a compliment. It's usually meant to belittle what the woman is doing for her career, belittle what her skills or her talents are, and focus solely on a body part or physical appearance, which is why it comes off as very disrespectful. Saying a woman's beautiful or attractive, that's totally fine. I don't get offended by that at all, right?
So this is the part where we totally agree, because if what you're trying to do is sexualize that person in a context where it is not appropriate, right? Now, if you're doing dirty talk in the middle of sex, sexualize away.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense, right? But if you're dealing with, let's say, United States Congress, you don't talk about her money. That's not relevant. That's sex.
Yes.
Okay. So she's trying to do her job. Angela Merkel, the leader of Germany, to say, "Hey, nice cat." Not appropriate, right? So context matters. That's my take on it. So for this guy, it's relevant. Context is terrible.
Well, the amazing thing is, he's the president of the NAACP chapter in Maricopa County. There's a picture of him shaking hands with George Arpaio, right?
Yeah, and they Joe Arpaio says, "Oh, my old friend."
Ready? Now, I want to give you his response to the reporters who called him out on the 19th comment. He said, "I'm going to slash my wrist. Better yet, I'm going to throw myself out of the fucking window, except I'm on the first floor." I believe the best shot yesterday was this stage. Let's go to the I'm downstairs 6-7 days a week. That's my I support now. The business organization. Are you kidding me? Are you gonna fight me?
By the way, I want to go back to the N-word thing. I had said it was not in that order. Obviously, it was in a different order. So it was probably that got together and was like, "Oh, look at this! Wow, yeah." It doesn't make it right. And he was ironically fighting against that, right? So I don't think, look, God has good judgment. Most ridiculous. Hey, but at the same time, I guess if he didn't get to be the head of the NAACP as a white guy in Arizona, like that, he probably had a really wonderful. That's how they voted him to be the leader, right? Okay, so you've got this guy who's shooting, but God, you didn't want this to be a problem. You should have said things like, "I'm one of the best goddamn people in the state."
I don't even know half of these people. And it's crazy they come into here and spit my answer. Man, look at your guys. Who's your coffee? Hey, buddy, for you everything. I just had an idea for the lantern. Sorry, Duffers, can you hang on 1 second? I have something else to do. Well, it's like, should I need to look? But you're not here to look. But most people get. Wait a little. Look, you're a nice kid. But these distractions are getting Stop. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm back with you. Actually, that's no way. Nice. Getting you low. Somebody got my chili. That looks good. Yeah, I gave him gold as usual. I can impress myself sometimes. And coming up over here on the right is the Tribune Tower. Beautiful building, right? Yeah, tall building. I hear you. Hope you brought your A-game, bud. Fair price is a hard sell. It's gonna be $42.50, please.
Hello, gentlemen. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm just staying with Mom Go. I have 2 o'clock, Mr. Frank. David Goldberg, I'm with on stage. I have a few.
Okay, great. It's supposed to just
some coffee. A little bit of white wine. That's it. Good.
will you please show me the contact center?
And I actually hit a quite large deadline. So, what did you bring in for us? All right. Glass.
How will you begin your adventure?
That's why nothing matters.
It's your destiny.
My man. A better way to highlight clarity, huh?
David, we're ready for you now.
DJ, appreciate you calling me in on this one. Beta Kai, never die, bro. Got us good. Well, from ZD. That's going to be a hard act to follow in there. What, you know this guy? Yeah, he used to intern for me years back. Small world. That's you. Hey, here's my card. You can buy me that winter's drink later. Where are you staying? Renaissance. You? That's cliche. Take you later, bro. Hey, man. Take it away, David. We need to discuss bright, ultra-clear glass is revolutionary. Clarity is a power. You got it, kidding. Alright, I'm really sorry, I gotta pick this up later. Can you present the rest tomorrow? Yes, absolutely, sir. That's why we put in the Windows TV body. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Goldberg. Would you like to join us downstairs for our Renaissance Hotel's signature evening bar ritual? Tonight's punch mix is a local favorite. Actually, I've got a lot of work to do, so. You both. On second thought, I'll be right down. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Oh wow, that's really good. Actually, the festival is complimentary. And if you want to catch some chill music, the advisor about this stuff. Oh, that looks interesting. Oh. Where are you visiting from? LA. You? I'm actually local. I'm just here visiting my sister. That's good. You look like you could use a dance. Oh, I appreciate the offer, but I can't really dance. No, I think for myself, I'm married. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to assume. Oh, no. And anyone can dance if they want to. Okay, I've tried dance lessons twice. Both times had my money refunded, so I'm pretty sure they don't that. Maybe if I had kept going at it. We don't have much time, we've just been working a lot. Oh, you sound just like my husband. Hey, simple thought. What is it?
all you have to do. Who cares if you're not meditator? You're like fun, right? I actually love. Yeah, most people forget the power of perspective. Create a new window for us to look at. Who doesn't want a better view? Do you mind if I borrow it? Of course.
The new all-bright ultra-clear glass is revolutionary. It is finished with a patented coating that provides superb strength and clarity. Clarity is a powerful thing. We're not just trying to sell glass here. We're trying to enable a point of view. From windshields to wine glasses, Albright is there providing a superior experience. It doesn't scratch, it doesn't fog, and doesn't break. Albright glass is coming to the market at the perfect time. It's just what the world needs. Albright glass is simply a window to your world. And who doesn't want a better view?
You know, I've heard that better view quote before. Always liked it. Congratulations, you got the account.
Chip, you alright, man? Yeah, I just forgot something up there. You know what, Chip? I wish you the best on everything. Take care of yourself. It looks like I might owe you that congratulatory drink on this one, huh? You know what? I think I'm going to take in the sights for a change. I'll see you around. What are you doing later, though? I don't know yet. Maybe I'll go dancing.
So let's take a sudden change of priorities. Though it's nice that you finally have time to take your way out dancing.
Oh, fine young man recently helped me to find some clarity. Oh, actually, the culinary is coach. Quit lying around, man. You're near my wife again, I'm kidding. I can still show you photos that got lots of likes. You'll get to see that one. Isn't that beautiful? That's your butt. It's good.
A 20-year-old woman insists that she is not a human being. She's actually a cat, and we have a video to prove it. Take a look.
Så kan det hende at jeg freser. Det er på grunn av atferden deres, og instinktet mitt automatisk reagerer på å frese på dem.
Du er født sånn? Ja, jeg er født sånn. Født i feil art. Født i feil art.
Jeg hater vann. Vann er sånn at du får et automatisk instinkt, så du må vaske deg selv i ansiktet og sånt. Og du kan også notere at jeg er katt med kunder og purrende og mjevve, og går rundt på 4 ben og sånne ting. Og så elsker jeg å sove i vasken og vinduskarmen.
Hva er fordelen med å være katt? Vel, du hører mye bedre enn vanlig. Du ser mye mer. Du fokuserer på så mye som vanlige mennesker ikke klarer. Jeg kan se bra i mørket. Jeg ser bedre i mørket enn daglys. Det er ikke noe problem. Ser du dyr og sånn ute i mørket? Mus og sånn? Ja. Jeg har løpt veldig ofte etter dyr som viser seg i skygger og sånt.
Okay, before Cenk jumps in, I did look into this a little bit and to see if this is, like maybe a mental health condition, like what's going on, because this isn't an isolated incident. I've seen similar stories like this. And,
oh yeah, some of my best friends are cats.
Okay, so there is something that I found called species dysphoria. I don't know if she has it. I don't know enough about her to diagnose her, and I'm not a mental health professional, but there is a condition where people believe that they were born into the wrong species. They identify more as a certain animal, and maybe this is what she has. There's also the possibility that she's trying to get a little attention.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think the answer is probably both. First of all, are you with me that you lost it when she started meowing? Okay, so here's a question I want to ask on our TYT app, and then I want to come back and answer it. So we explained 20-year-old Norwegian woman believes she's a cat, right? Is it acceptable to call some people crazy?
87% so far have said yes. Wow, I'm surprised.
Right, because like in the PC culture, that you would think, according to, conventional wisdom, that people are like, no, you gotta just, if they say that's who they are, and you gotta believe in that. No, some dudes and chicks are sometimes, they're just crazy. Like, let's not forget, that there's a thing called crazy, right? Now, I know we can break it down more specifically into the different conditions that they have, and she might have a condition that Anna talked about. But she ain't a fucking cat, okay? She does not see better in the dark. She admits she's never caught a mice, because she can't see it. Okay, it's not a cat. Okay, like she says she jumps in the shadows. I believe she's crazy enough that she does jump at things in the shadows, okay? But they ain't mice. And so, now, is it to get attention? Almost undoubtedly, but I don't think she's planning it. It's not like a Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton move where she's like, I will not pretend to be a cat so I can go viral online and yada yada. I think she's really convinced herself that she's a cat. And the more she did it, the more attention she got, and it became a reinforcing circle. Now, I'm not a psychotherapist either, but I do play one online, so it's okay. So whatever it is, it ain't real, right? Yeah. There is no people who are actually born cats. because we don't even know what the mind of a cat is. If you actually had the mind of a cat, here's what you would do.
No, cats are super smart.
Okay.
But look, I have like a strict policy when it comes to all things that give me a knee-jerk reaction initially, because I'm not gonna lie, the story gave me a knee-jerk reaction when I first saw it. When I first saw that video, I actually got angry because I was like, "What is this? What are you doing? You're doing this for attention, and now I have to do a story on it." And
you made me do a story on it. Are you happy now?
Yeah. But what I realized is, look, even if she's genuine and she believes she's a cat, she's not harming anyone. And we all have weird habits and weird fetishes and weird things going on in our personal lives. And you know what? Do you, boo? You want to meow? Meow for me. Meow for you. Meow for the American people or the Norwegian people. I don't mind it at all. Right?
I think she does it cat style.
Probably. I mean,
kitty style. So, look, you got to give her credit though. It does take a lot of courage to come out and say, "I'm a cat."
Of course,
right?
Yeah. I wouldn't air my weird habits on this show, except I do it on the post-game show. You guys should become members and watch that.
TYTnetwork.com/join. I know some people think she's great, but others do think she's a pussy.
Okay, the typical bacon cheeseburger is all bacon. But what if you sneak in some serious cheese? Here, Gouda, Gruyere, and Swiss all connect with fresh cooked bacon, and boom! Wendy's new Gouda bacon cheeseburger.
And finish it off with bacon fondue fries. What's going to beat that?
Flint, Michigan has no plans to change its lead pipes, which of course is contributing to the lead water anytime soon. In fact, it's so costly and it would take so much time to change that part of the infrastructure that the governor has decided to go in a different direction. So let me give you the details on that. Now, this is crazy because look, it's expensive, but the lead levels are so high that people cannot drink that water. So people can't bathe in it, they can't drink in it, it's incredibly unsafe, and it does lead to a lot of health concerns. Now, Michigan Governor Rick Snyder said that replacing the pipes is not the city's short-term plans. Instead, officials say they're focused on supplying bottled water and filters to the city's affected residents, many of whom are below the poverty line, who have no clean water for activities like drinking, bathing, and cooking. It might not even be limited to Flint. There are other areas of Michigan that are also impacted by this based on water tests that have just been done. So they found out that cities including Grand Rapids, Detroit, Saginaw, and Holland are also experiencing high levels of lead in their water.
Right. I like this quote by Snyder. He said, in terms of short term, it's a lot of work to take out pipes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You might want to put some thought into it, though. It's not a lot of work to poison the kids. It's a lot of work to clean up the pipes. What a pain in the ass. Now, look, to be fair to him, he goes on to say to redo all the infrastructure, that's a whole planning process. Right. You might want to engage in some sort of process to make sure we get going. Now, is replacing the pipes absolutely the right thing to do? I'm not saying that either. It costs $1.5 billion. So, they wanted to save $1 to $2 million in the beginning. Well played. Well played.
It's so stupid.
And by the way, Anna, sorry, I thought these Republicans were great businessmen. Governor Snyder was a venture capitalist. Like, I know how to get things done, save money. You save $1 or $2 million, and it costs you $1.5 billion. What happened?
So there are two things at play. Not only are these lead pipes problematic, but the water itself is corrosive. So the combination of the two is leading to this problem. But we live in the wealthiest country in the world, and also the most productive country in the world. And we now have a state that's suffering from no drinking water. What's going on in this country? I don't care if it costs more than $1 billion. This should be considered a state of emergency, and if the federal government needs to step in and take care of this, they should step in and take care of this.
Yeah, but look, there's got to be consequences for the people who did it.
Of course.
And so they do this all the time, and then they tell us we don't have money. As I've told you before, Rick Snyder gives away $1.7 billion in tax cuts to corporations inside Michigan every single year. He says, I don't have the $1.5 billion for the pipes. Well, if you stop giving away $1.7 billion every single year in corporate tax cuts, well, then you might have it, right? So, but to me, one of the most grating parts of this story is that they didn't trust people, and that's what drives me crazy. The establishment, in this case, Republican governor, the government overall. People say, no, the water's orange. The water's, and our kids are sick, we're nauseous, we're dizzy, we're having a, no. But what would people know? The elites know. No. We know. You don't know. We'll study it for a year while your kids are drinking poisonous orange water. But no, people don't know anything. But it's emblematic. It's only a symbol. But it's what we feel throughout the country. So when people say, hey, we've got these issues, our wages are stagnant. No, the economy's sound. The stock market's doing great. In other words, I'm rich. I have a lot of my money in the stock market. I'm in better and better shape. So when you tell me you have stagnant wages, that's your problem, not my problem. I don't even believe you, right? The mainstream media constantly was like, no, it's fine. What are people complaining about? Why all these radicals like Bernie Sanders running around?
When you get your tax refund direct deposited onto your Visa prepaid card, you'll get your money back in days instead of weeks. Step 1. Call the customer service number or visit the web address on the back of your card to get the routing and account numbers associated with your card. Add them to your tax form. Step 2. Select checking for refund type on your tax form. Make sure the name on your tax form matches the name on your card. Step 3. Review your balance online to see when your refund has been deposited. Once it's loaded onto your Visa prepaid card, you'll have your money in your hands, so you can get back to living your life. Get started at visa.com/mytaxrefund.
Several red states are trying to fight against marriage equality by passing discriminatory laws against gay couples. And one of those laws, or several of those laws actually, are being proposed in Oklahoma. Let me tell you what they are. The first one is known as HB 1598, and it explicitly states that mental health counselors may engage in sexual orientation change efforts with any patient, including those under 18, who are forced into the therapy by their parents. This bill also legalizes the use of aversion therapy. So this is essentially the same type of therapy that's been banned in states like California because, A, it doesn't work, and it's also very traumatizing for kids that have to go through it. If you're an adult, you have to sign some sort of agreement indicating that you know that this type of therapy is not proven to work and that it's disastrous for your psychological state. But again, this is just another effort to kind of attack the LGBT community in Oklahoma.
That's weird, because I was told that we're past all this. We got this solved. Everybody's, why are gays still complaining when they have all the rights? They have more rights, I hear, than straights. It's weird, though, that in places like Oklahoma, people are allowed to force you into trying to change your very identity.
Right, exactly. And one thing that people are kind of misled about is that there are anti-discrimination laws that vary state by state. And a lot of the red states do not include the LGBT community in those anti-discrimination laws. So you do not have equality in a lot of these red states if you are gay. The Supreme Court ruled that you can get married, but that's about it. In regard to aversion therapy, it means any counselor or counseling by a mental health provider that exposes or asks a client or patient to undergo physical pain, such as electroshock therapy or electroconvulsive therapy, touch therapy, pornography exposure, or vomit induction therapy. These are all methods that, by the way, do not work, but it's meant to traumatize this victim who's being forced into taking this type of counseling.
So these fall into two different buckets. One is the bucket where the therapist is also gay, is pretending not to be gay, and he touches you in different ways so he can get off. And I'm not exaggerating. We've shown the video in past episodes where they'll have the person they're trying to convert from being gay sit on their lap, and they'll rock back and forth with them. They're like, no, it's therapy. It's really therapy. Fucking gross. Okay, so the fact that they take advantage of those, oftentimes kids, right, as they're pretending to turn them straight and sexually assault them in that way, right? It's disgusting.
They prey on them. They prey on these kids.
Exactly. You want to talk about disgusting, though, is the second bucket. Electroshock therapy? Are you kidding me? Right? Vomit-inducing things like, oh, they'll show you gay porn. Conveniently, they're also looking at the gay porn. And then they'll make you vomit. What? I can't. So, okay, here, I'll give you a great example. Could you imagine, okay, if a Muslim family in Oklahoma decided, hey, you know what? My daughter or son turned Christian, and that's against my culture. So I'm going to shock them. I'm going to, literally do electroshocks on them, zap them, and torture them until they become Muslim again. The scandal we would have, what would people say about that? They'd be like, oh, the Muslims, we knew it. We knew, look at these barbarians, these savages. Yet, Christians here do it to their kids because their kids happen to be gay. And Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma is like, way to go. We sanctioned that. Go ahead and torture your own kids to make sure you defeat their own identity and destroy how they view themselves.
How do you as a parent stand to think about your child going through something like this? To torture your own child? I mean, it's ignorance. Honestly, it has everything to do with ignorance. The notion that you could change their sexuality, the notion that these therapies actually work. It's ignorance, right? Coupled with hatred, and it drives me insane. But there's more, okay? This is just one piece of legislation that's been proposed in Oklahoma. There's more. There's House Bill 3044 that would rip away a lifeline. The bill states that no public school counselor, therapist, social worker, administrator, teacher, or other individual can refer a student under the age of 18 to any individual, organization, or entity if the referral pertains to human sexuality. So that's their way of saying, if you are part of the LGBT community and you are seeking guidance from a counselor who is gay-friendly, we're not going to allow that to happen.
And here's what that means, so in case you're unclear. They say, a student might come in and say, I'm depressed because I'm struggling with identity issues, and I think I'm attracted to guys, and my parents don't approve, and so I'm going on depression. All these different things that are possible. And I see a therapist who could help me with this. Now, this would make it illegal for the counselors to say, yes, here's a therapist you can see about that. But it is perfectly legal to send them to a therapist who would torture them to try to make sure that they don't stay gay.
Incredible.
I mean, look, this is why they're the American Taliban. This is, they say it about the guys in Oregon. It's true of the legislators in Oklahoma that have signed on to this. They're vanilla ISIS, right? This is a version of ISIS, except you're not torturing foreigners, you're torturing your own kids.
And finally, there's HB 733, forbidding HIV-positive people from getting married. Anyone found to have communicable or infectious diseases will be denied a marriage license. Though neutral on its face, the bill is clearly targeting gays who still have an elevated risk of HIV. By the way, I mean, that piece of legislation doesn't just impact gay people, it impacts everyone.
I guarantee you right now they're going to repeal that.
Yeah, of course.
You know who has communicable and infectious diseases? A lot of people in Oklahoma. And they're not all gay. Most of them, overwhelming majority of them, will be straight. And if they actually pass it, enforce it, and then they say, oh, sorry, you got an STD, that's it, you can't get married. People in Oklahoma are going to be pissed.
I mean, do you know how many people, like the vast majority of people in America have herpes? Vast majority of people in America have HPV.
Yeah, when you combine those two, it's
over.
It's not a little majority, it's an overwhelming majority.
Yes.
So you would ban the majority of your citizens in Oklahoma from getting married. Okay, how's that for irony? The people who say they're pro-marriage, right? So they're going to repeal that once they realize it doesn't just... And then, they're like, oh, we meant to discriminate against gay people and torture them. Oh, we didn't mean to discriminate against straight people. And all the things that we say, oh, there's sex before marriage. Yeah, straight people can do that. That's fine. No. We meant to hate gay people. What happened? I thought you were basing this on the Bible. The Bible says neither one of them should have sex before marriage, and hence shouldn't have an STD. Okay, let's see. Let's see if they wind up being consistent on this. But my guess is once they find out, oops, we just banned 87% of the people in Oklahoma from getting married, they're like, oh, gosh, damn it. We don't have to change that.